international wildcard drivers who yesterday put on quite the show during international qualifying. They have been spliced into the ratings. A bracket has been formed, and we're going to get into that right about now. Cool, let's get into it, right. Up first. How's everybody feeling in the room? I bet I'm making you very tense, mate, with this, right? Some mad nerves in here. We'll get some flow real soon. It's amazing performance. How's that for you guys? Can you hear it? Can you hear it enough? Nate's laptop is on fire. It's happening. And all I need to do right now is play the beat. I don't care about anything else. Yes.
Yep, just to clarify, so as the highest Jordan, you should be leading the first run. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. High qualifier of this person in situations. I've actually known about some tournaments recently where they allow the drivers to choose who's leading, right? Which I think is very cool. Or they allow the high qualifier to decide. Yeah. Does he want to go first?
Slow, yeah, it's slow. But the TV's always been slow. I don't know if that's reflected in what the stream actually looks like. It is. Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, coming out of that left-hander on the inner clip, which probably made it a little bit difficult to match the speed because you need that momentum all the way through that back section.
You really
so
do.
that switchback needs to go faster.
It's a big corner. It really is. We'll see what the judges make of that one. One more time. Lovely stuff. We go again, as we called it. Let's beep them again and then see what happens next. They're going to swap positions. It's full. Let's go. Jordan leading once again. See how I'm dropping back there. He's not quite there with the proximity. Jordan doing a really good job in that first out of the zone.
Staying just about in the zone.
Well, look at him go. Not quite there with the chase. In position there. Oh, and we see it ding on the wall as well, and definitely a correction off the back of it. So that is going to cost them quite dearly. We saw from the judges as well. They were very strict about.
There's a bigger tap there.
Much bigger zone, but Dennis is right there with him, mimicking that lead very nicely. Look at the pace here as well. Once again, very nicely done. Snapping, look at that, all the way into out of zone 3. Really nice line from John Paul Spanner there.
Very good. Dennis waiting the whole time for each of the transitions. You can just see that he was ready to change direction as soon as Jean Paul did the same. And yeah, just perfectly planned, perfectly executed in chase.
What a chase, what a chase. And then we have a winner for that one. And advancing is going to be Dennis Bjorn. And we will see John Paul Spanner in the lower very soon, I'm sure.
All right, next battle then, we have Andres Kolonovs. He will lead against Daniel McKernan.
Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Two friendly drivers, I'm sure. They're going to be battling their best, though, today. Nothing but enemies. We have Andres in the lead with Daniel McKernan in the chase. Let's send it. Off the line, Andrews in that lead position there. Hits that line nicely. Look at him, big initiation. And not quite an answer from Daniel McKernan just yet. He's going to try and wheel
Quite
it
a big
in now.
tap on the wall, though, from the lead car.
It was, absolutely, yes.
But he did go in with so much commitment. It was
a big commitment. It was. Big initiation, but yeah, that's disrupted the car. And it is going to cost him,
missing
unfortunately.
the chase having to take a very tight line just to stay with him there. So mistakes all around, but the big one was the obvious one on the first turn, wasn't it, from
Absolutely,
the lead car?
Yeah.
So
My eye missed it, but you are very right, Maz. That was a big mistake. And yeah, let's see what happens in the second half. If Daniel can keep it together, it could be his for the taking. Let's go. Daniel McKernan in the lead. Andrews in the chase. Look at that gap opening up there. Daniel isn't playing it as safe as I thought he would. He's
and just taking the tighter line to close the gap now. Can he make it work?
Nice transition. Andrews taking that dive to be there right on his door as well. Filling out zone 2 really nicely. In a clip. Second in
just having to straighten up a little bit.
We see Daniel on a way off line up here, and Andrews having to make up for that mistake. But again, no major on Daniel's part. So I think
Andrews played the game of trying to close the gap, and then I think he just mistimed it a little bit on that switchback just before the final sweeper there.
Absolutely.
Just having to straighten the car up, combined with the...
It could be bad news for Andrews, unfortunately.
It
but
looks
again,
that
two
way,
battles,
but
so.
we'll the judges. We'll have to wait for that call, and it's in. The winner is Daniel McKernan. He will advance. Andrews goes to our lower bracket. Quick driver announcement. Can we have our next group of people making their way to scrutineering ready to go, please? So Andrew McConvey, Martin Skelly, James Nash, Sebastian Thorley, Sam Reddin, and Vincent Jacquelin. Please, if you could start getting your way to scrutineering, you'll be up fairly soon. And our next battle on track now will be Christian Bruton. You'll lead the first run against Zelig Wong.
Yes, Christian Booting. Very interesting stuff.
I think I have quite a bit of experience battling with each other or driving with each other, don't they?
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
I'm sure
Good
Sam
on
is
Sam
watching
Muntz
very
getting
carefully
viral.
as to which of these guys advances.
Let's send it. All right, we see Christian Buten's out front there. Big initiation, comes up quite short on that first outer zone. Zeliv taking the dive to be on his door. And they're going to transition here into that second outer zone. A little bit of a ding there in a big direction.
Yeah.
Oh, bit of a big straighten as well from our lead down the bottom. I don't know if that was off the back of the contact could have sent him there.
Yeah, it's difficult to know how much of an affected his line. He was definitely offline.
He was
Was
offline.
it because he got tapped by the chase car? That's for the judges to
It could also be
determine.
a matter of pace, right? It could be that the transition was a bit slow in the lead and that caused the chase to bump him. And then
Yeah,
could be at
exactly.
fault for that, but we'll leave it for the judge's eye and see what they make of it. Let's run into the second part of this.
So Zieling then taking the lead. William Christian's looking to find a way inside. The line is tidier all round on this run. And so the chase is good, but it's because the lead run is that much online that it's allowing that to happen. They stay close now. Here's the switchback for the final corner. Can he make the dive? Yeah, a little bit, but having to take that much shallower line in order to make that happen, but stays close right to the end. Little wall taps at the wall.
There was. The judges will be reviewing that for sure. But very nicely to that point for sure. Just allowing Christians to tuck in behind him. Very nicely done. Beautiful stuff. And we have a winner for that battle. The winner is Christian Butins. Taking that win, knocking Zelig down. I don't know, well, I would like to hear from the judges a little bit more on that one, if I may. I mean, we obviously saw him put it in the wall, but let's just have a few words from the judges about it.
Yeah, because I think we had a split decision there.
Yeah, well, you did.
So on the first, at least from my perspective, on the first lap, we had a 0 for the lead car. It's the transition there in the infield. I think they were on too short of a line.
Okay.
That caused the crash. For me, it wasn't one more time. So in the second run, just a little tap here in the wall made it the 0-0 for me.
There you go.
But the other judges saw it differently.
And there we go. The judges' eye sees all. Of course, we'll see Z-League in the lower bracket as well, but it's very nice to hear from the judges either way. Up next, Frederick, Neptune, and Keith Newton. Wow, this is going to be spicy. Frederick, one of our international drivers, who's been performing all of yesterday, and Keith Newton, who we all know from previous driving, is a very capable driver, and obviously very famous for his body shells as well.
Yep, Keith will lead the first run as the number 9 seed, and Frederick will chase on this first run.
Lovely stuff. Let's see what they do. Making their way to the line, warming those tyres up. He knows what he wants. All right, let's do it. All right, Keith Newton in a lead position with Frederick in the chase. Look at Keith on the pace there, doesn't quite make it to the zone. Look at Frederick though, filling all that zone and still managing to catch up to Keith's door. Quite the pace through there, nice transition, keeping it tidy. We see another ding, but doesn't disrupt the car in the chase position. Beautifully done from Keith now, laying down a nice tidy line, big initiation again. He comes a little bit short on this, the final outer zone, all the way around, over the line. Woo.
It's going to be a case of whether the judge see the touches on the wall from Frederick as whether they bounced off of them or that was just part of the trajectory of the car. So
it's going to be interesting. And the pace from Frederick there was crazy. Like
incredible.
We really saw him.
He's on the wider line and he's keeping up.
Yeah,
you can see that the vehicle speed is up there.
Often.
Yeah,
it's wild. Very cool to see. Let's see what the second half brings us. All right.
Frederick taking the lead now. We keep chasing as they flick in. It's on a tighter line as Keith there. I think he choked himself out of options there. And had to take that narrower line to stay with him on the first sweeper. But Frederick staying tidy and consistent. No issues with weird wall-naps so far in this run as he sweeps right round the outside. McKeeve is there, right on there at the end.
Much tidier, right? Much tidier. Just it was a real awkward initiation from Keith at the start, but then after that he was kind of there.
Biting back, right.
So it was a good chase.
Recovery. But as soon as we were halfway through that first turn, he was right there.
We have a decision already as well. So we're going to go one more time with this one. 2 judges saying one more time with one other judge saying in advance to Keith. So we'll run it again. Happens. They're going to go
So
back.
one person saw those ball tats enough for Keith to win it, and the others were like, well, not quite. Let's see this one more time.
It's good. I mean, often judges don't agree, and that's why we have 3 of them, and that's why we go with the majority, right?
That's it.
There we are. Let's go again.
So swapping back then. We've got Keith in the lead. Frederick chasing.
Let's go. Light him up. Keith in the lead there. Frederick in the chase. Nice initiation again from Keith. Look at him. He's much better on the zone this time. Frederick is right there with an answer. He just comes out towards the end of the zone. Nice transition as well. Down into 2. Frederick still right on Keith's door. Look at him go all the way around that in the clip. In the clip number 2. Nice steady transitions. Keeping it tidy. Just misses the first part of the outer zone once again on Keith's part. Frederick falling back now and over the line.
Yeah, Frederick absolutely staying with Keith all the way through until that final little switchback before he just managed to get on it a little bit late. I think he just stayed a little too close for too long, didn't he? Absolutely. And that's where we lost the ground a little bit. But other than that, the first half of that run, spectacular chasing by Frederick. Swapping positions then. Here we go. Frederick taking the lead with Keith to chase. It's looking a little tidier for Keith, just backing off to not make that contact. Having to sweep that slightly tighter line to stay with him. The big bounce off the wall from Frederick. That could be the thing that decides it, but let's see for the rest of the run. Keith taking a shallower line to make that final dive. Round the sweeper they go. Bumper to bumper and through the line.
Wow, big mistake from Frederick there. Big mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Aside from that, what a run.
If I had an extra eye, I would have looked over at the judges who would all sigh of relief. They're going, it makes it so much easier to call that one.
Absolutely.
And so, of course, advancing to the 32 on the upper bracket is Keith Newton. And Frederick will go to the lower bracket.
Up next.
Up. Yep, go ahead, Josh.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, right. Versus Mark Norman. Dan, you will lead our first run. So winner of this one will go up against Keith that we just saw in the top 32. Of course, it's not absolutely critical that you win the first, round, but it definitely helps. Here we go then.
Let's go. We see Dan Carrot in the lead position.
Hold on a sec,
here.
we've got a car that just didn't move.
Ah.
What happened there? How's the rules work on this one? If the
I mean, the car had an issue. The judges, do they want to call the restart on that? Or?
Yeah, happy with that.
Okay, interesting. We don't have replays in a minute, so we can't see exactly what the fault was, but it could have been something monumental. We'll see. There will be a timeout imposed if it takes too long, but he seems to be back on it now. Heading to the line. No, maybe not. It's unfortunate for Mark Norman there. I think timeout officially.
I was about to say, how does the rules work in this scenario there, Josh?
I believe it's a 3-minute timeout that we allow in this situation. We'll keep an eye on the clock. He's obviously about 45 seconds into that so far. If he can't make it, then the battle will be forfeit, and he will still drop down to the lower bracket as well, which could be beneficial for him in this situation, right? Some guys are going to jump in now and help him. He's got about 2 minutes left to make it to the line. And as the music suggests, this is tense.
You made it tense.
Me? Oh, okay. You drop in the low bracket. Okay, just make the lower bracket really clear. We can't fix it.
So whilst we got a moment of downtime, it's not urgent yet, but if our next group can start thinking about getting themselves to scrutiny and get checked, ready to go. So Chris Harper, Mitchell Ware, Wolfzar Hoffman, Joe Shaw, Dan Collins, Shian. You guys will be up in about 3 battles time or so. So please start thinking about making your way to scrutineering. Yeah. It's just that when I get louder, it will. I don't want it to I don't want it to catch my breathing too much. Okay.
All right, I think he's still struggling. We are about 30 seconds away from calling this, unfortunately. He's very tense. He's got a swarm of people helping him. Gyro issues. Okay, we are hearing from the pits that it's a gyro issue. As I say, a swarm of people. Showing that on the live.
Live is showing.
Yeah.
No idea.
We're using it to get Nathan more time.
Oh, okay.
I don't agree with.
Have I got time to go to the toilet then?
Yeah, go for it. Okay, we're just going to allow a little bit longer in this situation. We've checked the rules and it's actually a 5 minute. So we're allowing 5 minutes for this to play out. Obviously, hopefully we don't see this again. He's on 3 minutes now. So literally 2 minutes. And then we will see how this goes. He is back on. He's made it on. Let's see how this goes. All right. We have made it to the line just within the nick of time. I think we were like 4 minutes 30 seconds there. As I said, it is a 5 minute timeout, which is actually quite lengthy, so make the most of it. But right, Dan Carrot, Mark Norman, we're at the line. Drivers are ready, yes? Judges are ready. Let's do it. Let's go, line them up. Dan Carrot in the lead with Mark Norman in the chase. Here, he's just prepared that car and he seems to be putting it down now. Some really scrappy initiation. I don't know who's going to be at fault with that one. I think it was possibly on Dan with the initiation causing the mistake and then Mark following him in. We'll see what the judges say of it.
There's an initial weird twitch from the entry on the chase car.
There was.
And then as they closed in, the lead car was kind of slow and then the chase car then hit that, which sent the leading hole over the back. It's definitely scrappy all round.
Very scrappy, yeah. And the mistake was so early on as well that, you know, that's really going to cost the whole run. But yeah, let's see what the second half brings. Let's go. We're going to see Mark in the lead this time with Dan Carrot in the chase. Much better line being put down by Mark already, and Dan doesn't really have an answer either. He's going to be taking the dives everywhere here to try and pick up that proximity. Very close to straightening as well in the chase position just to get alongside Mark. But still not much of an answer. Nice transition. He's slowly creeped his way in, but Mark there. Really nice line all the way around that final outer zone. And across the line. From repair to potential victory. Let's see what the judges say, but I think
that first corner on that first run, though, that's going to be the one.
Absolutely. And I wonder if there was...
Oh, we've got an instant decision over here.
Instant decision. Mark Norman takes the win, as you would expect. We'll see down the lower right. Move on. Up next, Martin Skelly. Combi. Mark Norman won that one. They're at the line and ready. We're going to see, I believe, Martin in the lead position and Andrew in the chase. Drivers ready. Judges ready. Let's go. All right, Martin in the lead position. Let's see what he does with this initiation. Look at that. Oh, some big mistakes, unfortunately. He does have to can steer in the opposite direction just to keep the car in drift, but does not going to score many points off the back of that. We see Andrew here, a really nice chase position. Ooh, many tyres. Many tyres drop there. But I think, like I said, I think the mistakes from Martin at the start are going to be the one that cost this run.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it wasn't so relevant by that point, but very, very straight through that section, which might not cost him in this battle, but it's something he's going to want to tidy up.
Absolutely.
Later on, especially now that he's leading. So swapping positions.
All right, Andrew McCombie to lead this time with Martin in the chase. Let's go. Nice, very casual initiation from Andrew. I wonder if he's going to be playing it safe off the back of what he assumes is the fault of Martin in the first half of the battle. Really nice line. Martin's just about there with an answer. He's having to pull out a lot of angle to keep up with the pace of Andrew. Andrew just slightly offline, has to pull it in to fill in that final outer zone. Carries it around over the line. Ooh-wee. I think
interesting because the greatest of lines, a lot of missed zones there, but
I wonder if he played it safe in terms of he felt the mistake of the first half of the battle was on Martin. He said, I'm just going to run the safe run.
That's what it looked like. It looked like there was a lot of margin for error being left in place. Decision.
Andrew McCombie takes the win. I think as we expected with Martin making that mistake early on.
Next up we have then Sebastian Thorley will lead our first run against James Nash.
Of course, Sebastian Thorley, our top international qualifier from yesterday's international qualifying, going up against the legendary James Nash. Very popular amongst the crowd. This is going to be one to watch for sure. Let's beep him and get right into it. All right, we see Sebastian in the lead position here. Look at him go. Look at that initiation into that first out of zone. Does come out of the zone just a little bit early on. James Nash is there with an answer. Nice transition. Sebastian once again filling out of zone 2. James having a little bit of a wobble in the chase position, trying to pick up that proximity against the sheer force of Sebastian Thorley. Out of zone 3, filled for the taking. Look at him go all the way around the out of zone. James not just quite there, but a good chase nonetheless.
Yeah, it was very strong in the first section there. It's the first transition where he just lost a little bit of ground having to take that tighter line, and it just didn't give him the same momentum into that final switchback. But then the final swing, Sebastian very fast throughout. Okay, we switch positions then. James Nash will take the lead. Sebastian Thorley to chase. Good turn, and we're quite heavy on the brakes from James, but Sebastian holds the angle all the way through, stays right on the door as they make this next transition now to the second section of the track. Sebastian once again knowing exactly what's up. James now putting down a decent line, but Sebastian matching it every step of the way as they go through to the finish line. Fantastic run from Sebastian Thorley in the chase.
Wow.
James Nash sounded worried when he had to hit the phase manager, but very much put down something that he shouldn't be ashamed of at all.
I agree.
But the results are through. Sebastian Thorley will advance to the top 32. James Nash
absolutely.
to the bottom bracket.
A lead and a chase like that from Sebastian, you would expect nothing less.
But despite the loss, I think James can take a bit of confidence into the lower bracket with that one. That was a pretty strong run from James.
It was a great run from James, absolutely. But Sebastian, of course, just taking it. Up next, Vincent Jacqueline, another international qualifier. I believe he qualified third yesterday. Up against Sam Reddin. Let's see how this plays out. Vincent, obviously, Drift Paradise, very capable driver. Known internationally. I believe most recent winner of Clash of Titans as well.
Vincent will lead our first run with Sam in the first. And whilst we've got a moment, driver announcement. Next group, please start getting your way to scrutineer and get checked out. That's Chris Brock, Jack Brown, Nazar Zavoni, Ethan Howard, Sondre Gulbranson, and Sam Burton. Aaron Grantham, you have a bye, so you do not need to be in this next section. So those other 6 drivers, please start making your way to scrutineer inspection.
All right, let's get into it. You're going to see Vincent in the lead position. Chase. Let's go. All right, I'm excited for this one. Vincent in the lead Look at him go, nice and snappy. Initiation, as zone 1. Big mistakes from our chase there from Sam Redden. Unfortunately, he's having to make big dives to then make up for that. Definitely going to cost him at least the first half of this battle. Vincent there just laying down a really nice casual line for what it seems to him. Super consistent driver. Look at him there. Just misses on outside zone 3 and over the line. Ooh-wee, big mistakes in the initiation from our chase.
I think Sam knew that if he doesn't give it 100%, then it was never going to work.
Yes.
So it was worth the risk. Didn't pay off that time, but now we'll swap positions. Sam will lead, Vincent will chase. And away we go then. Sam taking the correct line on the outside. Vincent waiting just a little bit, but now closing in. Just measuring exactly what Sam was likely to do. Finds the timing. Sam tight on the line, Vincent is with him though. Now we make the switch to the final corner. Sam on it, just a little tap of the wall, pulls him in, but Vincent Jacquelin adjusting to that. But it's almost like he knew that that tap was going to happen.
Yes. He could
very quick to react, very quick to adjust.
He saw Sam coming out a little bit wide, and he thought, actually, I'm going to drop back a little bit because I see how this is going to play out. An immediate decision has been made by the judges. Vincent takes the win, and we'll see Sam in the lower bracket. I think obvious mistakes there from Sam, unfortunately, in the chase, and then again in the lead anyway, so that solidifies that. Up next, we have Chris Harper and Mitchell Ware. And
Mitchell will lead the first one.
Good stuff. Chris Harper, a very capable AMRC driver, AM Autos. There's a few of those out here today. Let's see how this plays out, shall we? All right, Mitchell Ware in the lead position with Chris Harper in the chase. Look at Chris here, taking those dives while Mitchell's putting down this fairly steady line on that first out of zone. Comes out of it just towards the end. Pretty clean on the transition. We can see a little bit more aggression from Chris, I'm sure. But out of zone 2, very nicely done by Mitchell Ware. In a clip, easy as that. Chris, a little bit slow on the transitions, a little bit slow on the pace generally here as they cross the line. Interesting.
Good solid
very
chase.
Casual, I felt. There wasn't a huge amount of pace and not much aggression on either part, but a nice steady line from Mitchell, and I think
I feel there was a safety margin in that chase. The chase probably could have gone a little harder, but it's like no need to risk it too much.
Maybe he's going to now absolutely send it the lead.
Oh, let's see
what happens.
Let's see. So switching positions then. Chris Harper will lead, Mitchell Ware to chase, and through they go. Chase car on the better line. But not losing too much ground though, that's what the judges asked for. If that does happen, to not compromise the line just to stay with them too much. So good on the chase car, but closing back in now for the final dive. Round they go, getting closer and closer, and it winds in.
I think we kind of saw it a bit
Mitchell
there, right?
Ware then.
Chris making up for that, a little bit of lack of aggression in the first half, and then we see him down a pretty nice lead run.
Yeah, as I said that. Oh, what do we got here? We got 1 in favor of Chris, but 2 one more time. So we're going to go one more time with this battle. Switch back again. Mitchell Ware will lead. Chris Harper will chase.
And they're going to both be keen to perform this time round, and we're going to see it, I'm sure. Both wanting just to snag that upper place to make sure they're safe and not having to replay it in the lower bracket. But let's send it. All right, Mitchell Ware to lead once again with Chris in the chase to see if he can be a little bit more aggressive on this chase and take it for the win. But Mitchell there, really nicely done on the first
little bounce off the wall, maybe.
Does bounce off the wall just a little bit. Good transition though. And the zone 2 comes on a little bit short. Chris is there with a little bit more of an answer this time, but again, a little bit casual. You could definitely see more of a dive from him as there's, 2-car gap opening up between them. Over the line. Ooh, anything on the wall. I don't know.
I think maybe he was over the line by that point.
You think? Okay.
But
we'll take it. Judges need a replay. We can show them one. Good stuff. Let's send the second half of this battle and see how it plays out in this one more time.
So this time, Chris Harper will lead. Mitchell Ware will chase. Chris coming through then for turn 1. Can he snap into turn 1 nicely? Not too bad, but Mitchell has the pace. He's staying right with him, staying on a similar line. That's about the only option based on that. It goes right wide, but not quite a wall tap. That's a strong aggressive move from that lead car. Now here's where the distance opens up a little bit, but round the sweeper, just like last time, and he'll try to close in. Maybe not as much as he did last time. Strong run from both cars.
Yeah.
But in particular, the lead run was very, very aggressive.
Aggressive, yeah. It's interesting. Chris has such very casual in the chase, which is he likes to switch it up. Maybe he just plays it a little bit safe in the chase, or maybe it's a pace issue. But let's see what the judges say.
It's going to be close, and we've got 1 OMT, but 2 voting for Chris Harper to advance. Your winner, Chris Harper!
Lovely stuff. Up next, Joe Shaw versus Wolf Hoffman. Wolf, the living legend, another international competitor here today, up against the UK's Joe Shaw.
Joe will lead our first run.
Joe to lead, Joe to lead. Let's see how this plays out. All right, we're off the line. We see Joe Shaw in the lead here with Wolf in the chase. Look at that initiation from Joe Shaw. Big old angle into that first out of zone. There was contact, and it did cost the chase to fall back, which is a little bit unfortunate. Comes up a little bit short in that first out of zone, our lead position. The chase is there with quite an aggressive answer as well. Look at him, though, taking that dive to that final out of zone. Feeling it nicely in the lead as well, over the line. Beautiful stuff. Wolf with the chase there. Aggressive.
Yeah, the little tap that happened there. So the question will be, was the lead car stalling? Was the chase car too aggressive? That will be what the judges are probably discussing right now.
Absolutely. Let's see what the second half brings.
So this time Wolf will lead, Joe will chase. Wolf will snap into turn 1. Big angle.
Nicely done.
Stays within the zone. And is with him all the way. Transition matched in timing, goes right in there. Now, a little bit of a tap, but did that disturb him too much? Not too much. Loses a little bit of ground, but tries to get it back for this final swing. Just outside the zone to begin with, but plants in there towards the end. Strong run from both cars.
Very tight. I mean, we're looking at a top 64 here. How's the standard that high? Truly
I don't know if I've got the energy to keep going for another 100 of these.
Absolutely. One more time.
Oh, unanimous. Unanimous one more time.
We get to watch it back again. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm up for that. So Joe will lead once more. Wolf will chase. So Joe taking the lead this time. It's nice and clean, no contact this time. Wolf chasing in as they look for the timing for the transition. It's okay, a little bit of a tap maybe from the leader, but hardly disrupts the line. And then quite a straight approach for Wolf into the chase. Having to straighten that up a little bit there, a little bobble. That could be.
I mean, the thing on the wall, I think Joe might have called it, to be fair. It was quite big. He did kind of bounce off the wall a little bit early on in outer zone 2. So we'll see what the judges make of that one. Let's play the second half of this, though, and see how it goes.
So now Wolf taking the lead, Joe to chase. Wolf has been good here in this first turn, and he continues to be so, but Joe's got plenty of angle and in the chase position, now waiting for his positions, just slides back to come back in again, and just loses a bit of ground, but he is on that wider line, on the better line there. Wolf quite straight again on that final switchback as they continue around, and Joe closing right in!
Over the line. Oh! Wow. The proximity over the line there, wild. And also Joe's initiation.
I think so, and he was on the slightly better line, and the decision has been made. It's unanimous. Joe Shaw is your winner!
Congratulations, wow, big moves. We will see Wolf again in the lower bracket, of course.
Next up then, we have Shian. You will lead in the first round against Dan Collins. And then also, driver announcement, can we call our next group of drivers to be ready, please? Ricardo Silva, Davey Zaltenbeer, Bram Fogel, Adam Gathercole, Suk Chima, and Greg Mitchell.
If you're watching at home, 119 people watching at home, let us know in the comments if you're enjoying the show. Let us know your bets as well. I'm keen to know who people think's taking the win today.
Yeah. Sorry, I should say, Dylan, you've got the bye, so you're not in this group. Yep.
Why is that like?
That's when your screen is back.
You're seeing "Go Nazar, go" in the comments. I don't think we've seen Nazar drive yet, but when he comes around, I'm sure he's going to do a very good job. Lots of people watching from home. But up next, Dan Collins, Shian, with Shian to lead. Drivers ready. Judge. Let's send it. Shian here at the RC Drift IO 2025 main event. Look at him go with that pace already out of there. Oh, and a big mistake in that first outer zone. With Dan just playing a little bit safe. I think he kind of saw that coming a little bit with the pace that Shian had. Just couldn't quite manage to keep it together for that first outer zone. It's definitely going to cost him. But Dan here, look at him. A really nice, safe chase. Very capable driver. That beautiful Red Bull shell as well. Shian all the way around. Burying his finger into the controller. Full power. Absolute send across the line. Unfortunate mistake into that first zone, though, that's going to cost him quite dearly. Let's see what happens in the second half.
So we're switching positions then. Dan will lead Shian to chase. Nice and early initiation, but just missing out the zone at the very beginning, but corrects it round. Shian finding his way in and staying close throughout. This is a fantastic chase run, but it's because the lead run is nice and consistent that's allowing that to happen. And around they go, almost against the wall, but just about makes it round. So close, so close at the end.
A beautiful chase, but not enough to make up for the mistake.
That's what I would assume.
And a very tidy lead from Dan as well, obviously playing it safe. And we do have a decision in. Dan is going to be your winner for this battle and advance through into the top 32 of the upper. We'll see Shian again in the lower bracket. Up next, Jack Brown, Chris Brock.
Jack will lead our first run.
Okay. This time round, I had driver information, but we don't have access.
That's fine.
I apologise.
We'll look at. We're doing all right.
All right, let's send it. First half of this battle, Chris Brock versus Jack Brown.
Jack will lead our first run.
All right, Jack in the lead with Chris in the chase, and that beautiful BBRC. RX-7, a little bit of an awkward initiation. Not quite there in the chase position either, but a good lead line being put down from our lead here. Again, still not much of an answer, a little bit slow.
Closing in.
Oh, a big wobble in the chase position there as well. Maybe even straight in. Oh, and then a big, even larger mistake anyway. So the judge was seeing that. And we do see some dings on the wall there as they cross the line from our lead as well. Which
it looked like the lead made quite a late transition for the final switchback. And
potentially,
that might have just upset the rhythm of Chris there.
The pace as they head into that second outer clip as well was very low down. And I think the chase had more pace than the lead, and he had to kind of hook up to potentially counteract that. But let's see what happens in the second half.
So Chris leading this time with Jack chasing. So let's see how this one goes in. It's a good snapping transition, but middle line all the way through. And the chase car stays on the correct line, but stays with him, carrying that speed. That's the sign right there. You're on the wider line and you're still master. Now closing. There's a little bit of a touch there, but I think that's because the lead car bounced off the wall first, and there's another bounce off the wall from the lean car. It's all starting to fall apart a little bit this run as they complete.
Yeah, that was not I wouldn't say crazy in the lead, but it was, tidy. Maybe what it needed to be just to take this battle just this time round.
Well, we've got a call. So they must have deemed it 0 one way one time, and then 0 the other way on the second time.
I mean, it was scrappy. It was scrappy on both parts, and I'm sure there's mistakes there that the judges have picked up on. So we play it again.
So Jack will lead our first run of our OMT. Chris will chase on this first run.
We are off the line. We see Jack leading once again. Look at him go. Out of zone 1. Oh, and a big and unfortunate mistake from the chase. Weirdly, it seemed like a separate mistake in the lead as well. So I don't know if the timing of that is going to play into it a little bit, just to see who was first at fault there. I don't know if maybe the lead just had so much pace out and the chase was just trying to keep with him. But again, if the fault lies with the chase, as he hit the wall first.
So the chase car definitely hit the wall first.
Okay.
But I was just trying to look to see if the chase car hit the lead car before he hit the wall himself. He was going in the wall either way.
He was.
The question is, did he take the lead car with him? It looked like he did.
Yes. That's going to be an interesting one. We'll have to see how that plays out.
The replay person is nodding, saying that happened. All right, we're going to swap positions then, and this is looking tidier so far in that they haven't crashed into each other yet. And on the line stays the big bounce off the wall this time now, though.
That's unfortunate for Chris there, as he just puts in the wall into that second outside zone. Again, what are the judges going to be saying to this? I think maybe it might go to Chris. They might go one more time again. I'm not sure.
It's difficult to say, because I think that it was the chase at fault on the first run.
It was for sure, yeah.
So
but it was scrappy still. And you do see that quite a bit, right?
We'll wait for confirmation. And so Jack Brown advances to the next round. So
up next, one for the people watching at home, Nazar versus Ethan Howard.
Ethan will lead our first run.
Two UK Southern drivers. They've driven together many times before, I'm sure. I think they're going to be keen to perform. We're going to see Ethan lead this time round. You can do that. That's the thing. Just go there and add it. Let's get into it. Off we go. Ethan there in the lead position in that beautiful red PS13. Comes up a little bit short, big angle. Has to make a bit of a correction there. But Nazar playing it very safe by falling back and allowing room for that mistake to play out.
He did well to slow it down.
He did indeed. As zone 2, Ethan's there.
A little bit shallow on angle though, is Naz there?
And they're very slow on pace as well. We saw some tyres potentially dropping there on Ethan's position, but Naz is just there with him, just playing it safe. And over the line. Interesting.
Naz taking quite a shallow line at that final sweep to close the distance. But just as they get the closest to the judges, he was very close. So, I have been told that the judges are losing their eyesight a little bit. So, appealing somewhere near where the judges are is probably positive.
I'm sure that happens.
Yeah. If you've got Braille on your body shell, you're more likely to win.
I mean, as we spoke about yesterday, over 30 years of experience there from our judges, so they must all be of age, at least a little bit. But I trust their eyes entirely. Let's see how this goes in the second half.
So Nazar this time taking the lead, Ethan to follow. Nazar taking a very early initiation. And Ethan staying with it. Just a little tap of the wall from now. And now the transition goes in. Always on a very wide line as Ethan, but stays with it. Doesn't hit the wall, but he's very fast through that middle section. Can he slow it down? Just a little tap between the two. Into the final switchback. Now on the right line. Ethan staying with him all the way through. Oh, just a little bit.
Wow. Ethan with the aggression in the middle of that run, right?
Ethan just had to hesitate a little bit in towards the end of that final sweeper because he's on the narrow line. He was making the distance. You could just see he visibly had to just back off just a little bit.
And I think there's a similar thing from in midfield as well, where he kind of transitioned and it come up a little bit short. But let's see what the judges say. One more time. We go again. Wowee. I'm keen to see how that plays out again.
So Ethan back to the front position. Now we'll follow.
Let's go. Ethan that lead position again. Comes out wide, catching that line nicely. Naz nice and straight. Big initiations. They come a little bit short on that first out of zone, pulling out again towards the second half of it. Nice transitions, nice and tidy. Big flicks from Ethan, comes up short again. Out zone 2 filled nicely. Nazar just dropping back, not quite there with an answer at the minute. He's going to have to cut some corners to catch up.
Just looked a little
Not
bit
quite
wobbly
there
on that
still.
switchback.
Hasn't quite caught Ethan. Ethan running away with this a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, Nazar's on the shallower line throughout to try and stay with it. And it looked a little bit wobbly on that final switchback as well.
It did.
So not the same level of confidence that we might have seen in him from earlier.
Let's do the second half, see what happens.
All right. Nazar leading then, Ethan within check. Ethan is hungry for it, he's staying right with him, gives Nazar the space, but taps the wall first. Ethan follows him into it, but Nazar definitely was there first. But
it's going to cost Nazar quite dearly, I imagine.
Yeah, the real question is, Nazar, even if Nazar wasn't there, Ethan would have gone into the wall with that approach.
Yes,
so,
yeah.
That wasn't a forced error.
Maybe Ethan got a little bit lucky there with
the fact that the lead car goes first, so therefore it's more likely to crash first. That was the only thing that separated those two.
There it is. The decision has been made as well. An easy one for the judges. It is Ethan to take the win on that one. We'll see Nazar again in the lower bracket though. So stay online if you're watching Nazar at home, as I know many of you are.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans for both of these guys. Yeah.
Let us know in the comments who else you're watching. Who else is for the taking today?
Next up, we've got Sam Burton. You will lead against Sondre Gulbrandsen. There we go.
Mr. FPS, popular on the YouTube. Sondre as well, a international competitor from yesterday. Didn't qualify too highly. Put down some very nice runs during practice, though. We saw many times over. It's going to be Sam to lead here. All right, let's get right into it. Mr. FPS out in the front there in that beautiful PS13. Sondre in the BMW taking that dive to get right on his door as they feel that first outer zone. Comes out a little bit short. Our chase here is just stepping away as well. But there he is with the proximity right up against Sam's beautiful lead. Leaving plenty of room for it to be filled. Oh, it's difficult straining there. I don't know if the judges are going to call that a complete straight in on Sam's part, but we'll see what they say.
Sondre very shallow on the angle as well throughout. Yes. You can see he took a very straight approach into the first turn, which is fine as the chase car, I think, but then snapped it to angle, though he didn't lose momentum in that section.
Absolutely.
So
it was a beautiful initiation, I felt.
But yeah, it's going to be
straight.
There were some very straight moments from both of them. So which ones the judges deemed as too straight, who knows?
Absolutely. Let's play the second half and see what happens.
Sondre will lead, Sam to follow then. So Sondre this time taking more of a swing, very much more angle going into the first turn, staying within the zone. Sam doing the same, staying disciplined, not trying to cheapen his line just to stay with that lead car, staying on the ideal line throughout. And Sondre is getting away a little bit. Here comes Sam with the
Pure pace
Didn't quite pay off, but you could see he was setting that up.
Absolutely.
He was like, oh, I've lost the ground, but I'm going to make it back. I'm going to make it back.
He dumped the wheel speed. He went for it, and he just went a little bit too aggressive, unfortunately. But let's see what the judges say. And, of course, off the back of that, Sondre takes the win.
All right.
Okay. Moving on.
Yep. Before we do, just quick driving announcement. Next group of drivers, please be ready to go. Tuba Wong, Michael Mashin, Alistair Van, Andy King, Peter Reimer, Harry Nichols. You'll be up within the next few battles. Ryan Addis, you have a bye. And our next battle, Davey Zoutenbier and Ricardo Silva. Davey, you will lead our first run.
All right, let's get into this battle. Davey versus Ricardo. All right, off the line, Davey in that lead position, Ricardo in the chase. Look at that initiation from Davey. He touches the wall, but not a mistake. And Ricardo's taking the big old dive into outer zone 1. There he is, right on his door. Beautiful lead being put down still as well. And they go into outer zone 2. Outer zone 2 filled very well. Outer zone 3, nicely done. Here they are on the transition. Ricardo taking a really big snappy line through there, having to take more dives. He's very shallow on angle. He's not quite in the zone.
Davey definitely had the angle.
Interesting, really interesting transition there as well for that second inner clip on Ricardo's part. I think he kind of had to swerve to make space for it a little bit late and kind of adapted, which is very impressive to see. Let's see what happens in the second half.
So Ricardo leading Davey in the chase position as they come in. Plenty of angle from Davey, stays right with him. On the slightly wider line, it looks like, or is it the illusion from the longer body? But matching the timing of the transition right there, staying on the zone. Now Davey lining up for the dive for the final sweeper. In he goes to the inside and all the way around. Staying clean, both drivers.
There it is. Wowee. What a chase across the line. Beautifully done. Let's see what the judges make of that. I'm very keen to see how it plays out.
And a unanimous decision from the judges. Advancing is Davey's Hottenbeer.
Davey, good stuff. Very well deserved, I feel. What a chase that was. Truly beautiful. Up next, Adam Gavico and Bram Vogel. A pair of very high caliber British drivers. Adam Gavico in 11th qualifying place there as we in this upper bracket.
Next up, Adam is in the lead position and Bram in the chase.
Let's send it. Line him up, Mr. Gavico in the lead there. Let's see if Bram has an answer for him. Look at him go. The pace is not there on Bram's part for sure. And a nice job on that first out of zone from Adam. Look at him really taking away with this. There's a good 6 cars length between the two. Adam with that pace and Bram with no answer. But look at Adam go. Nice and snappy. Good into that out of zone as he heads all the way around. Again, Bram definitely not there with him just yet. And over the line. Wow. Interesting. Big fallback from Bram, of course. I'm not sure he's going to have enough of an answer to make up for that.
Yes.
In the second half of this battle, but we will see. It's going to have to be aggressive on the lead. I'm sure Adam's going to play it quite safe as they head into the second half.
So Bram in the lead position, Adam chasing, now lining up the dive on the first turn. Right to the inside goes Adam, manages to stop it, no contact. Bram's not entirely on the outside, but Adam wants that inside. Big bounce off the wall from
Bram.
Adam stopping to avoid any kind of wind collision, but now completing the run.
Very nicely done. Very interesting from Adam on that part. He still kind of laid down the aggression. I thought he was going to play it safe given the mistakes, but I guess he was keen to perform and show the people at home what he's.
It makes for good warm-up and practice for the later rounds as well, right?
Absolutely, so, and I think that's going to be, unless we didn't see any mistakes from Adam that you and I missed, I think.
Yeah, there we go. Adam Gavico will advance to the top 32.
Nicely done for Adam there. Shame for Bram, but we'll see him again in the lower bracket. Greg Dev Mitchell and Sook. Sook, a legend amongst the scene at the minute. Loved by many, hated by few. We're going to see Greg Dev Mitchell in the lead position and Sook to chase. Mr. AML RC as well, part of the crew, representing. They're warming their tyres up. And the beautiful S2000 pulling up to the line in that lead position from Greg. All right, let's get into it. All right, Greg in the lead position here with Sook in the chase. Look at them there with the proximity. Sook not just leaving quite enough room for Greg to initiate there. I think the fault's going to lie with him, but we'll see what the judges say. But they are carrying on to that second out of the zone there. Proximity just falling off a little bit as well, and Sook's part of a really nice line being put down by Greg. He's got a really good pace there, nice and snappy into that final out zone. Big old dive from Sook as they cross the line. But yep, the hesitation there on the initiation from Sook, I think, not leaving enough room, maybe being just a little bit too aggressive off the line.
Too keen to try and stay close.
Absolutely. I don't feel like Greg was slow on pace either. So
No, I think he made the move that he makes. It's on the chase car to find that timing and the space, I think. So
absolutely. Let's roll the second half.
So in that lead position then, got all the work to do. Greg right behind. So take the aggressive dive in. And Greg just taking the shallower line just to stay with him. And now, as they close right in, Greg on the attack. Can't get away. Stays on it for the sweeper. Greg's trying to stay with him.
Look at him go.
Very aggressive right at the end.
Yeah, super nice on this wall here as he comes past the desk. I felt a breeze on my feet. Beautiful stuff.
So, bounce from something at the beginning. It could be the thing that splits the pair of them, but then they're having a look. They're having a look.
They're watching the replay.
Did the lead car choke out the chase car, or did the chase car bounce off the wall by themselves? Because they put themselves in a dangerous position.
That's going to be the judges as well.
That's going to be the key thing. Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be deciding between a one more time or a win for. There's replays on the TV if anyone wants to watch it back as well in the room, or if you're watching at home, you should be able to see it as well.
I'm trying to catch it myself just to see if I can see what's on. This is the latter part of the run that is on the replay that we can see. Unfortunately, you guys on the live feed can't see that bit, but
yeah, it's just here, isn't it, on the right side of the screen here? Yeah, I think Sook just didn't leave enough room. That's the way it looks to me.
That from the angle that I can see, like the lead car has the right to make their way across. You know, they don't have to. You know, giving space for transition is a fundamental part of a good chase run, and it didn't look like the lead car suddenly slowed down and the chase car went in. So and the judges. Yep, with what we're saying here. They have announced that Greg will advance to the top 32. We'll see Sook in the bottom lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. It can be over within the first corner, and you've really got to make it count. Up next, Tuba Wong and Michael Machin.
And driver announcement, can we have the remaining drivers ready for their top 64, please? John Ford, Nolan Ware, John Futrell, Adam Rowlands, Alex Waite, and Simon Gulbranson. Michael will lead the first run against Tuba. You are? Sorry, what did I do?
No, we're getting heckled from John Futrell about not being called Bullhead.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
he's got Bullhead in brackets.
He's got Bullhead in after the slash.
John Futrell, I don't know that guy. Good stuff. We are ready to rip. Let's see what Tuba Wong and Michael Machin do here today at the RC Drift IO 2025 main event, top 64 bracket. Let's send it. Michael out front here, Tuba in the chase. Look at him there with the proximity off the line. Look at the pace from Tuba, taking that dive. Wowie, up on the wall. We do see some huge corrections there in the lead position, unfortunately, and Tuba having to take a crazy line just to stay in drift. We'll see what the judges say in a moment, but look at them go here. Look at Tuba, the straight line there as he transitioned. He's going to have to be very careful of that in future battles, I'm sure. Over the line. Interesting. I think the lead there.
Like Michael put on way too much angle in order to stop himself from hitting the wall, and Tuba had nowhere to go, really. It did look like a lead car fault from where I could see it. We'll see what the judges have to say about it. They're having a bit of a discussion amongst themselves as well.
All right, second half, Tuba in the lead this time. Heads for that white line. Let's see if he can do a cleaner initiation. Does play a little bit safe, doesn't quite feel that zone. With Michael taking the dive to be on his door, just bumping him there, just slightly around. Not a disruption though. Very nice in the proximity. A little bit of slow transition in the chase position, but he is there with the proximity up against Tuba's door. Tuba laying down a really nice line, leaving all the room in the world for Michael to dive in. But here they are, final out zone, filling it all the way around. Beautifully done,
nice
over the line.
Wow. Nice and clean.
That was a really nice line from Tuba. A little bit aggressive in places from Michael, right?
Yeah, that's it. Michael was just applying the timing of his transitions there.
Yeah, very interesting split decision here from the judges as well. We are seeing one goes to Tuba Wong and the other two to... Very interesting stuff. I'd actually like to hear from the judges on that one, if they would like to talk about it. They're talking amongst themselves. Do the judges want to say something about it? I think maybe not for now. We'll see these guys in the lower bracket anyway. So,
So Michael Manchin.
they are.
Hold on.
And
What's
they've
happened?
updated
What's
their
happened?
decision.
Did somebody push the wrong button? Is that what's happening?
I think they've had a change of heart. Let's definitely hear from the judges here about what's going on.
Dice?
Do you want to talk about?
Can we have a word about?
Conferring?
Yeah, of course. So, did you announce it already? Or?
We
were
did,
talking
but we
about
just
it.
see that you changed it.
I think we've all filled it in. For me, at least, the first run was basically a 0-0. Both lead car and chase car would have crashed regardless. So what I'm basing my decision on is the second run, where Tuba's lead run was much cleaner than the chase run.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw a very aggressive.
That's what swung my vote.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, I think. And Michael Matchin, again, it was very aggressive in the chase position as well. So, huge congratulations to Tuba. And we'll see Michael in the lower bracket. Good stuff. Up next, Alistair Vane and Andy Kingstar. I'm sure some people at home will be watching this guy, another legend of the hobby. Kingstar will be leading up first as well. Kingstar, please get on the stage. Kingstar to lead, of course. A friend to many around the world.
Oh, absolutely.
When it comes to RC drifting, and of course, Alistair Vane is going to be here to put his stamp on the track and on Andy and see what happens.
Sorry, my eyesight's definitely going too, because I thought that said Vlan with an L, but it's actually Vian with an I.
Vian, yeah.
Vane.
Yeah, we'll send it with that. Good stuff, right. Let's get into it. Let's go. Mr. Kingstar out front. Alistair Vane putting on some big angle and just losing out in the proximity and the pace already there. Having to take a big old dive and skipping out of zone one while Andy fills it really nicely. But Alistair is still not quite there. A bit of hesitation in the transition, a little bit awkward, but Andy laying down a really nice lead line still. He's right where he needs to be, right on that qualifying line, what the judges want to see. Again, another awkward transition from Alistair. And Andy not quite filling this zone either and just taking away with it a little bit. Interesting stuff.
A little bit of safety from Kingstar at the end, which is very unlike him, isn't it?
It is, and we see Kingstar has a very unique style, in my opinion, a style that I genuinely really like as well.
Super fast, a little bit shallow on angle, so it can be deemed to be a bit straight, but super aggressive driving style.
Potentially king of tyre loading when it comes to driving straight as well. But let's see, second half of this, let's play it.
So this time, Alistair in the lead with Annie to follow. Alistair with a nice tidy entry, not quite in the zone he is now, but Kingstar right with him throughout, and now here comes that transition into the second zone, and it's looking nice and strong. Andy King knows exactly where to put himself. Can he make the final dive for the sweep? Oh, a little bit of a wall tap from Alan there, which is a shame.
That's a mistake from Alistair for sure.
Andy King keeps it tidy throughout.
Interesting. That was at the end from Alistair's side. Let's see what the judges make of this one. They're going to be conferring.
And we got a call. Our winner is Andy King. So Andy King will advance to the top 32. Alistair Vane to the lower bracket. Another chance. Next up, we've got Harry Nichols and Peter Rybar. Harry will lead our first run.
The bottom, yeah. It goes top, bottom, top, bottom.
So top 32 before the bottom 32.
Yeah. All right, let's advance on. See who's up next. It is Harry Nichols and Peter Rybar, as Mazza has just told you. Let's get right into it. Team HMRC, Harry Nichols out front for this one. Let's beep him. All right, off the line, Harry Nichols giving lead to Peter here. Peter just having a little bit of hesitation to be really shallow on angle for that first out of zone. Harry not quite deep in the zone either, but a nice bit of angle. They are into zone 2, some awkward This again in the chase position, having to take those dives to pick up in the proximity. There goes Harry, just rubbing that wall ever so slightly. We do see a slight correction on the front wheels on that side as well. The judge will be reviewing that, I'm sure, but I think in terms of first to zero, there could have been something from there on Peter's side. But let's play the second half and see what happens.
So this time, Peter in the lead, Harry on the chase position. Peter swing into the first turn, misses the zone slightly, but the chase car now staying right with him on that same line. Here comes the transition, had to wait a little bit, and a moment of braking just cost him a bit of distance, but now can he close it back in for the final link?
Ooh.
Oh, it's a bit of a speed race, isn't it? This one.
It was.
It's a bit of a speed race.
It was kind of
lead car trying to get away,
right.
and chase car desperately trying to stay with it both.
Yep.
Just giving up.
Not quite on
the
the qualifying
tidiness
line
on the
at
line,
many
yeah.
points for sure. It's an interesting one.
So, oh. Let's get some clarification on this one then.
Freeway split.
We got one judge going for Peter, one judge going for Harry, and the other one going one more time. So in this circumstance, I guess we go one more time, right?
Absolutely. Interesting stuff. A complete split decision. They could not agree. So we go again. Here we go, one more time. Harry out front once again, Peter in the chase. Peter not much.
Bit of a gap opened up already.
Proximity. But a nice line being put down by Harry. Again, not too deep in those zones. Hopefully they're playing it a little bit smoother this time and aiming for that qualifying line in the lead position. As in the last battle, we saw them kind of run away with it a little bit. A little bit awkward on the transition. Again, not quite there in the zones, and not much of an answer for Peter either here just yet. Over the line.
It's pretty evenly matched, really. They both on similar lines, both at similar speed. Nobody able to get away, nobody really able to close in.
Absolutely.
Very, very close between the two.
Let's do the second half and see what happens.
So Peter this time in the lead position, Harry to chase, staying nice and close to each other this time. Harry getting a bit closer, not quite as much angle, but you would expect that from the chase car. Now, can they time the transition here? Losing a little bit. Oh, there's a big bounce off the wall from Peter. Harry does what he needs to in order to avoid that. Peter trying to push as hard as he can in the zone. Harry playing a little bit safer, knowing that Peter had made that mistake into the wall there. They have questions. Judges have questions. Say again?
Ah, you would have restarted. Okay, we can call restart on that. No problem at all. In future, grab the mic quick as you can. Scream down it, then restart, okay? Nice little practice for them there. Yeah, or just shout at the drivers, restart. All good. We'll play it again on that part. There was a restart called, and we missed it, unfortunately.
So, Peter will lead once more. Harry to chase once more. So, forget that last run. The first one still counted, but this one is a rerun of the last run we just had.
All right, let's send the second half of this battle again. Hopefully they can make it tidy this time. All right, Peter's the lead. Off the line, here they go, nice initiation. A little bit slow, not too snappy, but Harry is there. Just trying to pick up that proximity now as they go through that first out of zone, down into out of zone 2. Getting there, they're getting there again. Nice and tidy with the Peter in the lead. Nice transition, nice and snappy. Out of zone 3, doesn't quite make it. Out of zone 4, filled fairly well. And the ding on the wall on the line. I don't know if the judges will.
I think it doesn't quite go right to the outside. Where you see the two white stripes on the outside before the first turn,
there.
He's supposed to be right to the outside, and he's not quite there.
And that's why I think that was the cause of the restart as well, right?
Yeah, well, interestingly, even now, I think he was on the inside of that second line. So I'm surprised the judge didn't do it again, because they said they would do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have made their final decision here, and it's going to be Harry to advance, and we'll see Peter in the lower bracket. Interesting stuff. Again, yeah, it was an interesting way that played out. But up next, let's move on.
So, yes, I just want to clarify myself now. We're going to be running these guys, and then we're going to go up here first before we go to... No, we do lower 32 first. Yeah. Okay, right.
Up next, John Ford, BBRC man, and Nolan Ware. Wow, double BBRC, is it? That's a convenient one. Two very familiar drivers with each other. Let's see how this plays out. We're going to see... One moment. I haven't got my thing. It is Nolan in the lead. They already knew. I didn't know. Let's go. All right, Nolan giving lead. John Ford's there. Nolan's right out on those white lines. Look at him go with the pace and the proximity. Oh, a little bit too much. A little bit overcooked there. Judges will be reviewing that, but I think an obvious one there. Too much pace into that first outer zone. It is interesting as well, actually, the layout of this track, how the big initiation off the straight is into a smaller of the corners. I think traditionally you would see a straight into a big corner, right? And this one can be a little bit tight, and that means you've really got to play it safe with the pace. It becomes less of a sweepy zone and more of a technical zone, which is going to play out much later into the battles many times over, I am sure. But let's send the second half and see what happens.
So swapping positions then, John Ford this time taking the lead position. He doesn't need to make many risks, but Nolan really wants to go aggressive. He wants to make it back after the first run there, but you're not letting it phase him. He's staying stable, staying on it. A little bit of a stall up there on the exit there with big angle, and yeah, sure enough, without that speed, he goes a little bit narrow into the entry on that final sweeper. But the two...
Scrappy, no?
Yeah, easily run, but also Nolan did a good job of keeping the pressure on. He knew he had a deficit to make up, so...
Absolutely.
And we've got a decision. John Ford will advance.
Good stuff on John's side there. I think we did see that big mistake from Nolan as well, so it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise for either side. But moving on. Up next. Oh, no way is this the battle pairing. No way. Midlands Drift Warehouse.
Quick driver.
I couldn't have done that even if I wanted to, and I'm amazed this is happening. Top 64. This is going to be very interesting. It is Adam Rowlands versus Bullet.
Driver calls then for the next group of people. John Paul Spanner, Andres Cononol, Frederick Neptune, Dan Carrot, James Nash, Sam Reddin. If you guys can start making your way, you'll be back up soon.
We're going to see Adam Rowlands leading on the first part of this battle here up against Bullet, MDS teammates, Team Yakuza. Let's hope they don't fall out, although it's only a short drive home together in the van, so... You drove on your own, did you? Okay, that was probably wise, especially after this. All right, Adam Rowlands giving lead to Bullhead. What a pairing here. Look at that initiation from Adam Rowlands. Wowee, nice and deep in that first outer zone. Really beautiful transition. And Bullhead is right there with an answer, just not quite filling the zone as well, but he is there. Outer zone 2, nicely done. Good lead line, super steady on the pace, super steady in the angle, a little bit of a straight in there in the chase position, super shallow on the angle. Outer zone 4 though, filled all the way around by Adam Rowlands. Look at him go. The man came to perform.
It's like those two like drive together a lot or something.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that, would you? Very nicely done though. A really nice lead line from Adam there. I think the initiation as well, for a man who doesn't love driving straight and initiating like that, he nailed it in my opinion, really. So let's see what happens in the second half.
So Bullet in the lead position. Adam nice and close, aggressive to go in to the first turn. Bullet stays right on the zone. Little brush with the wall, but really doesn't move him at all. And now making that next transition. A little bounce off the wall that time, but it still stays tiny. Adam stays right with him. Now here's that final switch. Adam, can he line it up? Goes in for the dive, stays nice and close as they sweep round the final turn. And complete run two. Wow.
That was good stuff. they knew what they were doing there, right? The proximity was crazy. Ooh. Unbelievable stuff. That's going to be a hard one for the judges as well, I'm sure. Two very capable drivers. I mean, Bullet wasn't quite there with the initiation that we saw from Adam in the lead, but I think maybe Adam might just
We've got a call. The winner is Adam Rowlands.
Congratulations.
Bullet will...
I think, like I said, I think he just about took it, in my opinion. That must have been closer in the judge's eye. Up next, Alex Waits, and Cement, our international competitors. Sure, family watching at home from both sides. It will be, let's see who's leading real quick. Cement to lead. And that leaves Alex of PBRC in the chase position there as they roll up to the line. All right. Okay, off the line they go. Cement is there. Let's see if Alex can put down a good look at that initiation. Wowee from Cement. Beautifully done to first out of zone. Might have even now done our previous battle that we just saw, but Alex taking the dives. Oh. Cook up, and a big mistake from Alex there in the chase position. And now I'm sure Cement's going to be playing it safe for the rest of this run. That is unfortunate for Alex. He's going to have to play aggression in the second half of this battle and put the pressure on Cement and see if he can cause a mistake. I mean, he's going to have to lay down a very nice lead line, and Cement is just going to have to sit back probably. Is that actually what's going to happen? But yeah, let's see what happens.
I don't know, based on... Okay, so Alex taking the lead here and chasing in. Stays nice and close, adjusting with the angle, getting on the brakes, staying right on the door of the 86 body right there in front of him. Cement Gulbranson nice. Just absolutely glued all the way through. Waits for it and goes in.
Absolutely, there he is.
Every little centimetre available.
Very nicely done. I mean, from my side, I was expecting Cement to play it safe, but I don't think he did. I'm just going to send it anyway. I'm going to be right there on Alex's door the whole way around.
But the trust he had in Alex to put the lead line in nice and clean was there as well.
Absolutely. But and the winner, Cement, takes the win, advances on, and we will see Alex in the lower bracket. I think we are just about wrapping up our top 64 here.
That
with
is the
final
last one
battle.
of the 64, yes.
Okay. We're going to be advancing into the lower bracket. I think we're going to take a small advertisement break.
Get out there and have fun. Because you've got Maguire's. And we've got your back. From wash, to paint care, to maintenance and more, Maguire's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Maguire's, reflect your passion.
double elimination bracket happening here today.
I can't. That's
Lower bracket.
okay. There we go.
First time top 32 in the lower bracket. These are people who have lost in the top 64. This is their second chance to make it count. I'm very interested to see what happens. We've got some big names down here actually. I feel like Ricardo is just one time in the lower bracket. You can see he rise up quite well.
Of course, Wolf as well. Shian, big names. These people are highly qualified, amazing drivers here in the lower bracket with their second chance. Traditionally in a tournament, you would see the single elimination with them going out in the top and then not coming back.
So looking at the top half then, of the battles that we did see, obviously we've got the seeded drivers that we haven't seen yet, but
Yes.
of the battles that we did see, who do you think is looking good?
To take the whole thing,
Maybe, yeah, of course.
I don't know. We saw Sebastian really perform yesterday in international qualifying, right? He's been performing all
and his
weekend.
battle was very strong too.
Absolutely. And yes, Rory Edwards, we've not seen him drive yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
He got a Bjorn top 64 because he was top qualifier for the year so far. And that's where it put him. So maybe Rory Edwards could be to play for.
Dan Robinson of number 2 seed.
Absolutely,
and I think Aaron Grantham also with the bye there.
We are actually
haven't
yet
spoken
to see
about
any
that.
of the UK's finest, right?
Ryan Addis is up
Byrons.
there too. Henry Ford also with the bye there. And then where's our number 6 seed who got a bye? Dylan Campbell, previous champion.
Previous champion, 2024 champion.
And,
Campbell, let's see what he does. Up next though, right, let's get into it.
All right, we're ready to go.
Jean-Paul Spanner, Andris Konovos.
Andris will lead the first run.
They're going to make their way over now. Hello to everyone watching at home. Hope you're well. Light up the comments, share it with your friends. If you're enjoying watching at home, if you're entertained, hopefully you are.
We've got loads more to go.
Loads more to go. What have we done? So we've done, how many battles of that? Do we know? We can work it out. It's 32 battles. We've done 32 already out of 120, actual 120 battles, live streamed here on the internet for your viewing pleasure. 95 of you at home watching. I think there's about 70 something in the room as well. If we count partners, maybe up to 80 or so, which is, 200 eyes on us. That's quite something.
Okay, judges are ready to go. Tech team are ready to go.
We are ready.
All right then, our drivers are good and they are on the stage.
Let's do it. All right, we got Andris here giving lead to Jean-Paul Spanner. They head out into the first zone. A bit of an awkward initiation from Andris, but Jean-Paul Spanner is there with the proximity. Nice transition from Andris. Again, Jean-Paul Spanner having to take a second dive, just try and pick out the proximity. He's kind of dropping a tyre here and there just to make up for it as well. But a nice snappy transition.
Looked very straight from Jean-Paul.
Very awkward in the chase position there from Jean-Paul Spanner. Over the line. Whoa-wee. Getting together for the finish. Good stuff. I mean, a little bit scrappy on both parts, I would say. I think maybe Andris might be at a minor advantage so far, but the second half is still to play for. So let's do it.
So this time, Jean-Paul taking the lead. Andris will chase. Andris hungry for it. Oh, has he just choked his line out a little bit there? Oh, that was a little bit untidy. So then the judge is going to be having a look to see how aggressive the chase car was in that position that they were in, and whether that meant that the lead car couldn't go where they wanted to, or whether the lead car was going to crash regardless of where that was. The really interesting thing to see is how that was, because Andris was right up against him, and it looked like Jean-Paul didn't come right across the track to the winner's part. Now, whether that was his choice or whether he felt he couldn't do it because the chase car was there. For one thing is for sure, it was a very aggressive attack by the chase car.
Absolutely, very aggressive.
The leading car did hit the wall.
See, we're not in with a decision just yet. The judge is deliberating. Watching that replay, making the most of it.
They're going to want to watch that as a few times. They were pretty close. So we have access to our replays here
Watch it back.
at the moment. We try to watch back. But
It's interesting. It's the left side of this, right, that we kind of really want to pay attention to.
yeah, so Andrew's chasing, so we want to see the beginning really of this run.
That's what happens. I mean, it was definitely a ding on the wall in the lead position.
So here we go. So you can see Andrews is right there, is side by side.
Andrews is very far over the line as well,
yeah,
which the judges said is fine to pick up.
In all fairness, it does look like he's a car length behind.
Yeah.
But I can also see how that could be off-putting to stop John Moore from coming across and using the full width of the track. And also, the next thing to determine after that is if that was a factor in the actual collision against the wall, right?
Absolutely.
So
the fault needs to be determined ultimately.
Because when John Moore he didn't take the widest line in there either. So, like, is that his natural line? You know, there's a lot of things going on
or
here.
is he playing it safe?
But,
you know, it's hard to tell.
You know, I don't want to tell the judges how to judge, but if they have to think about it too much, we just run it again, eh? You know.
Very interesting stuff. Lower bracket battles as well, and the performance is still there, which is, you know, it shows how high the bar is. And like we said earlier, we're still yet to see the top drivers, as they are by-run drivers, but once we're through these next 16 battles, we'll be heading into the top 32 of the upper bracket, which is going to be spicy.
Judges looking to make a call. They have made a call.
In.
It's a split decision, 2-1. Your winner, Andres Kononov.
Wowee. That was a hard one for the judges to call, but they have made the decision there. And we're going to move swiftly on. Up next, Frederick Neptune, Dan Carrot, and it's going to be Dan to lead.
Yes, Frederick will chase the first run.
I feel like, did we see these two go head-to-head already in the upper bracket? There's potential.
No, that can't happen.
In round one, it can happen because they both drop in, but then later on, it can't happen.
What?
Wait, no,
because
it can't. You're right.
They both would have lost their previous match.
I apologize. You're right. It literally cannot happen. We are ready. Let's send it. Dan Carrot here giving lead to Frederick Neptune. Ooh, very straight on the initiation in the chase position. And Dan Carrot putting down a really nice lead line through that first outer zone as well. They're going to transition here into the second outer zone.
Big angle from the chase.
Yeah, absolutely, but there he is. Snap, snap. A little bit straight as well as they go for that initiation. Look at Dan Carrot here, up on the wall. Very nicely done. Carries it all the way around over the line. Very good stuff.
I think the question's going to be, I think Frederick did this last time as well. He's very straight on that final switch back.
Very straight.
So will the judges see it as too straight? That was going to be the question.
Yeah, is it straight or is it that famous 1 degree of angle just staying in it? Let's roll the second half.
Frederick Neptune in the lead, then Dan Carrot with the chase. Frederick's going to come in. Big aggressive angle. Dan chasing right in. Maybe a tiny little tap there, front wheel to front wheel between the two cars. Dan staying right with him this whole time. Frederick staying on the right line. Now, here is the part that Frederick was very straight before. Not a problem this time. Can Darrett close in on the final corner there, taking the slightly shallower line, but staying right with Frederick all the way through.
Amazing stuff. Very nice. Dan definitely had an answer for it for a large portion of the run, right?
Had the pace. They both stayed pretty much on the lines that they were supposed to. Once again, I just like to say I'm glad that I'm not judging this one.
I completely agree. Hardest job in the room today. And, yes, but yeah, three very cases been put together to make this happen. And it's actually interesting how we've seen split decisions come out already as well. And I think I've got a lot of time for that, you know. Often you see it.
Oh, not split this time though, Josh.
Absolutely not. One more time. We go again. Let's see what happens as they replay this battle between Frederick Neptune and Dan Carrot. All right, Dan playing an interesting position there on the start. He doesn't want to be right next to Frederick. I don't know if he's planning big moves, but let's see what happens. right, we're off the line. We've got Frederick giving lead here to Dan Carrot in this one more time. Nice and snappy in the transition. Nice and deep in that first out zone. Dan Carrot just missing it ever so slightly, and Frederick stepping out towards the end of the zone. Nice transitions here into out of zone 2. Very steady. Nice proximity from Dan as well. Look at that mimicking through there. Very nicely done. Snappy transitions. Right on the bumper. Out of zone 4. All the way around. They're doing it very nicely and over the line. Interesting. We just saw Dan kind of fall away a little bit in this final zone. But
potential moment of confusion. I think Dan should have led that one. That was the first run of the ONT, wasn't it?
Well.
Am I losing track of runs? But they know who they are, hopefully, so that should be okay. And they'll switch position now.
Absolutely.
For the second run. So then this time Dan will take the lead. Frederick will chase. And away they go then. Dan in the lead position. Frederick with the chase. Frederick with the snap on. Oh, no.
For Dan, unfortunately.
Frederick wants to push him round, though, despite the issue there.
I think they were locked together for a moment there. But yeah, unfortunate mistake there on Dan's part. I assume on Dan's part. I mean, like
Frederick was nowhere near him.
Yeah.
So it's hard to put any real blame on Frederick there.
Look at that backy.
Frederick checking the limits of his car on the second run.
Very nicely done. But yeah, good stuff. Really good stuff. Unfortunate for Dan there. I think it's going to be a clear call.
I think it will be.
Unless, I mean, yeah. It must be.
And sure enough, the judges confirm.
Frederick taking the win on that one. And that does eliminate Dan for today, unfortunately. He's our first eliminated driver of the day, I believe.
No, he's not.
It's not. It's definitely not. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. The sleep is getting to me.
Okay. Just a quick driver announcement. Bram Vogel, Suk, Alistair, Vane, Peter Rybar, Bullhead, Alex Waits. If you guys can start getting ready to go, please. And then we'll have our next match, which is and James Nash. Sam will lead. Now, this is where it gets really interesting, Josh, for me, because Sam is our 47th seed. James is our 50th seed. Yep. So, on paper, it's about as close as you're going to get.
Absolutely.
And here they are in the bottom bracket, which mathematically speaking, it would make most sense because you'd expect maybe the top 32 seeds to be in the top 32. So then, it's almost like the system just works to how the theory goes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. It is interesting. I'm very curious.
Whoever thought of this clever old system, Josh? So Sam will lead our first run. James will chase on the first run. And then after that, our next battle after that will be Wolf versus Shi.
I'm very interested to see how Bram performs up against Suk. Again, I feel like they're two very similar level drivers.
Oh, yeah.
They're coming up in a few battles' time, but it's going to be an interesting one to watch. All right, into this battle. Right, let's see what Sam Redding can do in that lead position with James Nash putting the pressure on. He's not quite there just yet. Really nice initiation from Sam as well, but James not with much of an answer just yet. Ad zone 1 not really filled on either part. Ad zone 2 again just slightly missed, unfortunately. A little bit shy on the angle, but James is there with the answer, with the proximity there. He just falls back again after they touch ever so slightly on that second inner clip. Ad zone 4. Filled very casually.
Yeah, little knock on the door there from James, which is fine. I think it was interesting into the first corner because it initially looked like Sam had just pulled massive gap.
Yep.
But then he dived in, huge angle, and slowed it right down, and that gave James a chance to close in.
Yep.
And then from there, Sam wasn't necessarily on the best line, but James followed that exact line throughout and showed he had the speed. Couple knocks on the door. And now we're swapping positions then with James Nash leading. Sam Redding trying to knife into the inside there from the first turn. James Nash staying mostly on the line there, only a little bit outside of the zone, and Sam Redding now staying right with him throughout. Now this is where James was fast earlier, quite shallow, slightly over the curb, but maybe not enough to disqualify him with that one, but sweeps the zone. Both drivers sweeping the zone very nicely at the end.
I'm not sure. From where I'm stood, that could have been it for James, or those two tyres dropping. I'm not sure.
It's going to be a close one. It's going to be a close one.
I think we are allowing one tyre on the curb, but I don't know if it was two or not. The decision is in as well. James Nash takes the win, and that does eliminate Sam Redding. Very interesting. I mean, it plays into the first half of that battle, I think, in terms of the mistakes, and I think the second half was kind of not for the taking anyway. So, moving on.
Wolfzar Hoffmann versus Shian. Shian
this
will
goes.
lead our first run.
I think to the track for this one, because the pace, the pace is going to be up there. Have they got the precision to handle the pace? We will find out very soon. Let's send it. Okay, Shian in the lead position, Wolf in the chase. Beep him. Let's go. Has Wolf got an answer for Shian's sheer pace? We saw him make a big mistake in that first out of zone. He's not done it this time around though. Very shallow on angle, yeah, from Wolf there. Just has to kind of pull it back in to stay in drift and not straighten completely, but he is right there, taking all the cuts he needs to stick with Shian's sheer speed. Look at the angle through there into that final out zone. They're not quite in the zone, but the angle is right there, and Wolf is right there with him. Look at the answer.
So pace versus angle is basically
the I think Wolf kind of had to drop on the angle just to make the proximity work to keep up with the speed of Shian. But second half, let's see what happens.
So Wolf now in the lead position, cutting across a little bit, but she's not phased too much. Diving in, can he stay nice and close? The zone is swept very nicely by Wolf in the lead position. And staying with him there, just dropping back a little bit. Can he close back in again, having to take the shallower line to stay with him? Wolf, a little bit of a stall there from Wolf by the looks of it. It looked like he slowed right down. Big snap from the angle from the chase car for the line of sweeper as they continue through. Shian definitely got the speed. So
what a chase, right?
What a chase, what a chase. And that little reaction there, as I said, as they came out of the second area before the like Wolf just slowed down just that little bit.
He did a little bit, he did. And Shian
reacted to it so quickly.
He managed to adjust just in time. Oh wow, unanimous decision already as well though. We are going to see Wolf advance, and that eliminates Shian for the weekend. I actually would like to hear more from the judges on this one, because I feel like it was close on our side. The judges want to talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, of course. So there were a couple of moments of off-track. No, I'm good. So there were a few off-track moments, and also comparing the two lead runs together. Wolf's lead run was much cleaner on the right line, correct angle. So that.
Very nice to hear. Okay, good stuff. Moving on, Nazar versus Sam Burton.
Sam will lead our first run.
How this goes. I don't know what they're talking about right now. Are they heading to the line? Maybe. They've got.
Sam's car not quite switched on.
They're not quite with it just yet. How long should we give them? Shall I pluck a number out of the air?
You're just making stuff
1
up.
second. There we are. They're heading to the line now. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. Again, like you said earlier, I think we're seeing a lot of very even paired drivers at the minute. Like good pairings, you know, nice matching. And yeah, of course. It's Sam to lead first as well. They figured it out. Good stuff. Nazar on the chase. Let's see how it goes. All right, we're off the line. Mr. FPS Sam out front and Nazar of Team Panda Works. Sam not quite there in that zone, but Nazar keeping up with the proximity and the pace there as well. Sam putting down a nice lead line. A little bit of hesitation there into that second out of zone.
The transition a little bit sticky, yeah.
It was sticky, yeah. And Nazar managed to react quite well to it as well. Oh, big old angle. Just touches on that wall from Sam as well. We saw him do that earlier actually as well, didn't we? Where Sam kind of suddenly picked up a load of pace and then unfortunately he just had to bury it in the wall, whereas this time not so bad, but it could cost him ever so slightly. Let's see what happens now.
So swapping positions, now they're in the lead with Sam Burton to follow. A little bit of a gap forming, but can he make the dive? Sam, pushes in really hard. Couldn't quite hold it at that angle. Now keeps it clean as he continues around. Sam coming back for another little push. Can he do something a little cheeky here at the end? He has a go, but not quite there.
We lose Sam again, unfortunately. It's a shame for Sam in the chase position there, spinning it into that first outer zone. I think, from the judges already. Nazar takes the win. And that retires Sam Burton for this weekend already. Very interesting shake-up as well. Sam, a very capable driver.
And just a quick driver announcement. We're going to the top 32 upper bracket fairly soon. So can we have Rory Edwards, Yat Lang Poon, Dennis Buhner, Daniel McCurden, Sam Monks, Christian Bootin, Mark Norman. If you can start getting ready to go, please. You've got a few battles, but you'll be up not too long.
Absolutely. Up next, though, Bram Vogel and Tsushima. This is the one I was talking about just now.
Yes.
To see how this plays out. I think we saw Bram fall back on pace up against Adam Gavakol in his upper bracket battle. So let's see if Bram has made any adjustments, or has he sat there and wallowed. We will find out. Who's leading? That's a really good question.
Suk, you will lead the first run.
All right, they're on the line. Let's send it. Suk giving lead here to Bram Vogel. There he is.
Bit of a gap opening up already.
No proximity again from Bram, unfortunately, just yet. Let's see if he takes some dives to get up against Suk. Very far back on pace. Really nice line he put down with Suk. He is skipping a few of the zones, unfortunately. Not really, doesn't really need to, but he's doing it anyway, and it's really unfortunate for Bram.
He got himself very close to the wall.
He's going to wipe him out and work himself out. He went early. Oh. Judges, did we want to call a restart on that one due to the timing of the line? Yeah? Okay. So Suk left the line a little bit too early, so it should have been called as a restart. So we're going to go again on that half, which actually explains why Bram was so far behind as well. So let's see what happens as we replay this first half of this battle. Yeah. I think if one feels it, send it. All right, let's see. Suk off the line. Bram again, not with much of an answer just yet. But Suk is right there in that first out of zone, filled really nicely. Look at him go with the pace as well.
This is what happens when you give him a practice run.
Absolutely. He is warmed up and ready to rip. Again, Bram not with much of an answer just yet. The hesitation here as he goes through that in a clip. And Suk is many car lengths ahead.
Suk has this way of making this final transition where he goes straight towards the wall and it looks like he's going to go nose first into it before the final sweeper. And somehow he just manages to get out of it every time.
Beautifully done. A very nice driving style indeed, and it's a performance to be watched. Let's run the second half though and see what happens. All right, so we've already seen big pace difference here, but can Suk play that to his advantage and keep it tight?
In there, he goes.
Right there. Of course he is, up against Bram. Bram not quite filling the zone very well just yet. They head into the second out zone.
A little bit on the brakes there, but Suk
hesitation.
matches it very well. A little bounce off the wall there, a little wobble.
Suk doing a good job to handle that slower pace as well that we saw from Bram just now. I think he's laying down that wheel speed, slowing the car, and he's right there, over the line. Beautifully done in the chase position. A little bit slow on the pace again from Bram, but beautiful battle.
You know, that was the adaptability that Suk showed there is very, very strong.
That pace up in the first half of the battle, leading it, and then second half he managed to play it to his advantage. He does take the win. Suk takes the win on that one, and we retire for this weekend, unfortunately. Moving on. Alistair Vane, Peter Rybar. This is going to be an interesting one as well. They're heading up. It's going to be one of them to lead, that's for sure. It is Peter to lead.
Peter to lead, yes.
Alistair in the chase position. How are we feeling in the room? Happy?
They're all
a good time.
They're all eager to get going again.
Make sure you share the live feed online. We are currently streaming to 112 people at home. And as I said earlier, roughly 80 eyes in the room. Well, I guess 160 eyes in the room.
Hopefully.
We all have 2 eyes, if you know your anatomy.
So, yes.
All right.
Peter lined up in the lead position, and Alistair in the chase position. That's correct.
Light him up. Peter giving lead here. There he is again. Why isn't that line we saw earlier? Oh, big mistake, unfortunately, in the lead position.
A little tap on the wall from Peter in the lead position. But now, if we ignore that fact, everything else is looking very, very close between the two. A little bit shallow on the exit from the angle from Peter to try and carry the speed. Another little bounce off the wall. on that final sweeper.
Interesting stuff, that one. Interesting stuff. I mean, obviously, the big mistake at the
going
start on Peter's side, but yeah, let's send this second half, see what happens.
Alistair Vane in the lead position. Peter Omar in the chase. Going very straight into it. Snaps to angle. Can he keep that momentum going? Peter, he stays with him. Alistair's not quite on the exact line, but Peter matches that. Both of them taking the slightly shallower line to stay with each other.
Ooh, very snappy. Big old angle there, wasn't it? And contact. We have contact. So across the line. It was an interesting transition on that in a clip.
Peter had to really slam on the brakes on that final transition.
Yeah.
But it looked like it was because into it, and the timing
so he
didn't match up.
Huge angle just to kind of.
I feel like he had to avoid the contact.
Interesting. We're seeing it one more time from the judges. Let's see how it plays out.
I think that's the cleanest way to go, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we saw a mistake on both parts. So
probably tiny little things you could pick between them, but it's a lot easier if you run them again.
All right, Peter in the lead position once again with Alistair in the chase. Peter just running away with it a little bit here. He's playing it much safer this time, steering clear of the start of that first out zone. Filling the second half beautifully well. Nothing to hear from Alistair though in the chase position. Takes that big dive, knocks him on the door, says hello, and they carry on together though, staying in it. Oh, we do definitely lose a few tyres there in Alistair's part, and a really nice lead line being put down by Peter. Interesting.
Much cleaner in the lead from Peter than last time.
It was, so, it was, yeah. I think this one more time could really play into Peter's advantage if he keeps it together for the second half here. Let's see what happens.
So then Alistair this time in the lead position. Peter chasing, Alistair making the dive around, stays out of the wall, and that gives Peter a chance to close in, and Alistair had to just slow it down a little bit just to avoid the wall contact. Here comes another dive from Peter through this second section and to the final switchback. Peter dropping back a little bit. Can he close it round? Kneeling over exactly against the wall at the beginning of the sweep, but there for the end.
Interesting.
Oh, this is a close one.
Not much of a
This is a close one.
I think I mean, the lead-wise, I think Peter's going to take it.
The lead is definitely, I think, stronger by Peter.
Yeah. And there we see it from the judges as well. Peter to advance and take the win, and that retires Alistair. As we move on to our next, it's going to be Alex Waits versus Bullhead.
And Alex will lead our first run.
Lovely stuff. BBRC versus MDS, I believe. Let's see how.
Bullhead did a really good job against his teammate Adam earlier.
He did, with Adam just taking the win.
So it was a close one. Could be.
Let's do it. See what happens. Right, we see Alex giving lead here to Bullhead. They're not quite there in that first out of zone. They kind of skip the start and dive into the second part and then pull out again into the third part of it. Unfortunately, out of zone 2 though, feeling really nicely. Bullhead with a really nice chase. Hanging back just ever so slightly. Now he's taking a bit more of a straight line dive to get on Alex's door for this final out of zone. Right there together, all the way around, over the line. Whoa-wee. He just taps on that wall as they go over the line. Very interesting stuff. Really nice dive from Bullhead there as they went through that in a clip. Kind of straightened it up and just
Bullhead did well to match everything that Alex was doing. Alex wasn't perfect in every place. He was good everywhere, but Bullhead adjusted really well.
He did. We'll see if that was too much of a straighten on Bullhead's part as well, but the second half now could all still be to play for.
So here we go then, Bullhead in the lead position, turns in, a little rub against the wall, doesn't seem to have affected his motion too much. Alistair trying to stay with him on the narrower line. Here comes the transition. Oh, there's a little bit sticky from the chase as Bullhead in the lead continues. Alistair, what has he got for this final switchback and dive here? Nice and tidy from both drivers, staying on that middle line. Is Alistair in the chase?
In my opinion, I think Alex wasn't quite there with the chase, in my opinion. I think
Alex was having to just, little by little, just stay on the inside, just to stay up with Bullhead's
compared
pace.
to the chase that we saw from Bullhead just now as well, I think...
Overall, it seems to be with Bullhead, doesn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Oh. And that was our final battle of the top 32 like part 1. I think we play part 2 of the top 32 in the lower bracket up next.
Oh, is that how that goes? Are we not going to
no,
upper
no,
32?
no. That happens later on. Ignore me. Up next will be
because I've called a bunch of people to come compete that might not be competing. If
it's
that's
top 32 of the upper bracket.
Okay,
Ignore me, per usual. We're going to see Rory Edwards drive soon. Let's see if the judges
are
decision.
looking very carefully at the replays.
They are.
Here.
I mean, this
I
could
wonder
still
what
go
it is
one
that
more
they're
time.
seeing.
It could go one more time. I feel like we need to get Matthew Tunks a backwards hat. What do you think?
Oh, to make them the backward hat trio.
Yeah, all 3 of them. I feel like someone should donate a hat to Tunks. Don't you think Tunks needs a backwards hat?
We've got a call. We've got a call. Your winner, Bullet.
Hey, good job, Bullet. Takes the weights. And we're going to move on to our next upper bracket.
So here we go. Top 32 upper bracket. Your number 1 seed, Rory Edwards. And your number 33 seed, Yan Longpoon. So Rory, you will lead our first run as our top seed.
Well, they're heading to the line. We're going to run one small advert.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be back in just a moment.
Get out there and have fun. Because you've got Maguire's. And we've got your back. From wash, to paint care, to maintenance and more, Maguire's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Maguire's, reflect your passion.
Alright, we are back here at the RC Drift IO 2025 main event, and we are about to see the top qualifier of the year's first battle, Mr. Rory Edwards, very anticipated. Of course, he got a Bjorn in his first 64, so we didn't see him drive just yet today, but this is going to be the one. He's up against Yatlong Poon, free from the qualifying. I'm very excited to see how this plays out. What are you thinking, Maz?
Well, Yat's had a battle. Rory has not. It's been a few hours since he last drove in practice. So, like, the buy is not necessarily the advantage that you think it is.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's a part of the tournament. But yeah, I'm very keen to see. Let's send it though. Yatlong Poon, Rory to lead the first time round. Let's see what happens. All right, Team Rev D, Rory Edwards, Yalong Poon having to straighten up just a little bit there to keep up with the sheer force of Rory. Rory not quite feeling that first out of the zone too well, having to step out of it a couple times. Like you said, Maz, I think maybe the lack of driving for the last hour or so might have gotten to him a little bit. We see a small tap on the wall, a minor correction, but not a major, I don't suspect, but we'll see what the judges say. All the way around that final out of zone, Rory Edwards over the line. Interesting tap from Rory. I mean, we did hear the judges say if you tap the wall and the car moves in any way, then it's bad news. So we'll see what happens to Rory. Let's move on to the second half.
Yalong Poon in the lead position then. Rory Edwards trying to give chase here. Can he stay nice and close? Doesn't let. Oh, a little rub on the wall from Yalong Poon as well. Rory staying with him, adjusting to the transition. Both on the line. Rory probably on the better line, in fact, even in the chase position. Here he has the pace for the final switchback. Big angle from out there. But Rory adjusts and a bigger hit on the wall.
Transitions there from Rory's part were about as close as he could possibly get as well. I guess trying to make up for that minor wall tap, although we did see a much bigger wall tap. Yalong Poon as well, but again, a wall tap is a wall tap. If the car moves in any way, then the judge's eye is going to treat them the same regardless. Yeah. So it could be all still to play for in this top 32 battle for the upper bracket between Rory Edwards and Yalong Poon. Just waiting to see what the judges make of this here. There it is, Rory to advance still. I guess the mistakes of Yalong Poon have outweighed Rory's mistake of touching the wall. Let's move on and see what happens next. Up next, Dennis Bjorn, Daniel McKernan. They're going to head to the line now, and we're going to see how this plays out. It's going to be Dennis to lead, with Daniel in the chase. Yep. Daniel McKernan, obviously Mr. Pink. He's got that pink hair, pink shoes, pink jumper. Probably pink socks, maybe. I don't know. Can't see from here.
Quick driver announcement, if I can. Dan Robinson, Sebastian Thorley, Vincent Jacquelin. If you guys can start making your way to scrutineering and get ready to go, please.
Let's do it. All right, we see Dennis Bjorn out front here, international qualifying driver with Daniel McKernan in the chase. He comes in really hot and has to dial it back, but he's right there up against this zone in the first wall. Look at the man in zone 2. Daniel once again, he's got much of an answer, but it's super shallow an angle. He does bump into Dennis there as well, unfortunately, ahead of that inner clip. Dennis Bjorn putting down a really nice lead line over the finish. Wow. Interesting. Daniel having to really pull out the angle to keep up the proximity. It's interesting how that went down for me. Yeah,
and then he had to, by the time he released the brakes and back on the throttle, he'd lost the ground, didn't he? So
absolutely, and yeah, Dennis's pace hard to match.
So we'll just switch positions once they line themselves up and they're happy to go. Here's the tone. Daniel will lead, Dennis to follow. So Daniel taking quite an
very shallow on that first zone from Daniel, wasn't it? And exactly. Dennis managed to kind of predict it and play it safe.
Oh, little tap on the wall there from Daniel at the front. Dennis doing well to not be fazed by it. A little bit wide there by Daniel again. I don't think it would be deemed as off the track, but it's pushing him along at the end.
Very nicely done. Yeah, interesting transition there, wasn't it, with Daniel kind of right up on those curves.
I think that first initiation, that first snap, just threw the rhythm off a little bit. And sure enough, we've got a quick decision from the judges. Going through to our top is Dennis Bjorn.
Very nicely done. Down to the lower bracket.
Yep, still got another chance.
Up next, Sam Monks, Christian Boutins with Sam to lead. Also very interesting pairing here. Sam Monks, MRC driver, Christian Boutins. I'm not sure if he's part of the team or not at the minute.
But yep, Sam, our number 8 seed, he had a bye in the first round. So again, another one where Sam hasn't done a battle yet, whereas Christian has a hard-fought one against Zelling Wong.
All right, let's see if Sam can do it for MRC. Oh, a bit of an awkward initiation, kind of almost minor understeer in the lead position there, and Christians has to kind of play out and hang back a bit and see what happens. There they are in out zone 2 though, getting it together now. And once again, like you said, I think Sam maybe not driving for the last few hours, maybe getting to him a little bit. There he is in out zone 4. He does touch it in the wall ever so slightly and step away over the line. Scrappy. Scrappy.
Yeah, just needed a second bite of the cherry and then put maybe a little too much angle on turn one. But really, Christian should be commended for the fact that he didn't just pile into him, even though Sam lost the momentum.
Yeah,
So.
he adjusted as he needed to stay in it just about. I think maybe Christian's at a minor advantage through to the second half of this, but let's see what happens.
Christian in the lead position. Sam Monk trying to give chase. So Christian pulling out a little bit of a gap. Sam makes the dive. Oh, big understeer moment there. Just about forcing the car back around, but you can see the front tires just big understeer. Sam now pushing Christian around. He wants to try and make back what he knows was the deficit. Here's the final swing back. Sam on a charge. Round the final sweeper, but Christian's unfazed throughout.
They got it together for the last corner, I feel. The rest was again. But we'll see what the judges make of it. It was very interesting. Who do you think is advancing from that one? What's your opinions?
We already have a decision, so I could have given you my opinions, but your winner, Christian Boutin.
Very nicely done. Moving on. Up next, Keith Newton and Mark Norman.
Keith will lead our first run.
Mr. Slide Customs, once again warming his tyres, ready to rip them.
Quick driver announcement. Stuart's in Chris Shaw, Dan Collins, please be ready to go.
All right, let's get into this top 32 battle of the upper bracket between Keith Newton and Mark Norman. Let's send it. All right, Keith Newton giving lead. Slide Customs. Mark not quite there on the initiation already. Keith doing a good job of putting that first out of zone. Let's see if Mark takes some dives to get up on his door. He does, pulls it out early, just as though he has an answer for that, but Keith's still running away with it a little bit on the pace. Mark having to do everything he can to catch up with him. Nice steady transition. Keith is right there where he needs to be. All the way that final out of zone. What a run. Pretty much to the definition of a qualifying run in terms of Keith, right?
Yeah, he was a little bit off on that final inner clip, but other than that, very, very clean run.
Done. Leaving all the room in the world for Mark as well, but Mark just didn't quite have an
very,
answer
very
for it.
fair run. We swap positions then. Mark Norman in the lead position. Keith Newton to chase. Keith now snapping on the angle. Little bit of a correction from the lead car, but no problem for the chase there. Staying with it, closing the gap in, staying nice and close is Keith Newton. Mark Norman now just pushing out a little bit wide. Can he make this final transition stick? Big angle, but Keith adjusts to it quite nicely. And around the sweeper they go for a nice clean finish.
That was rare. I mean,
great run.
Super run. Really nice from Keith as well. Second in a clip, but I think
I think that's the adjustment he had to make around the lead car, right?
Absolutely, yeah. He was accounting for mistakes happening in front of him, and he did good job to react as well. Judges' deliberation.
So we've got a decision, and advancing through is Keith Newton. Congratulations, Keith. You'll face Chris in the next round. And then Mark will drop down to our lower bracket. And then we move to our next battle. So our number 2 seed with the bye from the last round, Dan Robinson. And then Dan's opponent, Andrew McCombie, who beat Martin Skelly in the previous round. Lead our first run.
All right, let's send it. All right, Dan Robinson out front here with Andrew McCombie in the chase. Which is a very nice line being put down by Andrew there in the chase, with Dan leaving all the room in the world for him to just sneak up inside there. Some hesitation,
maybe
some corrections, a little bit too much there. Again, Dan RRC is our second qualifier, and he is putting on a show right now with not much of an answer from Andrew.
I think the key thing is when the dive happened, the contact happened, but Andrew pushes Dan's front rather than his back, so he's clearly coming in way too shallow on the dive.
Shallow, push to the front. Yeah,
I think that's definitely going to be a factor. So swapping positions then. Here's Andrew in the lead position. Dan chasing, stays nice and close. They both have the line in a similar position. Dan just staying with, a little bit of a two-stage transition there from Amy.
Interesting.
McCombie in the lead there, and Dan are looking for again with the snap to angle. Couple of sticky moments where the transition's not quite working out for Andrew McCombie.
The car just gets a little bit caught up in transitions on Andrew's part, and then Dan has to kind of account. Didn't really work for him, right? So interesting, but
sure enough,
an
we've
immediate
got a
decision. And it's going to be Dan RRC to take the win on this one, and that pushes Andrew McCombie down into the low. Moving on.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. Sebastian Thorley versus Vincent Jacquelin.
Wow.
Sebastian will take the
Battle of
lead on the first run.
That is the TQ from Mr. Sebastian Thorley up against Mr. number 3.
And then just a quick driver announcement. There's Stuart Sinner, Chris Harper, you're next. Joe Shaw, Dan Collins, you're after that. Aaron Grantham, Jack Brown, Ethan Howard, and Sondre Gulbranson. Please be ready to go.
For now, Sebastian Thorley versus Vincent Jacquelin. Sebastian Thorley out front, Team Revdy as well, off the line. Look at the pace here already, absolutely rapid. Look at the proximity to the wall. Vincent just playing a little bit too aggressively. Can't quite account for the pace dropping on Sebastian's side, but then here's the AR into outer zone 2, doing a really nice job on those inner clips. Look at that transition, he's right there. Vincent taking the second dive, making his way back into Sebastian's groove and over the line. Wow, proximity on that was wild. A little bit too aggressive at the start,
so
which is going to be a key point.
What I really want to see here is that to me, it looked like Sebastian had tapped the wall before Vincent went into it.
Really? Okay.
I'm not sure that it was Vincent that pushed him in, and I'm sure the judges are going to want to see that very, very carefully. Have they lost their replay? Is that what's happening?
They'll get a replay. They'll get a replay. We're going to need a replay. Absolutely savage. And we are, we're top 32 of the upper bracket here, and we're already seeing this caliber of driving.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
It's wild. It really is. Of course, 2 international drivers. Yeah, both flown over here. Well, Sebastian recently moving here. Oh. Okay. Okay. Lovely stuff. We're going to do a little bit of maintenance in a moment, but before that, we're going to play the second half of this battle. Let's beep them, shall we?
Sebastian now in the lead. Sebastian chasing. Now they turn into turn 1. Nice and snappy, nice and close from both drivers. Sebastian just having to back off just a little bit. I don't think there was too much of a contact, if any. Nothing that's going to affect the judging, but staying nice and close. Sebastian stays right with him. Vincent stays exactly on the line. Sebastian matches to it. A little brush of the wall by both drivers, I think, but really not affecting the line. Wow. That is model driving. Absolutely model driving from both drivers. What a run.
So crazy. Absolutely
I think it's just going to come down to that first run, first corner.
It's the contact, isn't it? And the judges really want to take
the judges are going to need to be able to see this. What a pair of runs.
Should we watch back this replay? What are we seeing? So on the right side here, we have Sebastian in the lead.
Oh, it's on the TV, but we can't see that.
So we'll relive it in our minds.
Yes.
And it was interesting. Yeah, I want to know actually. Was it Sebastian who hit the wall first when he was leading, or not? Let's have a look. So, yeah, right side here. He does slow. He slows an awful lot, and then Vincent isn't quite prepared for that. And I think maybe that's the reason for the contact.
It looks...
Yeah, interesting.
The camera switches are exactly at the moment that, that we probably wanted to see it, but... So, are the judges watching the replay? Is that what's going on?
They're not watching yet. They are awaiting a replay to watch.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you want to take them your phone and show them the one on there maybe for a minute.
Shall I go over and show them this for now?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll be back.
Very interesting stuff. Let's take a look at these comments. Let's see, in the comments, what do you think happened there? Who do you think is taking the win? I'm actually going to ask the room as well. Let's have a show of hands. Who thinks Vincent is going to take the win here? A couple. And who thinks Sebastian's taking the win? Okay, interesting. Obviously, none of your opinions matter, and we'll wait and see what the judges say. It's going to be highly deliberated. They are reviewing it, discussing it. Okay. Yeah. It's very interesting how that played out. Proximity is amazing. So here we are on the right side. Look, this is the moment of deliberation. Sebastian, we do have a camera switch right at the moment, and is it that Sebastian touches the wall and slows and Vincent hits him, or is it just that Vincent comes in with too much pace and causes a mistake? It's going to be interesting. I mean, there were moments in the second half of the battle as well where we saw more contact between the two. I mean, the proximity was off the charts, really. Let's see if there's a decision. There's a decision. Okay. And the winner is going to be Vincent Jacqueline, and that pushes Sebastian falling down to the lower bracket. That's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Are we going to see Sebastian rise up?
Sebastian hitting the wall before Vincent hit Sebastian? Okay.
Yeah, so for us, Sebastian slowed down so much before slightly tapping the wall that for us was the deciding factor.
Okay, there we have it. You hear it here first.
But of course, with this format, we will see Sebastian back in the lower bracket, and there's no reason why he can't come back and win it all.
He could rise up. He could rise up through the lower bracket, and I will be glued to the edge of my seat to watch that happen. Up next, though, Chris Harper and Stuart Sondre. Let's take a look and see. It's Stuart to lead as well. All right. Let's see what happens. Can they make it? Oh, driver's not quite ready yet. Sleeves are up. He's getting ready. Two very capable drivers. All right, let's beep them. All right, Stuart out front for this one with Chris in the chase. Stuart taking a really wide line, but Chris not quite there. Huge angle from Chris. He has to pull it out. Major correction there on his side. I think that's going to cost him quite dearly. And again, it happens once again. That second hazard, he is now off track. Definitely Stuart's for the taking, I would imagine. I didn't see any issue on his part. It was pretty clean initiation, so the fault most likely lies with Chris, I would imagine.
With it happening twice, I wonder if it's a mechanical issue?
Yeah.
Like a driver just trying to overdrive issue?
Yeah, it could be very much car issues. But let's see what happens in the second half.
Swapping positions then, so Chris will lead and then Stuart to chase. Around they go through the Hearth sweeper, staying at a reasonable distance, but close enough to be attacking without being overly aggressive. No risks going on here.
Going to be playing it safe for sure.
Oh, you say that as they almost touch. Around the sweeper they go, nice and clean from both drivers.
Nicely done. But yeah, Stuart
I think the
not playing it
damage
that
already
safe.
done.
I thought he was going to play it safe, and he did. Yeah, very nice clean battle there. Advancing. Already we have a decision. So, advancing will be Stuart. Push Chris down into the lower bracket as well. That lower bracket really filling up nicely. I'm really keen to see what happens. Next, we have Joe Shaw and Dan Collins. I'm sure this is going to be very banterous.
Quick driver announcement then. So Aaron Grantham, you are next with Jack Brown, and then Ethan Howard, Sondre Gulbrandsen, and then Dylan Campbell, David Jotunbeer, Adam Gathercole, Greg Dev Mitchell, please be ready.
All right, Joe Shaw versus Dan Collins. Right into it. We see Joe Shaw giving lead here to Dan Collins. They're both way offline, but they're just going to pull it in. An unfortunate mistake into that first out of zone as well from Joe Shaw. Nice and tidy in the transitions. Dan just has to pull it in a little bit so he doesn't put it in the wall as well. But again, we've already seen a big wall mistake early on, so that's going to cost one of them for sure. That zone filled very nicely. Interesting. Very interesting.
It's safe and clean runs from both guys. It's good runs.
Yeah,
like,
not too bad, not too bad. I mean, big wall contact in the lead position on that side as well, so that's going to play into it in some degree. Second half, let's go.
So this time Dan Collins in the lead position, Joe Shaw to follow. They both snapped the angle well, mostly inside the zone. Going a bit deeper in the middle here. Now very close for that transition, backs off just the right amount, and the Chainsaw staying with him on the wider line. So good pace there,
Nice
and another dive
transition.
through.
There they are.
Great dive out the inside. Little tap, but
Wow,
no issues there. No,
just a little bit of wall
touch
at
but
the end
don't
as well.
push. You know, that's the rules, and that's
Absolutely.
exactly what it was.
Much cleaner second half as well.
Absolutely,
compared to the
yes.
first half that we saw.
And we await a call from a little bit of discussion point going on. There's probably one or two sticky points.
All right, the decision is in. We are seeing a one more time. We're going to go again on that front and see what happens.
Okay, so Joe will run in, Dan will chase on this first of one more times.
Let's send it, Joe Shaw. Dan Collins right there with him. Off the line, has to drop it back just slightly just to slot in, doesn't quite make it. Joe Shaw on a much better line this time. We don't see the same mistake that we just saw from him in the first half. Oh, Dan Collins is right there now as well. A little bit of a wobble on the transition, some little bit of contact as well, just on the wheels there. Nicely done through inner clip 2, sorry, and out of zone 4. Filled very nicely by Joe Shaw. What a lead line.
Yes.
Wow, interesting. I think Joe might have a minor advantage on that side with the lead line that he
Look
put
that way,
down.
yeah, that little tap there just before the final switchback gear. You know, Joe's on the line he was supposed to be on. Dan was cutting it very, very close.
We saw Dan
so
have a few kind of hiccups throughout that. Nothing too major, but they're going to cost him for sure.
And we swap around then. Dan Collins leads. Joe Shaw will follow as they go into turn 1. And mostly in the zone now. A little bit late into it, but then Joe Shaw staying right with him. Here comes the transition for this second section. Now not exactly on the exact outer line, but Joe matching him all the way through. Here's the final transition. This is where Joe's been strong in this battle throughout, and he continues to be strong as they go through the final.
Right there in that final zone. That's their zone for the taking today, I feel. Apologies. They took Maz out. Good stuff, though. Very nice, tidy battle.
Very good. Waiting for the call.
In.
There it is. It's in. Your winner is Dan Collins.
Very nicely done. Joe Shaw pushed down to the lower bracket there. Up next, Aaron Gramph and Jack Brown, with Aaron Gramph to lead as the third highest seeded driver of the series.
So Grant, another of our bye runners from the last one. So this is his first battle of the day.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. AMRC himself, team leader, up against Jack Brown. They're coming up very shallow on this first out of zone. Jack Brown is right there with an answer for Aaron Grant as well, which is very interesting given the pace we've seen out of Aaron over practice this weekend. But Jack not struggling to stay with him. Nice transitions as they go through that second inner clip. Out of zone 4, Jack, a small mistake on the wall, unfortunately. Aaron Grant very shallow on angle as well, but I think the mistake there would definitely
You know, the way I saw that, that was Jack all the way until that last tap on the wall. And I'm not sure if it's enough for it to have swung it or not. But, you know, the taps before that, it looked like Aaron was the slow one.
Absolutely. The judge's eye sees all as well. So we'll see what happens in the second half. All right, we've got Jack Brown giving lead this time to Aaron Grant. Let's see what they do. Aaron Grant is right there with him already. A little bit of an awkward initiation on Jack Brown's part. A little bit slow and delayed. Doesn't quite get there on the first out of zone as well. Aaron doing a good job of mimicking it. He's just on that wall. We see a big mistake from Aaron there as he taps it in the wall, and the front tyres do have to be corrected. And here we are as Jack Brown fills this final zone. Aaron taking the dives he needs, pushing him over. Oh, interesting.
So not the cleanest run from either.
Right?
Yeah. But
interesting. We could see this go one more time for sure, I feel. Let's see what the judges say of it.
Yep,
Ooh,
sure enough.
And we do see it go one more time. We'll see Aaron Grant lining him up here as he's in the lead position on this one more time. We see Jack taking the dive. He's not quite there with the proximity this time though. We see him 2 cars back at least. He takes a bit of a dive there, coming early out of the zone to try and catch up with Grant. Grant's still just getting away with it a little bit, not quite filling all of the zones though, which could equate to the pace. There they are, nice and snappy as they head into that final zone. Jack once again, and Aaron not quite in the zone. Over the line, interesting.
Much stronger first run from Aaron there, and Jack was doing well to stay with him. He just mistimed that final transition a little bit, I think, just lost in the ground.
Very interesting.
They'll swap positions then, and Jack will lead Grant to chase. So here goes Jack, snapping into turn 1, mostly inside the zone, but Grant is straight with him. Here comes the transition phase. A little bit of a rub there. Just didn't quite give Jack enough space to move, but it didn't affect his movement too much. Let's see how much the and another one just impeding the transition. That first one he might have got away with, but doing it twice might be a little too much as far as the judges see it, you know?
That transition in a big way, and they're going to be looking at that in a lot of detail. Can we get it on the replay? I'd like to see it back as well.
It was stressed during that was something that was important.
It was.
We do have a decision. We just watched the replay back.
We'll watch it back because I want to see it. So we're just watching is the right side here? It must be the right side.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite give him enough space.
So they come through here and let's see what the transition. left side, sorry. Yeah. Watch as they come round and the transition here. Very awkward. Not quite enough space. Okay, and the decision is in from our judges. Advancing from this battle is Jack Brown. Aaron Grant dropping into the lower bracket. That's going to be very interesting as well. Next, we have Ethan Howard versus Sondre, international legend, coming to the stage once again, versus yet another AMRC driver, Ethan Howard. Ethan giving lead, of course, as the higher qualified driver. All right, let's get right into it. All right, we're off the line. We see Ethan giving lead here with Sondre in the chase position. Look at that nice initiation from Ethan. They're filling all the way around that first out of zone. Not quite coming out just towards the end. But Sondre is right there with an answer for him. Out of zone 2 filled nicely. Inner clip 1 done really well. Nice transitions as well. A little bit slow on the pace from Ethan's side, and it's really allowing Sondre to get right up in his door as they go over the line.
Again, I think Sondre did it earlier. That final transition on that switchback is quite straight.
It is.
And so, like,
And we saw this from him earlier on as well, right?
Exactly.
A lot of straight
He's
lines.
consistently doing that, and then he obviously he got the win last time, so I'm sure the judges don't mind it too much.
The judges are in favour of that style, but second half, let's get into it. right, we're off the line. We see Sondre giving lead once again. Look at him there, all the way through that first out of
Lean
zone.
line.
Ethan not quite with an answer, but he is right on that wall. Very nicely done. Ethan again going to have to take more dives to pick up on that proximity. Sondre a little bit shallow as well. Let's see how straight he goes through here. Not so much this time. Ethan just tucking in. Out of zone 4, all the way around. Look at him go. Across the line. Beautiful stuff. What a lead run.
Yeah.
What a lead run. And Ethan doing a good job in the chase. Cut it.
The first transition in the middle was the key thing for me there. It looked like the leading car was a little bit late on making that move happen,
Yep.
but the chase adapted to it pretty well. So it's a close call either way.
Interesting, right?
It's close call.
Interesting.
Judges chatting to each other quite a bit. Here we go. We've got a call from the judges. And advancing will be Sondre Gulbrandsen.
Wowee. Ethan dropping down. That's interesting.
So a quick driver announcement then. So Dylan Campbell, Davey, you're next. Adam Gallagher, Greg Dev Mitchell, you're after that. Ryan Addis, Tuba Wong, Andy King, Harry Nicol, Henry Ford, John Ford, Adam Rowland, and Simen Gulbrandsen. Please start getting ready. Oh, did I just call a Henry and John Ford battle?
No way. Not the father-son duo. It is. It is. Wow. We're going to see that unfold in just a few minutes. I'm sure I'm prepared for that.
But before we get to that, we've got to deal with the matter of Dylan Campbell versus...
Is that the 2024 RC Drift UK champion? I believe it. It is indeed. The one and only Dylan Campbell. Very proud of that title, I'm sure. I'm surprised he's not changed his Facebook name to be the 2024 champion. I know I would if I was.
He doesn't talk to me unless I refer to him as champ.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
I've
scoff
had a
at
similar
me.
experience, but today, 2025 champion, we will be crowning. Let's do it. All right, we have Dylan Campbell giving lead here against Davey, the international qualified driver from yesterday. Look at the proximity from Davey there, as Dylan does a really good job filling that first outer zone. Nice transition into outer zone 2. They're tied to each other very nicely. Is he going to drop back and leave the room? Just about. Look at that, bumper to bumper. Outer zone 4, he falls off just ever so slightly in that final zone, but Dylan is right there and dings it on the wall over the line.
Dylan's final transition, just a little bit sicky. It was just not
a little
quite
bit, yeah.
that
And
slick.
we saw Davey have to kind of drop back a little bit in that final zone
to match it,
to deal with that a little bit as well. Interesting stuff.
Good job by both drivers.
Second half, let's send it.
Davey in the lead position then, and Dylan will follow. So Davey gives us a nice flick in, and Dylan can match it very, very well, both in the zone. Dylan pushing for the inside as they now make their transition across. No problems from either driver. Davey having the room to move. Dylan making the dive for the final corner, staying nice and close, side by side as they go into the final bit.
Beautifully done.
Lovely
Dylan
run.
laying down a really nice chase run there. I mean, living true to his name.
Super clean.
Let's see if he has done enough.
It might
to
just
stay
come
in.
down to who did the slightly better lead run, you know?
It may be lead for lead. Yeah, no major faults on either part. It's very interesting.
Discussion going on between the judges. A lot of fine points to talk about.
Thank you so much.
But we have a decision. Your winner, Davey Zotenbeer.
Wow.
Oh.
I would like to hear from the judges. Can we hear from the judges on that one?
Dice,
They're
can
ordering
we
food,
hear about your call on this one?
Yeah, of course. So for us, the deciding factor was in the lead runs. So both the chase runs were very, very good.
Yep.
I cannot take anything away from both their chase lead runs. I think Dylan was a little bit more hesitant. Things like the first initiation,
Yep.
maybe proximity to the walls in a few places. But it was a very close call.
Very close.
Amazing job
Good
from
stuff.
both of them.
And of course, we will see Dylan dropping down to the lower bracket, and we'll see him again soon. Thank you for your words, judges. Very much appreciated. Up next, Adam Gavakol versus Greg Dev Mitchell. This is going to be major. We've got Adam to leave up first. Let's get right into it.
Adam will take the lead position. Greg will chase on this first run.
Good stuff. Sorry for the delay here. All right. Send it. Adam Gavakol in the lead position there, lining them up. We have Greg in the chase position. Look at Adam there, filling that first out of zone. Really well done. Greg a little bit shallow on the angle, just trying to stay with him. Nicely done for the transition as well. Out of zone 2, very nice. Greg is right there still though. Oh, correction there. He does have to drop a tire. It's getting a little bit awkward as they go through that second inner clip. Out of zone 4 though, Adam Gavakol right up against the wall. They're touching doors. And over the line.
Whoa. Pretty hard to fault that lead run from Adam there, I think.
I think so too, yeah. He was really deep in a lot of the zones throughout. This first zone, very nicely filled all the way around.
Yeah.
Really good job. He must be feeling super comfortable with that car today, which I know is very rare.
Nice to see a lead run that gives opportunity to the chase car.
Let's do the second half.
So swapping positions, Greg in the lead, Adam in the chase now as they come to the first turn. Adam with the immediate attack.
Oh, the aggression.
So there's the contact there, but to my eye, it looked like that Greg had found the wall, had to slow it right down.
Yep.
Adam had nowhere to go but into Greg's car. That's how it looked to me.
That's how it looked to me too. I think that it probably is the case. I think there was issues on Greg's part for sure. Okay, and we have an immediate
quick
decision.
Disagree with what we saw.
Advancing will be Adam Gavakol, and then we will see Greg down in the lower bracket. Very nice stuff.
We've got 4 more in this top 32, and then we go. Do we go into lower bracket 32? Is that how it works?
That is how it works. Yes.
Okay.
Very good. Moving on. Up next, here he is. First battle of the day. Ryan Addis versus Tuba Wong. Ryan Addis, many sponsors. And Tuba Wong, of course, as well. I think we need a camera on that hat immediately. Maybe one of the best hats I've ever seen. Will now be known as. He looks nervous. The hat is happy, but the tuba is not. Nicely done. Let's send it, guys. Ryan Addis out front. Tuba Wong in the chase position. Off they go. Look at Ryan with that into that first zone. Tuba is right there with him. A little bit shallow on angle. Comes out of the zone just ever so slightly. They do a tidy transition into out of zone 2. Out of zone 3 filled nicely by Ryan as well. Tuba's right there. Oh, they're touching doors. Some hesitation and a minor mistake there. I don't know who's going to be at fault. Maybe we saw some pace drop from Ryan, but out of zone 4 filled all the way around. Wow. Interesting chase from Tuba. I feel like it was pretty much everywhere shallower on angle than it was against Ryan, but then again, we don't know if the mistake over there was at fault of Ryan or if
I think Ryan stayed on his line. Tuba was taking the closer line, which gave him the distance.
Okay.
And that's how it looked to me, at least. But
Yeah,
I'm not the judge, which I'm really glad about.
Second half, let's do it.
Tuba Wong then in the lead. Ryan Addis will chase. Tuba with a big swing from one side to the other. Oh, a little bit of a touch. So Ryan did touch Tuba into the wall, but was it because Tuba had to decel a little too much? That'll be the thing. Here comes the final transition. Ryan got on the attack still as they come around. Ryan on the wide line, staying right with him, pushing him around.
I mean, the run was done in the first corner, but that was cool to see.
So, was there too much decel from Tuba? Did Ryan not match it correctly and make that contact in? Because from what I can see,
Yeah, who are you deeming at fault
Ryan,
for that?
well, Ryan definitely touches Tuba first. So the real question is, didn't Tuba slow down too much, or did Ryan make too much of an aggressive attack based
That's
on the
true.
circumstances.
I guess did Tuba play that out to his advantage as well and say, "You've touched me. I'm gonna show the judges that it's possible."
We can just see a bit of a replay there as that goes on. It just switches angle just at the time where it's hardest to see, but the judges will have access to that footage, and they will make that call.
Interesting, isn't it?
How does it look to you? Go on, right? Let's we don't have to be correct, so we can just just go on a limb and make a call.
For me, it looks like Tuba slowed quite a lot. But I think maybe you're right. Maybe Ryan touched him, it put him in the wall, then he slowed, and then
So when I was watching it live, that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Now that I watch the replay from the other side, from the other camera angle, it doesn't look as much that case. So this is a classic case of different angles show different things, right?
Absolutely. And ultimately, the only one that matters is what did the judges see.
Yes.
And
they would have been in exactly the right spot to watch it live at the time.
Precisely.
And they're just trying to get confirmation from that camera angle.
Interesting. I mean, maybe it'll be too hard to decide. They may throw it one more time. But, I mean, if you look at the rest of the run as well, generally, we saw Tuba pretty shallow on angle kind of everywhere, right? And Ryan put down a really nice lead run, in my opinion. Beyond all the mistakes. Obviously, they're not going to account for anything after the major mistakes, but it's going to be interesting what happens. Oh, we are seeing, as I just called, it's going to go one more time.
This is nice, isn't it, judges?
I do not blame you.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all.
Hard call. Yeah, you want to go on this mic, do you? Okay.
Here we go. One more time call then. So we'll see Ryan Addis leading once more, Tuba Wong in the chase position.
They're off the line, right now. Give a lead again. I know they're going to be keen to keep it clean. Tuba taking the big old dive. Ryan right there in that first out of zone. Tyres on the line. Could be a little bit deeper for sure. A little bit of hesitation as they transition into out of zone 2. A little bit of pace drops, but Tuba does a really good job of reacting to it. Oh, again, the similar thing we see there on that second inner clip, but down into out of zone 4. They're just separating ever so slightly. Tuba taking a bit more of a dive. Over the line. Interesting, the transitions.
Tuba always takes that line which closes him right in.
Yeah.
And again, if I was to be strict about it, it just looks like he doesn't quite give Ryan enough space to transition across.
He's very aggressive in the transitions. It's quite a short bumpered car that Ryan's driving as well. So imagine that was a longer a chaser, for instance, right? Then that would be a much bigger fault on Tuba's part.
Let's swap positions.
Let's swap and go again.
So Tuba now in the lead, Ryan chasing. Here comes Tuba. This one looks a little bit better all round. Ryan had to just make a few corrections. Here comes the transition. Timing is good from Ryan. Oh, the big bump off the wall from Ryan. And as Tuba keeps his nose pretty clean into the final section. No major risk there, but pushes out towards the wall. Ryan really trying to exert
the wall has
pressure.
Taken yet another victim. The transition after, though, although it may not have counted, what a spicy transition.
What a spicy transition indeed.
Shame it didn't count. It could have got him really far, but the judges will be reviewing that again. I think the wall tap might be the thing again, but it was scrappy. It was scrappy. I find on Tuba's chase part, it was a little bit scrappy as well.
And advancing through, yes, judges agree. Your winner, Tuba Wong.
Tuba Wong. Ryan Addis dropping down to the lower bracket.
That's going to be
interesting later on. We're going to see Sebastian and Ryan and all of these amazing drivers dropping down.
Next up then, we've got Andy King and Harry Nichols. Andy King, you will lead our first run. After that, we have our Ford versus Ford.
No. Wow. Father and son. I'm looking forward to that one.
Yes.
It's going to be an awkward drive home regardless. Let's get right into it. They're off the line. We've got Andy Kingstar in the lead position with Harry in the chase. Not much of an answer yet from Harry. Much of the proximity has been lost through that first out of zone. He's going to take a dive now, try and pick it up. Kingstar putting down a nice little line.
Little correction needed by Harry though, behind to stay behind Andy.
And Andy's right there in our zone 4 as well, and we're not seeing much from Harry in terms of being online and following him. A little bit awkward from Harry there in terms of the car just wasn't quite where he wanted it to be. And also, we know that Andy drives at a very shallow angle as part of his style, and the judges are going to be looking at that very closely and saying, you know, was it definitely chaseable at all parts?
I don't think anything stood out as being like
unchaseable.
As disqualifying.
Yeah, I do agree. But yeah, let's do the next half.
So Harry now in the lead position, Andy in the rear, which is where he likes it. Now, a little bit of a gap opened up there before turn 1, but Andy staying on the wide line, not trying to cheapen his line to get closer. Oh, there's a bounce there off the wall from Harry as now Andy King gets closer and closer. Can he make the dive at the end here? Doesn't try to make any unnecessary risk. Stays with him. Pace stays close.
Proximity wasn't quite there, was it? I could see it going again. Could you see it going again?
Oh, I don't know. I think the wall bounces a bit too much.
Let's see what the judges make of it. You think that the wall bounce? Yeah. It just depends. Like we said before, was there anything in Andy's run that was unchaseable? I think from both of our opinions, no. But
yeah.
Our opinions are completely irrelevant. They are just opinions, and the judge's eye is the one that really matters.
Well, judges are having a closer look, so it's not as clear cut as we thought it was.
So
I think there must be some factors going on.
Reviewing Andy's lead, to be completely frank. I think that's the part for me that's going to be interesting.
We do have a decision. Your winner, Andy King.
There it is. Yeah, I guess, like we said, Andy's run was clean. So yeah, just focus on. Well, up next though, the father-son duo, Henry Ford and John Ford, BBRC boys. It's going to be very interesting. Henry Ford, an exceptional driver of last year's series, and we've seen him do some amazing work at the feeder rounds this year as well, putting in to build up his ranking.
5th seed.
What we're saying, is it a walk home for Henry, or?
It's quite a long walk.
It's a long walk, it is indeed. Or is it an awkward drive? Let's see. Let's run it. All right, giving lead, we have Henry in at the front. Not much from John just yet. He's playing a little bit safe, perhaps being kind to his son on this occasion. Nice transitions from Henry, though. Like I said before, Henry is a very, very capable driver, putting it right on that qualifying line, right where the judges want to see it. Again, his dad, John Ford, just not with much of an answer as they head for that final zone.
It's tiny differences, but he just didn't quite have that thing that would close him down. A little bit of a brush against the wall. I don't think it really moved him. I don't think the judge is going to see that as any real negative thing. But now we'll swap positions. Let's see what Henry does in the chase. So John in the lead, Henry to chase. Here we go then as John turns into turn 1. Henry's on the slightly better line but stays with him. Has to close it down, had to really slow it down not to hit the wall himself, did Henry. But now he's on the attack for this latter section coming through the final swing back. Oh, Henry's planning it. He had to just hold back a little bit. Got the timing right by the end though. A little bit of a push round. Wow. Away they go.
Very nicely done. I think it's going to be pretty clean cut if I had to
call it. It's a good job the finish line was there. He was going to push him around until he spun.
He was pushing him all the way home. Very nicely done though, and of course, that's not gone the way we expected. I think they're still deliberating maybe.
What?
They're talking. Interesting.
Oh, did we miss something?
Interesting. It's not the call we thought was going to happen. We thought it was pretty clean cut, but the judge's eye may have seen something we did not. Perhaps those wall taps. You did mention the wall tap about it not disrupting the car very much, but maybe.
Oh, hold on a second. There's been some movement.
Okay. And the winner is Henry Ford. Judges, do you want to talk about it?
Did you just get the names wrong, right?
It's interesting to know.
We very simply just got the names wrong.
Okay.
The decision was fine.
Cool. Nice. Easy mistake, Mr. Ford versus Mr. Ford. Let's move swiftly on. 2.
So our final battle of the top 32s, upper bracket. We got Adam Rowland versus Semen Gulbranson.
Wow, these are 2 incredibly capable drivers, international drivers, Semen and obviously Adam Rowlands of MDS here in the UK.
Lead our first run. Then we'll take a short break whilst we call the next group.
All right, let's get to it. We're going to have Adam here to Semen.
Wait, oh, wait.
Ah, they're on the wrong line.
Adam is leading.
Adam is leading.
On the wrong start line.
They're on the wrong start line.
Okay.
Yeah. Easy mistake when there are 2. Let's go. Adam Ron's giving lead. Look at them together. Oh, they
so then on the attack.
We're going to do a restart.
Restart. It was a very awkward start off the line there, so it makes a lot of sense. Let's see. Was it just a little bit too aggressive in the chase, maybe? Or maybe Adam just stalled up a little bit? Okay, interesting. All right, let's do it. All right, Adam Rowland's much cleaner this time off the line. Semen is right there with him. Look at that transition from Semen, taking that dive right into Adam's line. Very nicely done there, tying it together through that first out of zone. Steady transition. Semen just drops back a little bit. Adam, a small tap on the wall. Not too much disruption though. Inner clip 1 done nicely. Look at the transition. Bumper to bumper. Taking another dive to out of zone 4. Semen just dropping off ever so slightly. But he's right there with Adam now as they go over the line. Wow. A lot to decipher. There was a small wall tap in there, but I don't think too detrimental from what I could tell. Let's roll straight into the second half of this run.
Semen Gulbranson then in the lead position, Adam in the chase. Semen flicked into the first zone, looking very tidy. Adam trying to stay with him, just lost a little bit of ground, but gaining it back for this next transition. Semen running away at the moment. Can Adam close the gap a bit? Yes, he can, but a little tap there before the transition. Into the final section goes Adam. Can he close in? Semen running away with it at the moment, and away they go.
Wow. Amazing. Genuinely amazing.
Just really trying to close every bit of distance. And every time Adam made a little bit of distance, Semen was like, no.
Absolutely.
No.
Semen just
we got a call from the judges. Your winner, Semen Gulbranson.
Very nicely done. That sends Adam into the lower bracket.
So,
and we're going to take a small break now with some advertisements. While we queue up the next people, and then we'll get straight into it.
Get out there and have fun. Because you've got Maguire's. And we've got your back. From wash, to paint care, to maintenance and more, Maguire's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Maguire's, reflect your passion.
Right, we are back. I have lost the fluff on my microphone somehow. I've recovered it. Hang on. All right, we're back with the old fluffy microphone. Mr. Michael Craig, would you like to talk down the mic and tell us how you're feeling today?
Is it ready? Hello.
Michael Craig there, ladies and gentlemen, with all the words in the world. He's busy. He's got his mind in the game. Obviously one of our very capable judges here today. Yeah. I feel like we should talk to some drivers. Should we talk to some drivers? You seem not sure. No? You can't hear me? I'm going to pick a driver. I feel like I want a driver to come over and have a chat with me. Busy. Who should we talk to? I'll tell you what. Where is Sebastian Fawley somewhere? I would love to know how he's feeling. Seb, come over here.
Do you feel cheated?
Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat. Talk to us. Your battle against Vincent. How do you feel?
It was a close one. It always is with him.
Of course.
Basically, I hit the wall first. End of story. In my opinion, he wouldn't have made the corner anyway. We were both going too quick, frankly.
Absolutely.
But the rest of it, yeah, nothing wrong.
It is what it
really,
is.
but
it
is what it is.
How do you feel going into the lower bracket now?
Good, actually.
Yeah?
Because all the big names are in the upper brackets and I'm in the lower bracket, so...
I suppose
we'll
so.
see.
We'll see how it plays out, for sure.
Good event, good day. We'll see how it goes.
You're feeling confident then? Yep.
Not really, but we'll see.
Nice. Okay. That's very good to hear. Lovely stuff. Is there anyone you're worried about battling in the lower bracket?
Not really. We'll see. Well, my first opponent, Ricardo, who I know quite well, so we'll see how that goes.
Ricardo's a very capable driver as well.
Very
He's
fast.
Putting down some very nice laps today as well. So let's see. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to talk to me. Appreciate it. Nice. We return to Mr. Maz. We have exchanged wires in a beautiful Lady in the Tramp situation.
I was just having a look there, Josh. Seb's next opponent is going to be Ricardo Silva.
There we go.
Pretty strong, despite the last...
Portuguese stallion, I believe, if you will.
Earlier. So, there's... no matter where you are in the bracket, there's no easy way up, is there? There's no such thing as the easy path to the top.
Not today. Not today, in my opinion. I think the caliber of driving is incredibly high. Obviously, Seb is very much one of those to perform, but I think after a year of feed around and working through the ratings and all of that that's played into this event today, having the top 53 drivers from there, and the 8 of those being international, who all qualified yesterday in tremendous fashion, I think it's still anyone's game, really. We'll be heading back into it very shortly, into the top 32 of the lower bracket. We're going to be keen to see how that plays out with Adam Rowlands against Jordan Savage. Seems like our judges are having a little snack, so maybe we should talk to another driver. How are we feeling?
They can look and eat at the same time.
They can look and eat, I suppose so. I don't know. How about we hear from... that's mine. That's my burger. Okay. Well, let's run some battles then. How about that?
How's about that?
The judges say they can watch. Michael Craig's got his jumper on. It's go time. Of course, if anyone in the room wants to spend some money, Zero Phil, one of our amazing sponsors, and RC Kid Out, of course, as well. Head over to the stalls, give him your money for some very, very good things. I don't know if anyone's seen as well on the stage, but there is 3 magnificent figurines from Zero Phil for the winners, little guys to put inside of your car, but they have been hand-painted and handmade, and they are genuinely very nice to look at. They've also got a Wrap Up Next number plate attached to the front of them, and they look tremendous, truly. In my eyes, they're almost better than the trophies.
Judges are ready to go then, so should we call up our
Let's
next couple of drivers? So, Adam Rowlands, you will lead the first run against Jordan Savage.
First.
Yeah. So let's get going then with our top 32. Adam Rowlands taking the lead then from Jordan Savage. Adam coming across the track nice and clean into turn 1. The chase is right there with him. Here comes the timing for the leaving just enough space. Can he close it back in again? Adam is trying to run away with this one. Jordan trying to stick with it, but Adam just opening up that gap a little bit. Pretty equal into the final corner as Adam stays with it. Jordan just closes in towards the end. Close run.
That was very, very tidy, wasn't it? Let's see what happens in the second half.
So we'll swap positions and we'll get going. Beat me, beat me, beat me.
Let's beep it.
All right, here we go. So Jordan this time in the lead position, Adam with the chase. Jordan turning in just a little bit late into the zone there, but Adam staying with it and staying right on his door. Here comes the transition. Oh, a little bit of a tap there. Did that come from Jordan being a little bit late on it? He just seemed to slow down a little bit as he made that switch.
Look at them here across the line, though. Very nicely done. But yeah, it was awkward, wasn't it? Awkward on the transition. It wasn't quite what we were expecting to see.
Just seemed a little bit hesitant maybe from the lead.
Absolutely. I'm going to see what the result of that one is. I think maybe it's going to be a quick decision from the judges, although they are still digesting their burgers, so we'll see. Yeah, all to play for. I know Adam was surprised he was up next as well.
It comes round to it doesn't go in the same order as the previous rounds, does it?
Let's see if that played to his advantage. Maybe the nerves didn't have time to get to him. Maybe he smashed it out, but let's see what the judges say.
Just watching it back really carefully then between them, because there are a few moments that could be a sticking point in making the call. Maybe about who made that.
Still deliberating there.
Probably mostly that tap that we were talking about in that second run.
For sure, for sure. I think it's, I don't know as well how good the replay is on it. In the second run, was it? So right side here, is it? Let's see how it went down.
got a call.
We have a decision, and the winner of this battle is going to be Adam Rowlands.
Indeed. So it does seem like it was called that the hesitation on that tap was the lead car. So we go on to our next battle, which will be... I need to go to the right portion. So then the next one will be Andres Colonars and John Ford. Andres will lead our first round.
Interesting as well. We saw John a little bit slow on pace as well, but I feel like Andres has kind of been pushing quite hard on the pace today.
You said John's slow on pace, but like he was against
Henry. He was
like
against Henry.
that's if you're matching Henry, you're not slow.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They're looking at me like who's leading, and I'm gonna.
It is Andres will lead first one.
Andres, yeah, good stuff. But yeah, we've seen Andres today. I feel like he cuts the line a little bit, try and almost get away with that pace. So let's see if he kind of plays that now.
As long as John doesn't get phased by
safer.
that, it's a bit of a unique entry.
Absolutely. Right, let's send it. All right, we're off the line. We've got Andres out in front here with John Ford in the chase position. Look at that, a nice initiation. And as I've just said about Andres, that's a shame in the wall. I was about to say, as I've said, he's been coming shallow on the line recently, but he seemed to send it.
He had a little wobble before he finally tapped. You could see he was making corrections and just didn't have enough space to stay out of the wall.
Yeah, he wanted to kind of work it in, but it didn't quite work out for him. It's unfortunate on that part, but we'll run the second half. Maybe we'll see the same from John. Maybe we'll go again. Who knows?
Who knows?
There's still all to play for, as always. Let's go.
So John Ford leading this time. Andres Kononov in the chase position. John comes in. Oh, big tap there.
Wow.
So
big crash.
So in all fairness, that time John did look a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Andres was very, very fast.
Yeah.
So was
that's
one
kind of
too fast?
Right?
Was one too slow?
Yeah.
And
it worked well in the first iteration with the Andres being out front, right? But then the second iteration, it's problematic. And you see that quite a lot.
So we've got a decision coming through, and it is one more time. So maybe they felt that it was both, that John was a little too slow and Andres was too fast. Yeah.
Let's see if they can meet in the middle.
That's why we had the questions, because, you know, that's exactly what it was. It was both. Could we?
No.
Right, swapping back then. Andres in the lead for our one more time.
Let's play it again, see if they can make it a little bit tidy this time with Andres out front. John just falling back a little bit on that pace again, like we said. Really nice line from Andres, fitting that zone really well. Let's see what they do for the transition. John coming out a little bit early to try and pick up that proximity. Super slow, ding on the wall from John, unfortunately. Andres laying down that really nice lead line, though. I think that might call it for John on this half of the battle. Andres is going to be at a minor advantage, I'm sure.
Really interesting. John got on the power to try and make the transition. It just didn't rotate and just went straight forwards instead. He got so much rear traction, and it gripped up and went forwards. So,
yeah, it's an awkward situation, but second half, let's do it.
So here we go then. John Ford in the lead position this night, Andres. That's much, much cleaner. Just having to slam the brakes on to not make that collision. Andres very, very keen on that dive there. Now, here comes the final switch, Mac. Andres is waiting for it. He's going for the knife, gets right inside and pushes him along. Nice and clean at the end.
Over the line, very nicely done.
Very nice, very nice.
That was superb transition there. I think Andres did a really good job on that side of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They both learned from what happened in the first couple of runs and then just managed to just pull it back just enough. So I feel that the error from the first run is going to be the deciding factor in those things.
Very interesting. That transition, let's do it. Super nice transition.
So John in the chase position. Tries to make the transition. Yeah, the car just doesn't rotate. It just goes forwards a bit.
It's interesting, actually, that this is a deliberation for the judges. I wonder what they were reviewing, because for me, I saw the wall tap on John's part, and I thought that was kind of it, right?
Yeah, was there something that Andres did that could be deemed?
That we missed? Oh!
Oh, no.
Good stuff. The decision is in on this one then, and the winner is going to be Andres. And that does retire John Ford today. And I'm sure he is going to be thanking Henry on his way home. Henry played his part in his dad's demise earlier on today. But
let's look forward to the next battle then. We've got Harry Nichols versus Zelig Wong. Harry will lead our first run.
Zelig with the Drift Games guys there in his picture. Very nicely done. Obviously sporting his new Team Sliders hoodie, which he is very proud of, as he should be. Looks fantastic. Let's get right into it then, shall we? Harry Nichols here giving lead to Zelig Wong. Let's see what they do in this lower bracket battle. Nice initiation from Harry. Comes up a little bit short.
Big understeer moment from Harry.
It was. And that, yeah, to cost him come up a little bit shallow, it's going to cost him quite dearly. Zelig actually did a really good job to stay in it as well. Out of zone 2 filled really nicely there. Nice transitions. They're picking up and getting back together now. Oh, Zelig is quite far offline as well through that final out of zone. Yeah, you were right. Understeer was less than ideal. My eye, for some reason, decided it didn't matter, but it definitely did.
It definitely did.
Definitely did. Big moment there. But yeah, let's play the second half of this and see if Zelig can hang on to it.
Zelig Wong in the lead position then, and Harry Nichols in the chase. Harry getting right in there, right from the beginning. A little bit of a tap and a push, but it does look like Zelig is a little bit slow. I'm not sure if Harry is at fault for that section. Now he takes the shallower line to try and close right in. Here comes the final transition for the final sweeper. Harry waiting for it, closing in on Zelig, taking the shallower line, but staying right with them.
There it is. Wow, they got it together in the end, I feel. A little bit scrappy up the start for sure. I mean, Harry was right there. He just kind of bumped him right on that first outer zone. I think it's going to play into it. For me, I think Zelig's probably just going to take it. Do you feel the same?
I think the understeer's too big.
You think? Okay.
I think it was the...
I mean, my mind is removing it, so...
Never happened.
Understeer blind. One more time. Wow, okay. That's very interesting. Let's go again. I guess mistake. Understeers and then the other mistakes from Harry as well. So let's do it. All right, we go again. Let's see if they can make it a little bit cleaner this time. Harry in the lead, Zelig in the chase. Nice initiation. They kind of steer clear of that wall ever so slightly at the start and not filling the zone ever so much. Zelig really offline there as well, as he's not mimicking Harry too well. Harry misses out of zone 2 as well. Zelig taking dives to pick up in that proximity. Nice transition from Zelig there, bumper to bumper. Way offline once again, with Harry actually doing a pretty good job on out of zone 4. Zelig could have been there with him, I feel.
Very strong lead run, I think.
Yeah, I would see Zelig at a minor disadvantage for the moment, and Harry at an advantage. But let's play the second half, see what happens.
So Zelig then taking the lead position. Harry will try and chase for this second run. He's getting right inside that zone. Once again, Harry definitely has the speed, just has to make the adjustment from Zelig. Here comes the next transition. Oh, a little bounce off the wall from Zelig. It forces Harry to have to slow down. They're going to try and complete the run now, and Zelig makes that transition. Harry makes the dive. Can he get closer and closer through the sweeper section? And sure enough, he does.
Inching his way around there, wasn't he? But that's super unfortunate for Zelig there as he went in the wall. I think there won't be much deliberation there. We felt Zelig was at a disadvantage at the start anyway. I might have called it. He's flopping. What's it the kids say? He's crashing out. That's it. That's what the kids say these days, isn't it? And there it is. The decision is in. It's going to be Harry Nichols taking the win on that front. And Zelig retired for the weekend. Maybe for the best way. Someone make sure he's all right.
All right, let's look forwards then. So, Frederick Neptune, Ryan Addis, you are next. Martin Skelly, Greg Dev Mitchell, you're after that. James Nash, Dylan Campbell, Mitchell Ware, Ethan Howard, Wolfsar Hoffman, Aaron Grantham, Chris Brock, Joe Shaw, you are the next few battles. Please be ready to go.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be through the roof. Another one. We're going to try and hang on to the track before it flies out of the room. With Ryan Addis versus Frederick Neptune. One of the UK's finest versus one of the world's finest. I'm sure Ryan also could be considered one of the world's finest.
So I think that's fair.
I think that's fair. Oh, you so much.
So Ryan will be leading this first run.
Let's do it. I've been giving Percy picks. Life-changing. Ryan Alice, here he is. He's going to be lighting them up for sure. Gapping up on Frederick just a little bit. Frederick's going to have to take some dives to get there, but look at Ryan. There it is. There's the dive we saw from Frederick in that first out of zone. Ryan filling the zone really nicely. Good transitions as well. Not as deep as he could be on that out of zone. A little bit shallow through out of zone 3 as well. They're just touching there. Have the inner clip 2. Out of zone 4 though, all the way around. Frederick needs to take a little bit more of a dive just to get there. Not quite.
It's interesting you say that the Frederick dive was good there, but to me it looked almost like Ryan had to slow down a bit.
Ah, okay. You think it was a reduction on pace? To me, it felt like a dive from Frederick, but potentially. I mean, different eyesight and different angles, right?
Yeah,
So
I mean, I'm significantly older than you, so my eyes probably don't work as well.
I'm significantly more migraine than you at the minute, so. I'm 20% vision.
Let's swap positions.
Let's swap positions.
Frederick in the lead and Ryan chasing then. So Frederick coming across the track, Ryan chasing, a little bit of a wob on the wall a couple times, a third time for Frederick there as they sweep through. Ryan trying to keep his nose clean as they go into zone 2 and 3. And for the final switchback, Ryan now lining it up. He's waiting for it. He makes the dive. Little tap again from Frederick on the wall, but Ryan staying with it. A little tap once more. Oh.
I mean, we are, wow.
Pushing hard. Hit
out zone 1 right, which I think kind of... going to be potentially a quick decision from the judges, I feel.
Yeah, sure enough it is. Your winner, Ryan Addis.
Very nicely done. Frederick dropping down. I should know that.
Yeah, this is the lower bracket.
So that retires Ryan Addis for the weekend.
No, Frederick.
Frederick, apologies. Retires Frederick for the weekend. Ryan Addis advancing. Moving on. Before I make any more mistakes, Martin Skelly and Greg Dev Mitchell. Mitchell in the lead here up against Martin Skelly. Team HMRC, not the type that takes your tax money. Let's go. They're not. They're having a tune money. They're in the wrong places.
Greg should be in the lead.
Yeah, you are in the wrong
Greg
places.
should be in the lead.
Good spot. Nice work. All right. Send it, Nathan. All right, we see Greg at the front here with Martin in the chase position. A little bit awkward in that initiation, but Martin is right there with him. Comes out of the zone ever so slightly early. That's going to make the transition a little bit awkward, and it does, and puts them in the wall. Unfortunately, they're going to be looking at that very closely to decide who hit the wall there first, I'm sure. To my very naked eye, it was hard to tell who it was.
I think Greg got away with it, but he baited. He absolutely baited.
I think the transition was so delayed that by the time it was done, the wall was just there to say, hello, I will ruin this run for you. And so it did.
But Greg made it work.
It did. Let's run the second half and see what happens now. All right, we've got Martin out front.
Martin Skelly out in the lead with Greg to chase. Little bit of a lukewarm initiation by Martin in the red, but Greg matches here. Waits for the transition, comes around on similar lines, but Greg is pushing through. Little bit of a tap, did that force over angle for Martin there as they continue through the final section. Greg just having to take the shallower line a little bit there. Definitely different parts of the track.
Interesting, very interesting. I think, who are you saying is an advantage through that one? I'm on the fence.
Yeah, I am a little bit. There are some sections where it was like, you know, the latter portion, I feel that the tap disrupted the timing of the transition, and that's probably on the chase car's fault for not giving enough space for the movement. So that's definitely going to go against him, but it feels like they did enough in the rest of it to almost balance it out, so it's going to be a close call.
And the judges won't review beyond that, right? If it's deemed a major,
yeah.
We'll see.
And the run before that as well, of course.
And the run before saw major wall contact. Like we said, they came out of that transition a little bit early, and they made the wall their friend. we have a decision, and your winner is Greg Dev Mitchell, and that retires Martin Skelly for today. Unfortunately for him, but huge congratulations to Greg.
It was that wall hit.
It was, and the
Baited
judges
straight
have
into
decided.
it.
Moving
Next
on.
up, we've got Dylan Campbell versus James Nash. Dylan will lead our first run.
Mr. Nash versus the 2024 champion, Dylan Campbell. I'm keen to see how this plays out. James Nash has been really stepping up his game lately as well. He's like the last year for him, he's heaps ahead in terms of driving. Obviously, he has lost his local track recently, so we'll see if he starts to degrade again or he's got to find a new home. But let's get into it. All right, we've got Dylan Campbell out front in this GR versus GR battle. Look at them go. James Nash is right there with an answer already into that first outer zone. But very nicely done from Dylan all the way around outer zone 1. He has to hook up ever so slightly in the chase position there to allow room for the transition. Now he's going to be playing catch up a little bit. He takes the dive a little bit too aggressive and does knock Dylan ever so slightly, but Dylan still is unfazed, filling all the way around that outer zone 4. What a run from Dylan. A little bit aggressive from James.
Dylan's lead run was pretty much, I wouldn't call it perfect, but it was spot on. There's nothing to fault with it.
It was true to
James
form.
got in on that first corner and was on a high and just did not want to pull out, so that he mistimed that transition, and that's probably what sort of started to disrupt his rhythm.
It got awkward. It really did. Let's play the second half and see what happens. All right, James Nash giving lead this time to Dylan Campbell. Nice and snappy initiation, and very nicely done that first out of zone. We're not seeing much from Dylan in terms of the chase just yet. He's taking a bit of a dive there, coming out of the zone early to catch up with James.
Big angle from James.
Awkward there, wasn't it, through that second zone, but nicely done through the transition points in the inner clips. Out of zone 4, filling it door on door. Look at Dylan Campbell there, right next to him. Over the line. Wow, the proximity as they crossed there was very nice.
James not quite as good a line at the beginning of the run compared to Dylan's lead run, but like Dylan matched it in every little way. A couple of little places where he could have got caught out. Dylan was ready for it. And here we go then. We've got a call from the judges. And your winner is Dylan Campbell. He will advance.
Very nice.
We have to unfortunately say goodbye to Mr. James Nash at this stage. But I think he's going to go home relatively happy. He faced some very strong competition, right? And he was not like dominated in any way. He really did hold his own.
He had a hard run. Unfortunately, it's gone the way it has.
So
but
next
we
up,
say goodbye, James Nash.
Next up, Ethan Howard versus Mitchell Ware. Ethan will lead our first run.
Ethan Howard for me as well this year. Another driver who's really stepped up his game. You can go and check out his ratings on the website and just see the work he has done this year, attending feeder rounds and taking home some really good results as well. And I think 2026 for Ethan could be a good year, but let's see what he does today. All right, Ethan giving lead to Mitchell Ware here. Off they are out of the line. Big old angle from Ethan. Big old flicks to that first outer zone. And Mitchell has to kind of step back a little bit to allow it to play out before he takes his dive. Outer zone 1 not filled too well in the chase position. Outer zone 2 skipped again from Ethan, as we saw earlier as well. Look at the transition and the proximity here from Mitchell, though. He's taking another dive. Ethan not quite on the line he needs to be. But Mitchell is right there, compensating for it in every place. Ooh, I think that was interesting. We didn't see a lot of proximity, but the bits we did see were really excellent, so it's interesting how it plays out.
Yeah, there's little tiny things that you could fault by both drivers, but no major tip in one direction or the other.
No, precisely. Let's see what happens for the second half.
So then, here we go. We've got Mitchell Ware in the front and Ethan chasing around. The line is good. A little bit of a tap there. It looks like the lead car was in the wall first before the chase car found them, but now correcting that line here.
Ooh, some stalls there as well, just ahead of that transition point.
Ethan having to be quite straight there on the exit, just waiting and waiting and waiting for that timing.
Absolutely, absolutely.
He was just like, when are you going to transition? When are you going to transition? When are you going to transition?
Exactly. I also found a point before that in outer zone 1 very interesting. The fault was on Mitchell, right?
On the, sorry.
For me, it felt like basically Ethan had sandwiched Mitchell into the wall slightly. Right. Okay, we have a decision anyway. I'll stop yappering. One more time, we go again. Interesting. Yeah, like I'm saying, I used Mitchell slowed and then Ethan hit him, but for me, I thought that Ethan had kind of sandwiched Mitchell into the wall, so differing over opinion, but the judges have called it. It's one more time, so we go again. Mr. Ethan Howard, MRC, and Mitchell Ware. Again, huge old flicks from Ethan, and Mitchell has to kind of take a step back and then dive in now for the proximity that he's lost early on. Good transition, big old angle from Ethan, and then that does cause, well, I'm not going to say causes Mitchell, but Mitchell does end up in the wall. I'm not sure who's going to be at fault for that one.
You could see that Mitchell wanted to transition and had to wait a fraction longer than he wanted to.
Yeah,
and that threw off his timing by enough, and he moved forwards by that extra few centimeters, and then that transition then sent him towards the wall. It
precisely. That was difficult. But second half, let's go. Mitchell Ware giving lead here to Ethan Howard. Ethan's right. Oh, you see some major mistakes there with Mitchell's front wheel was definitely counter-steering in the wrong direction.
A lot of correction going on. Ethan did well not to collide.
He did. Ethan did a great job of staying in it there. But look at him now as well with the proximity. I think maybe we're going to see Ethan just take it. I don't know, though. That's a pretty good line from Mitchell.
Ethan kept it very clean.
Yeah.
Mitchell had a few untidy.
Judges are going to be eyeing who's at fault for quite a few of the things that we saw there. It got scrappy in places. Oh,
we've got a decision. Your winner, Ethan Howard.
Very nicely done. Like I said, Ethan, the last game, and yeah, it's good to have him here. Up next, though,
Joe Shaw versus Chris. No, sorry, no, I've jumped one. Aaron Grantham versus Wolfgang Hoffman. And then quick driver announcement, Chris Brock, Joe Shaw, you're next. Nazar and Chris Harper, you're after that. Ricardo Silva, Sebastian Thorley, you're after that. And Suk and Andrew McCombie, you're after that.
Wowee! Now, this is going to be good. I always love watching Aaron battle anyway, and up against a legendary international driver who is on his hollybobs here in the UK. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes down. And we've seen Wolf really perform as well. I think he's quite comfortable with the track. He's super consistent as well, and he knows what he's doing. So, let's do it. All right, Aaron Grant, a little bit of hesitation off the line, but restart.
Please.
Yep.
It's this tone. There's an extra second between the last tone and the go, and everybody wants to go.
Yeah, it's to catch 'em. I told you, designed by a very special sound engineer.
Yeah. I mean, like, we've only heard it 100 times so far.
It totally wasn't me in GarageBand, I promise. All right, we go again. Aaron Grant giving lead to Wolf Hoffman here. Look at this initiation. Look at him right in that first out of zone.
A little understeering from Wolf in the chase.
See some mistakes from Wolf there. Transition into out of zone 2. Look at the proximity though, like we said, the consistency and the aggression from Wolf is really nice to see. Nice and snappy transitions, bumper to bumper, out of zone 4. They're heading all the way around there. We just see them separate towards the end and over the line. Nice, I like the aggression in the middle there.
Yeah. He realised that he was down a little bit and then wanted to make it back within that run.
Absolutely, and he did a good job. Second half though, let's do it.
So Wolf in the lead position, Grant to chase now as they turn into turn 1, looking very good for Bjorn. Grant with all the angle, trying to stop himself from colliding with the car in front, who has managed to recover out of it. Little bounce off the wall from Wolf there as Grant is unfazed, waiting for the transition to come. Here comes Grant, one more dive down the inside, round the sweeper they go, and completing their run.
Interesting. I think, I mean, both half of the runs we basically saw Wolf potentially.
Yeah, I think there's a few too many scrappy mistakes there, and sure enough, the judges agree. We've got a call, and your winner is Aaron Grantham. Thank you, Wolf.
Elimination of an international driver. Wow, and I mean, who better to do it than Aaron Grantham himself? Very capable driver. Up next, we have Joe Shaw versus Chris Brock.
Joe will lead our first run.
Run. All right, they're on the line. They are ready. The judges look ready. Let's send it. So we've got Joe Shaw out front here, giving lead to Chris Brock. Let's see what he does. A nice initiation, good and snappy. Gets fairly shallow in that first zone, could have been a little bit deeper. He's right there now. Oh, we see some hook up there on Chris, not leaving just enough room for the transition. Has to kind of take a step back. We see Joe putting down a really nice line again. Now Chris just falling back ever so slightly, and Joe really pushing out wide on that line, doing a really good job, filling the zone, taking a dive here in the chase, but not quite enough.
Seems that Chris struggled to match the rhythm of Joe, but then Joe wasn't doing anything weird, so I don't think it's unfair to say that it would be on the lead car in any way.
Joe had some really nice, like huge angle moments as well, where we could have seen Chris really tuck in if the pace had been there, but it didn't seem to play out that way. Let's see what happens next.
So Chris Brock leading this time, Joe Short in the chase. Now Chris turns in, missing the bit of the first zone, but chase car is there on the wider line, but with the pace as well. The transition time, well, again, chase car on the better line, but still with the speed. So good chase so far. Oh, the big wall hit. That's going to be the end of it, I think, from this run.
I think so too. It was interesting actually because we saw Chris there really like cutting every corner he could. Joe in the lead
Joe wasn't having any. He was on the wider line. He was on the correct line, and he was still just as fast.
And I think ultimately that's what led to the mistake in the end as well. I think Chris basically had more pace than he was really prepared for as he came into his final zone. He puts it in the wall, and that's the end of it. So your winner for that battle is Joe Shaw. Up next, Nazar versus Chris Harper. They call him Harper. Chris Harper, Nazar. This is going to be a cool one to watch. Chris the lead, I believe.
Chris will lead the first run.
Let's take a look at our bracket as well. Let's see up against next. Right one, there it is. Who have we got? Ah, yes, I did have a feeling it was soon. Up next is the Ricardo Silva versus Sebastian. So
yes.
That's going to be interesting. What else have we got lined up?
Then Suka and Andrew McCombie, that's going to be a good one. They're all going to be good ones.
They are all going to be good ones, for sure. Right, let's get into this one for now, though, with Nazar versus Harper. All right, Chris Harper out front. Nazar in the chase. He's right there with the proximity already. They're going to do it for big initiations. Look at him taking that dive right up into Chris's door. Chris just has to step out of the zone ever so slightly to stay in it. Nazar is right there with him, though, accounting for all of those mistakes along the way, but not too bad on Chris's front now. Just opening up a gap and stepping away from Nazar ever so slightly as they head into that final zone. Filled it. Oof.
That final transition into the final wall run, though, by Chris in the lead. What a run. What a section.
Super snappy as well, right? He really kind of loaded up that tire.
I just had to take a small moment of, I held my breath. I was like, oh, no, don't go into the wall now. Not now. And it didn't happen.
It didn't.
Well held, well held.
Pure style. Let's go on the second half.
Nazar in the lead then, and Chris will chase. Here comes Nazar into turn one. Chris trying to stay with him. A little bounce off the wall there, it looked like from now. And having to take the shallower line to avoid any kind of weird slowdown or contact. Chris staying with Nazar, just holding back a little bit, waiting for the switch as they come in. Taking the shallower line is Chris. Nazar is also on the shallower line.
Yeah.
So
Nazar was right up against that wall, and then he
had to pull it away. He got on the power to stop himself from hitting the wall, and then that was only going to pull him inside of the corner, wasn't it? He wasn't going to be able to sweep it from there. And we've got a call already, and it's a split. No, it wasn't. It was a split decision. It was some fat fingers. Not anymore. Chris Harper takes the win.
There it is, and that retires Nazar. Very well driven by Nazar this weekend, though. I think he's got to go home. Performance for sure. Up next is
Sebastian Thorley versus Ricardo Silva. Quick drive announcement then. So the last few of this tree. Sukchima, Andrew McCombie next, Michael Machin, Mark Norman, Sam Monks, Nolan Ware, Daniel McKernan, and then Buled and Yatlong Poon.
Wowee. Yeah, up now, Sebastian Thorley versus Ricardo Silva. This is going to be very interesting, I can tell you right now. Very capable drivers. Ricardo is a spicy man, put it that way. He knows what he wants.
Spicy man.
Knows what he wants. He's going to get it. Sebastian earlier. He's feeling confident. He's feeling calm. He's quite happy to be in the lower bracket as well. But is it going to play to his advantage? Let's see. And let's get straight into it. All right. Sebastian out front with Ricardo in the chase position. Look at that from Seb already, putting it nice and deep into that zone. He has not played it as safe as I thought he would, given the way his first battle went up against Vincent earlier. But there they are, with Ricardo taking the dives and being right next to Sebastian as well, doing an amazing job. Look at that transition, bumper to bumper, taking the dive. As I said, this is going to be exceptional. We see Seb touch the wall again, over the line. Interesting, interesting.
So did Ricardo do anything disqualifying before that point where Sebastian hit the wall? I don't think he did. I don't think
he was scrappy in the chase for sure, but I didn't see anything that I would deem major. I think the initiation, it looked a little bit awkward on this first outer zone, but I don't think there was any fault there, and I think Ricardo did a really good job of picking it up. Obviously, Seb threw down an amazing line, but anyway, let's see what the second half brings.
So Ricardo Silva in the lead positions, Seb Thorley chasing in, and away they go. Oh, a big wall bounce from Ricardo this time on turn 1 as they continue through, making the transitions. They're sniping to the inside and stays right there. Gives Ricardo enough space to make this final transition as Seb goes in for the side-to-side maneuver. And away they go through the finish. Wow, Seb.
I tell you what, some interesting stuff happened there.
He knew he had to put on the pressure. He put on the pressure. And
we saw Ricardo make also. I feel earlier on in the straight at the gate, did we see Seb touch Ricardo, which might have then caused the transition to be awkward? The judges have called it though.
Wall bounce versus wall bounce means one more time between these two guys.
Fair enough. Let's do it again.
Yes. More of this battle, please.
Yeah. All right, we go again. Sebastian Fawley out front. He's going to be keen to not make the same mistake. Ricardo there as well. Look at him once again, perfectly online where he needs to be. Ricardo having to pull out some of that angle to pick up the proximity. Seb filling that zone so well. Add zone 2 as well, nice and deep. But Ricardo's right there now with the answer. Again, a little bit more angle. Look at the transition, bumper to bumper. Out into add zone 4. He's going to fill it all the way around. Ricardo falling back just slightly, taking another dive over the line. Oh, what a run.
You know, the evolution of Seb's run there, he just knew, though, this is where I hit the wall. Yeah. I'm just going to give myself 5 centimetres, and that's exactly what he did.
Do it again.
And he was exactly on it.
And he was ready for it. But let's see what happens now.
Ricardo Silva in the lead position. Sebastian Thorley chasing. Ricardo turns it. Seb with the big flick, big angle. Had to slow it right down to avoid hitting Ricardo. No fault of Seb's, though, in that section. Sebastian Thorley just stays with him. A repeat of the last time. A little tap, but no push there. And now the move into the last. A little bit of a wall tap from Ricardo again. And forced the two to touch a little bit. It just separated them a little bit, but it seemed like it was Ricardo tapping the wall that slowed him down that forced that to happen.
Yeah, I would agree on that. So then, has made it a very clear decision for our judges. Your winner is Sebastian Fawley for this one. And that retires Ricardo. I'm sad to see Ricardo go, but I think he put up a good fight. And obviously a monumental task. Up next, Suk and Andrew McCombie. You were excited for this one, Maz. Let's see what it brings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they both showed great potential earlier.
All right, driver's not quite ready. Suk is really warming those tyres. You don't know who's leading? That's a good question. It's not you, Suk. All right, let's get into it now that they are prepared. All right, Andrew off the line with Suk giving chase this time. Nice and tidy transition into that first out of zone. We see Suk just fall off line ever so slightly as he tries to pick up that proximity and get on Andrew's door, and he does a good job of it. Andrew not on line at all through this second out of zone, and Suk taking full advantage of that and being right inside of his door. Again, Suk taking another dive. Andrew a little bit of a wobble there, potentially on the wall as well. Interesting.
Very patient run from Suk there. There was multiple moments where if he had just kept his throttle in, he would have gone straight through him. Yeah. Very disciplined run.
It was interesting, actually, because Andrew dropped a lot of the run, which typically would mean he would have been miles ahead, but Suk was right there with an answer for it, right? But let's do it.
Suk Jimin in the lead position, and Andrew's not going anywhere. Oh, he's just lost power.
We'll have to...
we'll just give him the time like we had earlier. Is that how this works, Josh?
I believe so, yeah. We'll give him a timeout for the minute. He has 5 minutes to repair his vehicle. Let's see what happens. Maybe a new battery required. He does have 5 minutes. The time now is 4:23. Let's see what happens in the next 5 minutes. So you have till 5:28 to repair his vehicle, return to the track, and potentially take the win over Sook. How's that burger, Nathan? He spat burger all over my mic.
Is your clock an hour out? These are the 5.
I said 5. I actually can't read the time. It's 4. It's 4.
Okay.
He's got 5 minutes, but it's 4. It's 4 o'clock. It's not 5 o'clock. That's my mistake. Apologies.
You got until 5:28. That's an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank God for that. I did immediately start sweating that we were miles behind schedule, but turns out we're fine. We are fine. He's got until 4:28 to return to the track. He's back already.
Alrighty.
He's walking with confidence. I think he has repaired his vehicle.
Means I didn't eat as much of my lunch as I was thinking.
Oh, no.
I'll come back to it.
Someone else break their car so Maz can eat some food. Right, they're on the line.
Right, so let's refresh our brains there. We're on the second run, aren't we, here? So a second run meaning that Sook will lead and Andrew will chase.
Absolutely. Let's do it. There we are. Andrew makes it off the line this time. Sook giving lead. Nice initiation. Super casual. Nothing too spicy.
Big wall hit and understeer off of it.
That's a shame for Andrew, for sure. He's not going to be happy with that. I will let them finish up the run here. After fixing his car as well.
I mean, you just wonder how much the psychology of the rushing to get your car fixed
of course.
is a factor in making these mistakes, don't you?
I would do the same. I probably wouldn't have even made it out of the gate without hitting something.
I mean, I have no mechanical issues and I make those mistakes.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm over here and not over there.
Yeah. Some of us are just good at blabbering. Right, decision is in, of course, as you would expect off the back of that. It is Sook to advance. That retires Andrew, unfortunately. He put up a good fight as well. Up next,
Michael Mashin and Mark Norman. Michael will lead our first run.
Lovely stuff. Just allowed to head to the line here at the RC Drift IO 2025 main event. People in the room, how you feeling?
Some people are still nervous. They're still in it.
Some of them have fallen asleep. Mixed bag. Generally, though, they're pretty hyped. Sam from FPS over there, he's absolutely gassed to be here. Told me he's been looking forward to this all year. Says this is the event for him. This is where he wants to be.
Nowhere else. Everything else
Nowhere
pales
else.
in insignificance.
He said to me, these are my people. Anyway, I believe we are ready.
Okay. All right, so Michael will lead our first run. Mark will chase.
Let's do it. All right, Michael out front, Mark in the chase. Let's see what he does. Look at the pace straight off the line there. Big old gap opening up, and it just puts it in the wall on Mark's side, unfortunately, with Michael staying in it really well. An unfortunate initiation there. The car kind of got a little bit stuck and hooked up and just went straight into the wall. Not sure. Again, we spoke earlier about maybe mechanical issues with the vehicle, right? And maybe they played into effect.
Well, he had a
as well.
similar entry like a couple battles ago as well, I think.
Exactly. Yeah.
Did Mark? So
it seems to be maybe a car issue more than anything, if I had to guess. But second half, let's see what happens.
So now Mark in the lead position. Michael giving chase. Mark now turning in. This time a little bit more comfortable, but a little bit of a wall tap that gave that space that he left is close right in there by Michael. And almost a touch. I don't think it disrupted it in any way there, though. And now for the final transition into the sweeper, another big wall tap
That's unfortunate.
from Mark, which is unfortunate.
And
And
through
they go.
all she wrote, unfortunately, for Mark potentially today. And there it is, as we expected. Michael Machin gets the win. Mark Norman retired, unfortunately. Up next, though, Sam Rybar. The international stallion returns. They got it. The high fives are there. Friends for now, but maybe. You seen Sam's trousers? Sam's got some cracking trousers on today. People should appreciate that at home, I feel. But what they appreciate is driving. Let's see. Mr. Sam. Peter Rybar. Peter's been laying down some very interesting runs. Sam with the big old angle. Peter has to pull it out there just a little bit, and then we see Sam just running that wall afterwards.
Was it too much?
Could have been too much, and Peter's way offline now again as well. Again, we see Peter quite scrappy in the chase, but then he tends to pull it out in the lead, so let's see if he can make up for it in just a moment.
Big wall hit from Sam.
That's a big hit from Sam. Is it going to be first to zero, though, is the thing, right? Is it going to be a case of Peter had already zeroed, so Sam's one didn't matter? But
I mean, without having to haven't seen the replays ourselves yet, it just looked like Sam just put too much angle on. He's almost backwards into the first corner. Yeah, he didn't spin it, but I feel like that was a bit too much.
It was a lot. But let's see what happens next.
Oh, we can see this run. So this time, Peter in the lead, Sam to chase. Peter turns in for turn one. Sam's got that aggressive hit. Oh, that definitely was Peter by himself going into the wall. Sam staying with him, though. He's going to push through this. Oh, and another bounce off the wall by Mina as Sam continues to apply the pressure.
That's unfortunate, isn't it? It's
into
really
the final corner here. And they go.
But like we say, we've just seen Sam, right? We've just seen Sam do
a similar
it looks
thing
like
almost. Sam zeroed the first one. Peter zeroed the second one.
So we could see it go one more time.
I could see this going one more time.
Potentially. I don't know.
Let's see what
maybe some of the judges saw something else and they put blame on the first one on Peter, but I don't know. We'll see what they say.
Bit of a discussion going on, so
deliberation.
It's not as clear cut as we've made it out to be.
It's not, is it?
But then sometimes you just want confirmation from each other that you all agree on the same thing, right?
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly. Judges' decisions in. They look like the decision is in. Have you all pressed the button?
It's in.
It's in. Oh.
Sure enough, they all agree. It is one more time. So sure enough, Sam did too much on that first corner in the first run. 4 wall taps on the second one, right? Yeah. Okay. Hold on a second. What we got? What happened there?
All right, they go again. Sam Monk's out front for Peter Rybar. Let's see if they can keep it together through that first out of zone that has been troublesome for them both. There it is. Sam Monk's laying down a really nice line, actually, with Peter with a very good chase as well. Right there next to him. He just drops back a little bit through the transition. Sam Monk's still absolutely laying it down, leaving all the world for Peter to tuck in, but he's just not quite managing it. Again, the gap is opening wider and wider as they get through this run. And there he is, finally at the end, just about catches him.
You know, Sam, despite hitting the wall on this final corner last time, he pushed for every last millimetre against that wall.
And it paid off this time. I think
he was like, no, you know what? I'm not going to hold back.
He knew the first was a warm-up for him. He knew what he had to do in the second one. But let's see what happens now as they head into the second run here.
Peter Rybar leading from Sam Monks, and here comes Peter into turn one, turns it in. Sam with the snap with the big angle as they hold decent distance, gives enough space for the transition. Here comes Sam on the attack for this second and third zone, coming out into the last switchback.
Ooh,
Sam's right on it, closes right into Peter, and through the final section goes Sam. He's up.
Really good chase from Sam there. He just dropped ever so slightly after that transition, then had to kind of cut a little bit of that final zone just to pick up and be next to him again. But the decision is in. And your winner of this battle is Sam Monks. And that retires Peter, unfortunately. Moving on. What do we got next? Nolan. This should be cool. Nolan's been driving really well this weekend as well. All right, they're on the line. We are ready to light them up. Let's hit that beat. All right, we've got Nolan Ware giving lead to Daniel McKernan here. Look at the initiation there from Nolan. He just taps the wall ever so slightly, I feel, and has to then pull it out. But there is absolutely no answer for Daniel McKernan, falling way back. And Daniel McKernan just puts it in the wall in a big way, unfortunately. And Nolan Ware is still sticking with it, doing a really good job putting down the lead line. And then Nolan puts it in the wall, but like we say, first to 0, so I think probably the fault is going to be on Daniel McKernan. I think there was a small bit of wall contact from Nolan in first outer zone as well. Did you see that?
Yeah, maybe, but I think it's so small
trivial
that it's, yeah.
It didn't disrupt the car much, I do agree. But second half, all to play for. Let's do it.
So Daniel in the lead this time, Nolan and Chase. Daniel putting on the angle, Nolan staying right with him, matching the angle, matching the line. Pulls back a little bit, giving himself space for that transition. Makes the dive right to the inside. Is it going to pay off, though? Seems to lose a little bit of distance, though, as a result. Didn't get the exit right. Oh, the big wall hit from Daniel.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
Shame indeed.
Ooh.
You got.
I'll share yours when it goes.
But I don't have the control to move the finger.
Oh, yeah. Judges are just deliberating here. We're going to see how this plays out. I'm going to read some comments from the stream real quick because I've not had a look in a little while. There is 113 of you watching along at home. If you're in the comments, how you doing? How's it looking? Let us know. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. There's still all to play for here at the RC Drift IO 2025 main event. Breaks very soon once we have gone through these last 2 battles here of the top 32 of the and the way this plays out next as well is that the next part of this tournament will be the top 16. Ooh, seems like a decision is in on this one, and it's going one more time. Interesting. Fault must have been led with someone who we did not foresee. Come on. All right, let's go again on this one and see how it plans out. We're going to see Nolan Ware in the lead position, and we will see Daniel McKernan in the chase. All right, let's see what Nolan does in that lead position this time round. Nice initiation. Just comes a little bit short on the zone. Daniel's not really there.
Little wall tap from Nolan.
Either. Yeah. An unfortunate initiation. A nice, good job on the outer zone too, though. And Daniel was there trying to make a dive to get closer as well. There he is with the transition, bumper to bumper now. Can he stay in it? Not quite. He's just falling back once again as they separate, and he edges closer over the line. Not much of an answer from Daniel. But yeah, again, a little bit scrappy on the initiation from Nolan as well. Second half, beep him, and let's see what happens.
So Daniel leading this time from Nolan, using the full width of the track. A little rub on the wall and a second rub on the wall from Daniel.
Fully in the wall for Daniel there.
Absolutely costing this run as they continue through there. Nolan now wants to put some pressure on.
Unfortunate. It was unfortunate. I guess there's been a lot of wall contact through both halves of this run, right?
I mean, they're pushing each other so hard because they're trying to extract the absolute... They know that they can't get away with a lukewarm run, right?
Yeah,
so
precisely.
It's got to go the way that it goes.
But there it is.
Oh, here we go. We've got
still talking.
A split decision going on.
Judges happy?
One judge says Nolan. Oh, no.
There we go.
All three say one more time
We go
once again. So here we go then. One more time. One more time.
One more time. Let's do it again.
So Nolan leading once more from Daniel. He's getting away now. Nolan makes the speed argument. And
nothing from Daniel still once again, right? Like
there's a ball tap once more from Nolan. Didn't need to do that, but he's pushing. You can tell he's pushing. Here comes Nolan once more for the final corner, and another rub against the wall. Daniel keeps it cleaner.
Interesting. So we saw not really much of a chase from Daniel, but some big
Nolan's
mistakes
better
from
parts
Nolan,
were better,
right?
but he's made the bigger mistakes, you know?
He's put it in the wall, and that's detrimental ultimately. Second half though, play it, and let's see what happens. Do we think Daniel is going to play down the line he needs to make this happen for him today? He is quite there.
That's
not in the wall again. It's a wall for wall today with these two, unfortunately. I think the one is there and the pressure is there, and unfortunately it's not really played out for either of them in this situation right now. We will be heading through this battle very soon now. I think this is the second one more time. I don't know if the judges are going to call it.
The judges are like, please just...
yeah, just a clean run. If one of them can keep it together and not touch the wall, I think they might have it in this situation.
As we await another, what turned out to be an untidy pair of runs.
Yeah, very untidy. It's a very unfortunate one. We will let the judges deliberate for a moment.
So, judges, once again, these are the hardest calls to make. It's not the ones where they've got really close battles to each other and so on. It's often. Oh, here we go. We have a decision, and it goes to Daniel McKernan.
Wow.
I think ultimately.
Can we hear from the judges? I know it seems.
Like this one is one of the hardest ones to call because it's like big crash here, big crash there. What was the thing that finally tipped it?
So basically, we were looking at the only few runs where we weren't sure if it was a 0 or not.
Okay.
And Daniel had 2 of those, so that's why we went with Daniel.
Okay, interesting. Fair enough. Decision's there. It's been made.
All right, next up, let's look forward to our next battle. It is Bullet and Yatlong Poon. Yatlong Poon, you will take the lead in the first run. Bullet, you will chase.
No. Yeah.
This will be our final battle in the lower bracket of the top 16.
Yeah. Interesting stuff, and it will be the top 16 lower bracket after this.
We do the lower bracket for top 16 after this?
We do, I believe. Let me check. You do like a part 2 of the lower bracket, essentially, rather than heading up to the upper bracket.
Okay.
Assuming the system is built correctly, which...
I mean, whoever built this system, eh?
Whoever built him.
Are they reliable, do you know?
No. Absolutely not. Lost 1,000 times.
All right, are we ready to go with our next battle then? So, Yatlong Poon will lead from Bullet.
There they go, Yatlong Poon out front. Bullet, the man of the day with the chases, I feel. Taking that dive once again, but Yatlong Poon is doing a really nice line through that first out of zone.
Looked like a little wall rub there, a little bit, but Bullet did well to match
not
it.
Not much disruption, I feel. Bullet's still there right with him as they head through that first inner clip. Nice transition. Bullet's super
it's very straight.
Very straight. Out of zone 4, filled really nicely. Bullet's still right there, over the line. Very straight.
Was it too straight?
It might have been too straight.
Was it too straight? That's the question.
We'll see. I mean,
the judges are looking at, they're discussing it. Was it too straight?
No such thing in my own opinion, but if you're in a competition.
No such thing as too straight.
Yeah, you're going to, it's not going to bode well. But second half, let's see.
Bullet in the lead position. He gets away, comes across into turn 1, just missing out on the zone. But Yatlong Poon really, really taking that shallow line to stay with him and closes in. Here comes the transition. goes out wide. He just swings a bit there in the chase.
Corrections as well.
Now here's Bullet. That time he's got enough angle. Says, oh no, a little bit of a tap against the wall.
That was unfortunate for Bullet, I feel. There was a lot of other stuff going on with Yatlong Poon, right? And a lot of corrections and mistakes all over the place.
Yeah,
I don't know that any of them were major enough in comparison to at the end.
From a pure trying to win perspective, Bullet didn't need to dive as deep as he did.
No.
But then also, you know, he's not seeing it. So here we go then. What have we got here?
Deliberation from the judges.
We've got one judge going with Yatlong Poon, the other two going one more time. So we will go one more time on this battle.
That's very interesting to see it unfold like that. But yes, forget that ever happened, and let's beep him. Yatlong Poon out here and the front again. They're going to see if Bullet can stick it with him. There he is, taking that dive right up on his door. Really nice line being put down by Yatlong Poon, making it super easy for Bullet to be where he needs to be. Just dropping a tire.
Big touch.
That's a shame.
On the wall.
That's a shame for Yatlong Poon there as he puts it in the wall. And it's going to play into the second half of this battle for sure. There they are, over the line. Very nicely done. Interesting. I think I wasn't anticipating that wall hit there. For me, the transition looked super clean. I thought they've nailed it, they're going for it, but no, the car just stepped out and it hit the wall, and that was that. But the second half could all still be to play for. Let's see if they can keep it together.
So Bullet in the lead position this time. He was looking for strong last time, and another wall tap there.
That's unfortunate.
Yatlong Poon having to slow it right down to avoid the collision. And just waiting and waiting for that transition to happen. He's there now, just trying to chase in, losing a little bit of ground on the exit of that section as they make the final switch back. Bullet pushing for that final bit. He knows that all he can do is try and run away from it, and then to the finish.
A wall for wall. It's almost like the run we just seen before, right, where we went free one more times because of wall hits. And I wonder if, you know, the time of day or whatever is getting to the drivers at the minute. You know, maybe they're hungry. Maybe they haven't driven recently. It's costing them. Maybe the surface is changing ever so slightly with temperatures. It could be anything. There's a million things that could play into it.
We've got a call.
We have a call.
One judge says Yatlong Poon, but the other two say one more time still.
And a different judge this time said in advance. Maybe we're going to see the third iteration of this.
We go one more time, once again. Keep it clean, guys.
Yatlong Poon once again for this second one more time. Can he do what he needs to just take it away from Bullet? I'm not sure, but we will see it unfold. Look at them there with the proximity from Bullet as well. And the nice steady transitions. I feel like they're playing super safe. Big old angle from Yatlong Poon. Has to pull it out just slightly through that second zone. Bullet is right there with the transition. Stays in it really well. Good angle. Just has to correct it ever so slightly and step back in. He falls back now, and then he's back on the door for the line.
Yeah, that was very disciplined from Bullet that time, I think.
It was. You could tell it's the same with the going straight over the transition, right? We've seen him do that all day, but this time he said, actually, I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to throw on a load of angle, and I think it could play well in his hand. But let's go into the second part here.
Bullet out in the lead this time. Yatlong looking for the dive. Stays nice and close, staying on a similar line for the two of them, making enough space for the transition as they go towards the wall. This is looking good from both drivers. Bullet trying to get away. This is where he has been quick previously. Just a little hesitation on the transition, but on the door. Wow. That was a tremendous run from both drivers.
Now that was a dive from Yatlong Poon. It's a shame it was the last corner he chose to take it, but it was a dive and a half.
That whole run, though, from Yatlong Poon was so strong.
It was.
But not quite enough to turn it around. Your winner, Bullet! We now go to our next set of battles. We're going to take a short break. Is that right? Yep.
Absolutely.
And then I will call the next group of drivers, where we go into top 16 lower bracket.
Top 16 lowers. So this is guys who've won twice, and they are drivers who have dropped down. We will roll some ads, I'm sure. We'll see you in just a moment.
Get out there and have fun. Because you've got Maguire's. And we've got your back. From wash, to paint care, to maintenance and more, Maguire's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Maguire's, reflect your passion.
saw Lord here and I was like, I wish I'd said that. I wish I'd said yes. I said yesterday. Have you eaten your hamburger yet?
Almost. Almost. No, I'm good, thank you. Oh, it's a stroopwafel. Oh, no. You said a cookie. You didn't say stroopwafel. Of course I want a stroopwafel. Thank you.
That's like a different way of like cookie dough.
I turned one down earlier, but Bjorn took one and I'm like, why did I turn that down?
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Instantly regretting it, but I've got one now. You're commentating. The pair of you, brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love it. I thought you and Nathan were good last year. Bit Tom. Yeah, he's brilliant. Your energy is amazing. I was like, how can you be that energetic all day long? I do not understand.
Because they're short runs.
Yeah.
You can do it for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And then calm it down.
Yeah.
You guys are
Yeah.
We get some drinks
and the level of trusting this year compared to last year is immense. It's so much better. Yeah. That's why I didn't compete. I didn't have my game. How are you doing, boys doing?
we need cushions.
Oh, yeah.
Chair.
Yeah. Need a cushion.
I had like quite a nice round ass before, and now it's flat.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not going to be able to do my own hands.
How badly do you wish you'd stolen the pillow from the hotel?
Made a pillow.
You need like another three.
Yeah. Someone's car, isn't it? Picked out. Still in the car.
You've had some hard decisions though. There's been some real, like, I don't think we've had anyone go all the way with one more time, have we? You're only allowed to do one more time?
We had it twice now.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. We've had two.
I've missed so much. I'm there, and I've missed so much. And literally they're like, oh, can you call such. It's like, Right, we're going with the jet.
We've only got about 45 to go. Sorry, no, I'm good. I've got so much fluid because I know how much fluid I need to take when I'm non-stop talking. I arm myself.
Talk on the mic. On the mic, it's just a bit. Yeah. You're not interviewing for the room. Do you want to interview for the room? What am I not?
Can you hear me? That's too loud, isn't it? I can see it clipping. Hello. It's good. It's like through the roof. No? Yeah, cool. I'm gonna go talk to some drivers. Yeah. Mr. Cameraman. I'm on the stream. Let's go talk to some people. Come with me, Mr. Cameraman. Let's see how this goes. Hopefully they can hear me all right. How are we doing?
Yeah, very great time.
Are you excited for your battle in a minute?
Oh yeah.
Against the legend, Adam Rowlands. He's edging away. How are you feeling about it?
Not bad. We're going to have a good bat. See how we go, are we?
Yeah? No hard feelings then, no? No? Okay, that's good to hear. Let's move along. How are we feeling? Who's up next? You guys are after them, right? You're after them. Yeah. Who are you against? Against Henry. How are you feeling against Henry?
I'm alright, yeah.
I'm alright, yeah. Dylan Campbell, living legend, how are you feeling?
Fantastic. Happy to be here.
We love to hear it. I'm going to take the cameraman round. Let's go talk to some other people. Who we got? Davey. How are you feeling?
Pretty confident, I would say.
Yeah?
Only the big body shells really hurting me sometimes, but small body shells.
We have seen that. We've seen that from you today. Yeah, it's difficult thing to maneuver, and the track is not very forgiving either. So.
Oh, no, but I'm ready for it. Let's give it a go.
Nice. We love to hear it, Kelvin. Who else have we got? I want to interview Adam Gabb. He always has a lot to say. Let's see what he does. Still in it. I think he's still in it. Let's see what happens. Adam Gabb, are you still in it?
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Not very confident.
Not very confident. Why is that?
Because my car don't drive well.
Nothing new from Adam Gabb. Moving swiftly on. I'm not interviewing you ever. You know why. Who else have we got? Oh, let's do Keith. Let's do Keith. Sorry, cameraman. Follow me. Guys. How are we feeling?
Excellent. What a wonderful event.
Thank you so much, Keith. You're still in it? Yeah? Who are you battling next? Do you know?
Christians.
Okay, and how do you feel?
Excellent.
Taken then, yeah?
Yeah.
Dan RC, how are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's been a good event so far. I've got Vincent next, so that'll be an interesting battle. The man from France.
That's going to be savage.
Clash of the Titans winner this year, so yeah, it'll be a difficult event. But yeah, so far it's been a good day.
Banging. We love to hear it. All right, let's head back. Enough of this. Oh, there he is. Me on the telly. Good times. All right, I'm back on the mic. Good times. It was nice to go and speak to some of the drivers. Everyone's feeling really confident who's still in it. Everyone who's out of it, I think they'll drive on the track behind me anyway, so hopefully they're having a good time. At the RC Drift IO 2025 main event. We're going to be getting back into it with the top 16 of the lower bracket real soon. I have no idea if we're on schedule. I'm not even sure anymore. There's a ton of battles still left to go. We've got top 16 of lower bracket, top 8 of the lower bracket, top 4, top 2. All still to play for, very much so. What have we got in the upper? Top 8, top 4. We're getting there. And there's going to be some interesting stuff coming up, I'm sure. Let's have a readout. What am I excited for? I think like Dan RC just said to us as well in the pits, him versus Vincent, that's going to be very interesting. Dan is a very capable driver. I don't really know how that could go down. And obviously Dan RC as well, he's just picked up a new chassis from his sponsor. He's making big moves, making waves in the scene. We're just waiting for our judges to return and then we'll hop back into it. Oh, the judge is doing a lap. Well, enjoy this for your viewing pleasure at home. If we were off schedule, we are now going to be more off schedule, but that's fine. I hope he enjoys it. He's got to get something out of the day anyway. Judging is not a fun task for anyone who's ever tried it. I think we should take a minute as well to celebrate all of the tracks this year that ran a feeder round. I think we haven't mentioned them enough, but we really wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for them putting in all the hard work, putting on those competitions. Next year, if you want to be part of a similar thing, there are plans in the work to go again, essentially, with feeder events. And yeah, we'll be building out our ratings, we'll be taking in all the data, aggregating it, and we will be putting on a show. I think next year, April time, we'll be heading to Birmingham NEC as part of the Model World Live event. We'll be putting on a similar display, similar competition, and we'll be taking the best of the best from our driver ratings to seed the bracket. For now, though, we return to the lower bracket, top 16, with Adam Rowlands versus Andris Kovanovs. Said completely wrong. With Adam Rowlands to lead. Not waiting for anything. I think judges are happy, drivers are happy, refreshed, ready to go. We're ready for a beep. right, we've got Adam Rollins giving the lead here for Andrews. Let's see how this plays out. Two very savage drivers of today. Look at Andrews right there, up on the door of Adam. And Adam is filling that line so well. Not good with the A names today, but out zone 2 filled beautifully well. Andrews is right there on Adam's door doing a good job. Look at this transition. Bumper to bumper.
Looked a bit straight
taking
there.
that dive. Out zone 4. He feels it really well. Just falling back. And now he's back on it. He's back on it. Over the line. Nicely done. Yeah.
Little shake, little
straight,
wobble. Was
right?
it a little too straight by Andrews on that final transition? That's the thing that I'm hung up on, I have to say.
Absolutely. Let's see what happens next, though.
Andrews in the lead position this time with Adam to follow. Andrews using the full width of the track as he knives in.
Nice.
Just needing to adjust to get into the zone. A little bit of a worn touch there, a little brush. Maybe that's about it. But now Adam is lining up the dive for this second section here. Andrews pushing out really wide. Adam just had to wait to give him the space. Andrews a bit wild there towards the end as he goes in. Adam closes right back in.
There it is.
It's a little bit wild for Andrews.
Yeah. Andrews was kind of way out of it, off the line and everything, and then he just tucked it in on that final zone all the way around the wall, and that allowed Adam just to take that on the door. But decision is in from the judges, and your winner for this battle is Adam Rowlands, sending home Andrews today. Interesting stuff, interesting stuff. We are moving on. Up next, Harry Nichols. Let's see what happens next. Interesting that Ryan's in the lower bracket already as well, given the capability.
So I just had a look
driving.
at this earlier. So we had 8 people who had buys into the top 32. Of those 8 people, 4 people lost in that first round. 4 people made it through. But of those 4 that did drop down, they have all made their way through to this next stage, the lower bracket. So
they're not out yet.
All top 8 seeds are still in.
Okay, so maybe some faith in the driver ratings there, right?
maybe.
They are working as they should, and I expect it. Ryan Addis, Harry Nichols. We're going to see Ryan in the lead position. Let's do it. All right, they are off the line. Ryan Addis there opening it up and doing a very nice transition into that first outer zone, filling it all the way around, right up against that wall. Harry not quite there with him just yet. The transition happens a little bit slow and lazy, but they are still in it together. Harry taking another dive there to try and get proximity. Ryan just shooting off here. A few car lengths opening up between them, and he's still filling all of those zones as well. What a run from Ryan Addis. Harry just not quite with the answer that we needed. But second half is going to be interesting still. Let's do it.
So this time, Harry in the leading position, Ryan in the chase. Ryan giving a little bit of space. He's going to try and make the dive on the first turn, and sure enough, he closes it in. Harry staying right on the line that he should be. Now Ryan giving the space for the transition. Nice and close to the wall goes Ryan, staying with him despite being probably more on the more accurate line. The final transition goes in. Ryan tries to make the dive for the final bit, but Harry doesn't let it happen. Kept the pace. Very, very good there. Ryan stayed patient.
There, right?
He, I think Ryan definitely was Harry for the most of the thing, except for the final turn where Harry fought back and definitely put up a great fight there. That one's a very close run, but overall, we have a decision from our judges. Your winner in advancing is Ryan Addis.
Oof. Very nicely done from Ryan Addis there, and that does eliminate Harry Nichols, unfortunately. Up next, Greg Dev Mitchell, all to play for in this next battle.
So Dylan Campbell will lead this first run. And then that win for Ryan, as I was saying before, keeps one of our top seeds in the competition. Ryan, the number 4 seed for today's main event. Dylan lines up into that lead position. Greg Dev Mitchell into the chase position as we get ready for our next battle.
Light them up, guys. Dylan Campbell out front, giving lead to Greg Dev Mitchell. Look at that initiation from Dylan Campbell, true to form. Unfortunately, Greg is just falling back ever so slightly. He has to cut the zone just to get there on his door. A little tap indeed. Dylan Campbell, super consistent, back on that line. Another tap again.
that one cost a lot of momentum.
Absolutely. Do we feel that was the fault of Dylan not coming out wide enough, or do we think just not enough room left in the chase position?
I think Reg was trying a little too hard to close the distance.
Yeah.
Wasn't matching it. I don't think it's... I couldn't see it being on Dylan there myself.
Fair enough. I agree. I do agree. Let's run the second half, see how this pans out. Let's go, line them up. Greg Dev Mitchell in the front. 2024 champion Dylan Campbell is there. He's not got much of an answer at the minute, interestingly enough.
He was on the better line, though.
He absolutely was, yeah. I guess not the ideal lead line to be trying to chase. Greg is now going to try and pull it together. Dylan's right there then, once again, back on his bumper. Taking that dive out of zone 4, filling it all the way around. Look at Dylan Campbell on the door now. Look at that, over the line. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting there on zone 4, but the judges already said that it was okay. If you're in the chase position, you have to be there to be inside. You can mount that curb. So, like, as the chaser, and based on where the lead car was, that's actually not a penalty in the judges' eyes.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've noticed it happen today. I just thought it'd be worth mentioning. And we've got a result already from the judges. Advancing through goes Dylan Campbell.
Woo. Good stuff for Dylan Campbell there, and that retires Greg. Up next, and Ethan Howard, AMRC versus AMRC. Let's see how this pans out. Will Ethan still be part of the team afterwards? We shall soon find out.
Aaron will lead our first run.
The AMRC army is what I will call them from now on, not a team, because they are growing by numbers day by day, and they are all absolutely savage. Let's see how this pans out.
So Aaron Grantham taking the lead on this first run with Ethan chasing. Aaron on the tidy line there. Ethan having to make a bit of an adjustment, bit of a swing in order for it to happen. Just had to pull back to make the transition happen, but closes back in again. Now, here comes Ethan for the dive. Can Aaron let it happen? He stays right to the outside. Ethan comes in on the inside line to close the gap.
Wow, nicely done. A lot of wiggles from Ethan there, but what a run from Aaron out in the front right. Super consistent, super
like
steady.
Ethan's run was like proximity over all.
Yes,
you know?
Yeah,
and Aaron was like dives, smoothness, movement,
sacrificing angle,
right.
all of it. And Aaron was just there on a beautiful qualifying line. And I think Ethan could have probably done a better job, not to be harsh on him. But second half, run it, and let's see what happens. Here we go, Ethan out the front this time. Let's see if Aaron can deliver in the chase position as well. He's falling back already a little bit. I don't know if he's just given a bit of room because he feels he's at advantage maybe from the first half it's better. But there he is now, taking those dives to get on Ethan's door. That's the Granth we know, right up in that proximity. Ethan with a little bit shallow on the angle as well, but he's going to throw it in hard here, out of zone 4, filling it all the way around. Aaron's just falling back ever so slightly, takes another dive, and across the line.
It was like Aaron knew exactly when Ethan was going to transition before he did, so he could just time it just right. Very, very tidy.
And that's the sign of a good driver, right? I mean, he's the third in the standings for the tournament today. Like, Aaron Granth knows exactly what he's playing at. He knows his teammate as well, I suppose, which is helpful. There they are, the two lads on screen right now. You've got Aaron Granth on the right, Ethan Howard on the left. They're going to be talking about that for sure.
And we've got a call from the judges. Advancing is Aaron Grantham.
Nicely done on Aaron Grantham's part. We're retiring Ethan for today.
You know you were saying about the AMRC army.
The AMRC army up next. Another AMRC versus AMRC. We've got Joe Shaw and Chris Harper. Wowee, it's going to be tough conversations in the group chat after this.
We're announcing an all-new team lineup.
yeah, right. The army's going to get smaller. Half of them are going home. Good stuff. Are they heading to the line?
So Joe will lead the first run. Chris will chase in the first run.
Okay. 890 versus 350Z. I'm ready for it. All right, we've got Joe Shaw out front, giving lead to teammate Chris Harper.
Oh, a little bounce off the wall.
It was a little bounce off the wall. It was a very difficult initiation as well. That's going to cost him fairly dearly, I would imagine. But here they are, staying in it anyway. Chris Harper just trying to take every dive he can to pick up that proximity against the absolute rocket that is Joe Shaw. And look at him as well, on a huge angle. And Chris just having to pull it out still just to get there over the line. Joe Shaw, what a force to be reckoned with. He has that angle really locked in for this track at the minute, and he really knows where he wants to put the car. I think the second half of this is going to be super interesting.
Yeah, it's a shame about that wall tap right at the beginning by Joe.
It
But
was.
now we swap positions. So Chris Harper this time taking the lead. Joe Shaw with the chase. Chris, with a bit of a gentle turn, but a little bit of a rub against the wall. Not too much of a movement, but let's see how the judges will deem that one. Joe now trying to line up the move for this last section as they close in for this final switch match. Here comes Joe, closing in, but Chris not letting him do it.
Not much of an answer on
Great
that one.
attack, great defense. I think that's the best way to look at that. Joe did everything he could, but Chris made no mistakes. Kept his nose clean, stayed ahead, kept the speed, kept the line.
I couldn't agree more.
And we've got a call from the judges. 1 goes for Joe, but 2 go one more time. This one's going one more time. So we go back to Joe Shaw leading this one from Chris. Few little mistakes were significant.
Excited to see it go again. I think they would have warmed up from that first one.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
It's going to be one of those ones where they know what they want. Like I said, Joe Shaw, he's really on that angle. Let's see if he can lock it in and really bring it home for this one now.
He's on the lead for this next one.
We go again. Joe Shaw in the lead. Chris Harper in the chase. The initiation's coming up. There it is. Again, not too deep in that zone this time, but I guess he's clear of the wall.
That
It's
snap
just
to
cost him
angle,
the win,
though.
right? Yeah, well, exactly. That's what we're talking about just now with Joe Shaw. The big angle. Chris Harper, though, is there with the answer this time round. Just drops back ever so slightly through the transition. Out of zone 4, though. Look at Joe go all the way around. Chris trying to take all the dives he can to get there. Not quite paying off.
The way Joe approached that final wall and just didn't hit it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, Joe, he did it again, and he didn't. He just didn't.
He didn't. He's learned, and he's moving on. Second half, roll it, Nath.
And now we swap around. Chris in the lead, Joe behind. Chris comes into turn 1. Joe with the snap again. Oh, staying right side by side. Here's a team display going on. Joe coming back around. Chris, though, keeping it clean. It's a nice, clean lead run. Oh, it's quite straight from Joe. Did he get a little too close? Was Chris too slow? There's a little bit of fault both ways, I think. Chris was a little bit slow there, I think, but did Joe get too close? Now, this is going to be a judge call, I think.
The initiation, right, is where we're seeing issues.
Well, the first turn, Joe snapped to that angle amazingly. It was just the little touch there towards the end, I think, that it looked to me that Chris Shaw in this end just slowed it down a little bit. But then also, was it small enough that Joe could have matched it a little bit and adapted around it? So I think that's going to be the major discussion point going on with the judges.
We can watch it back here in the replay as well.
We've got a call though.
Oh, we
the
do.
judges, and it's a split decision. But 2-1, the win goes to Joe Shaw.
Wow, good stuff.
Can we talk about that, Tice? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. So for me at least, I went with Joe just because his lead line was a lot better, but also especially the angle on his lead was a lot better. The shallow angle in Chris's lead is hard to follow.
Yeah, that makes a lot
even
of
if
sense.
there's a little bit more distance, that's okay. It's on the lead car in that case.
Yeah, and like we said, it was a really nice lead line from Joe all the way through as well. I mean, even on the first part before the one more time as well, we saw a really nice lead from Joe. Big angle, super snappy transitions. Good stuff, but we move on.
All right, let's move it on. Our next battle, because Sebastian Thorley will lead first against Sukchima.
Here we go. This is going to be interesting. Again, I'm still surprised Seb has dropped down into the low. I think we might see him rise up here. It could be very entertaining to watch, but we also know Suk is one to deliver. Let's beep him and go. All right, Sebastian Thorley out front for Team Rev D. Suk is right there with him already. Look at that transition. He dives in and out of zone 1. Beautifully done. Seb leaving all the room in the world for Suk to get there. Just dropped out a little bit on out of zone 1. Nice transition. Suk now falling back ever so slightly. Can't quite match the pace that Sebastian's thrown down. There they are back on the transition. Suk going to take another dive. He does it. Sebastian's right there on that qualifying line. Right where he needs to be, though. Beautifully done. Whoa-wee. Suk just struggling just a little bit here and there to match the proximity and the pace of Seb.
I feel like Seb's lead really brought the best of Suk out, though. Like,
yeah, of course. A good lead allows for such a good chase as well, right? And Seb left all the room in the world for that. Let's see if Suk can offer the same gift to Sebastian now.
So Suk taking the lead, Sebastian staying nice and close. He's going to make that move very early and goes in. They're on a similar line, Sebastian matching that line, but staying close. Now the space for the transition, just enough. What a razor-thin margin the Sam is leaving for himself. Here comes the final transition into the dive. Suk against the wall, just a little bit of a tap, but Sebastian's right there with him, just giving him just enough space.
Wow, the transitions on that were millimeters, not even millimeters.
Oh.
Less than millimeters.
Oh, that transition to zone 1 just absolutely nailed it. And we've got a decision. Your winner, Sebastian Thorley.
Beautifully done. I mean, both parts of that were amazing, truly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's despite the result.
Absolutely. Up next, Sam Monk's Michael Matchin. Another good one to watch. Sam Monks today has been really delivering, especially on the trouser front, but the driving is all right too. We're just waiting on Michael to head to the line. Not sure what he's deliberating. Upper 16.
Going a bit.
Okay, just a quick announcement for drivers. Upper 16, you'll be going fairly soon. Rory Edwards, Dennis Bjorn, Christian Boutons, Keith Newton, Dan Robinson, Vincent Jacquelin, Stuart Simmer, and Dan Collins. Please be getting ready to go. You'll be up in a few battles time.
Michael, are we heading to the start line? We've made it. Right. We're going to see Sam Monks take on Michael Matchin. Sam Monks out front in this battle of the GRs. Look at them go. Yaris for days. Look at that initiation from Sam Monks. He was right on the line there. He was on the white line on the outside of that zone. Really well done. Michael Matchin, though, did have an answer for it. He's right there with him now as well. Sam laying down a beautiful line, as we saw with Seb just now as well. If you leave all the room in the world, they're going to take it, and they really do here. Look at Sam, still getting together, just losing Michael ever so slightly on the pace over the line. That initiation from Sam, I'm going to want to replay in a minute. I'll tell you that right now. Beautiful stuff. Right, let's head into the second half of this right now.
Okay, so here we go then. Sam Monk in the chase position this time. What could he do? Oh, it's a little bit of a wall tap from Michael. Sam staying online now, closing in for the transition for zone 2, 3, and 4. Absolutely model driving from both guys, other than the little one tap from earlier. It's coming into the inside a little bit is Sam, but staying right with him.
Interesting. That wasn't quite the chase I was expecting from Sam, to be honest. I thought it was going to be a lot more aggressive. I thought
I
we were
think
going to
the
see a lot
rhythm
more
was just a little
proximity.
bit disrupted after turn 1. At that point, you know, you can just pull back, not take much risk.
Yeah, I fully agree. Fully agree. But let's see what the judges make of it. Can I get my replay? I just want to see Sam's initiation again. Let me see the replay.
Oh, here we go. So this is an interesting one, Josh. We've got one guy going for Michael, one guy going for Sam, one guy going one more time. So this battle is going one more time.
Maybe I won't get a replay, but maybe I will get a replay. Sam's going to do it again.
Live replay.
Let's do it. Beep him, beep him, beep him. Let's see if one of these two can just bring it together enough to take the win here. Initiation, not quite as clean as we saw Sam on the first one, unfortunately, but he's still filling out the second half of that zone really well. Michael's right with him as well. A little bit of hesitation on that transition from Michael, potentially hooking up the car, losing it a little bit. But there he is with the proximity. Look at him, bumper to bumper, touching Sam all over the place. Apologies. Okay, we're going to run into the second half of this one more time here with Michael to lead and Sam in the chase. Let's get on with it.
Okay, so Michael leading this time. Sam trying to stay right with him, trying to find the right distance as they both snap to angle. Sam staying right on his side there. No pushing though, that's good. Pulling out just in about the right amount in order to make that transition for zones 2, 3, and 4. Now this is where Mangle was fast last time. Can Sam stay with him? Comes in.
Taking that dive.
Take the dive and stays right with him.
There it is. Over the line. Beautifully done. Wow. Amazing work. To see what the judges say to that one.
So close, that one.
Really was. Big dives. Big old dives. I love a big dive. And
So,
the decision is in.
The decision is in. Your winner, Sam Monks.
Woo! Well deserved, I feel. Really well deserved. I think Michael drove exceptionally well as well, but Sam just an edge. Up next.
Our last
Mr.
battle
Bullet.
then, yep, in the 16 lower is, yes, Mr. Bullet and Daniel McKernan.
There they are. That's gonna be an
And
interesting
Daniel
one.
will lead our first run.
Mr. Pink himself versus Mr. Bullet. They're on the line. They are ready. They fist bumped. They're happy. The judges are in a way. Let's send them a beep and see what happens. All right, GD8 6s are out here today. Daniel McKernan getting a big gap on Bullet already, but not filling that zone. Bullet's now going to edge his way forward using this shallow angle just to get there, but he does a good job now that he's caught up with Daniel. Daniel's not quite on the qualifying line that we want to see, but Bullet's doing a really good job of compensating for that. At the minute, he takes another huge dive just to pick up that proximity once again. Feels it all the way around, right on the door, over the line. Wowee, they got it together.
Bullet's
right on the
finding
last
form
turn.
of each and every run, isn't he?
Absolutely, absolutely. Doing an amazing job. Second half, let's go. Bullet out front.
Yep, and then Daniel chasing Bullet, staying clean. Oh, a little bit of a wall tap there from Bullet. Daniel staying well away from the wall here, but now closing in as a result of the speed loss from the wall now by Bullet. Bullet now trying to get away here. Daniel taking a wider line on the exit, keeping it straighter for the transition, but not quite able to close in as much as you might expect on Bullet. He held the line there.
Yep.
But that wall tap is going to cost Bullet a little bit.
Yes, I do agree. I think it's unfortunate, but I think maybe we might see Daniel take it just from that little edge because of the wall. But I mean, could go either way. Maybe there's mistakes that we missed. Maybe the judge's eye is going to see everything, as it so often does.
So we've got a call. We've got one for Daniel, but two one more times. This one's going one more time.
Ooh-wee. I can see how that was decided. I can see it. Shall we? All right, Daniel McKernan out front. Mr. Pink with Mr. Team Yakuza's Bullet in the chase position. A bit of an awkward initiation from Daniel again. He's kind of way offline, and Bullet almost doing a better job of being online, yet still there with the proximity. Bullet is running that wall about as close as you physically can before having disruption. Again, look at him on the bumper there. Bullet is really with it this time. Daniel really leaving a lot of the room there for Bullet to sneak in as well. The transition on that from Bullet, wow, bumper to bumper, really was super close. He's probably got some of Daniel's paint on his front now, I imagine. Let's do the next half. Let's see if Daniel can deliver the same in the chase position, but they're just getting away from him a little bit there, a little bit better on the pace. Oh,
big
and we
tap.
see a mistake in the chase there, touching the wall, send him out, unfortunately. That's going to be an issue. There they are, out of zone 2, doing a nice job. Again, Daniel just not quite with it at the minute. If I had to call this, I suspect maybe it might go to Team Yakuza's
On the same line, on the safe line there, right at the end of his Bullet, but
Yeah.
it's understandable.
And there it is, easy decision for the judges. Your winner of this battle is Mr. John Futrell Bullet. Good stuff. Oh my days, as if that has just come up on my screen. It's Rory Edwards. It's Rory Edwards. Dennis Bjorn. Are we really about to watch this go down at the RC Drift Ohio 2025 main event? I'm not sure. I might just close my eyes. This is going to be for the watching back this evening in the hotel. I'll tell you that right now. Hey, I'm not going to the hotel tonight. I'm going home, I just remembered. Nice. I like it there.
I like it at home.
Yeah, home's the one. Anyway, wow. top qualifying driver, Mr. Rory Edwards, and Dennis Bjorn, who was second place international qualifying driver yesterday. They're about to go head to head with Rory leading. Let's do it. Let's go. Team Rev D's Rory Edwards versus Dennis Bjorn. I'm very excited to see us go. Look at that with the initiation already. Dennis Bjorn is right there with Rory, despite him filling the entire zone beautifully well. Beautiful transition, bumper to bumper, all the way through there. As zone 2 filled beautifully well. Dennis is right there with Rory. He's got an answer for everything he says. Nice transitions. Rory, though, doing an amazing job filling that out of zone all the way around together. Right there across the line. The pace, I could barely keep up.
Oh, I feel like there's a little touch before the first transition between zones 1 and 2, but it didn't. Rory didn't let it disrupt him.
Yeah.
So good recovery drive from Rory, and also Dennis, just the right amount.
Absolutely. Wow. Second half of this, is Rory going to have an answer for Dennis in the same way? Let's play it and see what happens.
So we've got Dennis in the lead position this time. Rory looking to chase. Dennis flicks in. Rory stays with him as they continue round on a similar line. Rory is not being left behind. He just pulls back just enough for the transition now towards the wall. Neither of them touch, but they get very, very close. Now Rory is lining up for the next one. Dennis is clean and tidy through this next section. Plenty of angle. Rory's on the slightly wider line. Is he closing a little bit of difference? Maybe.
Just loses
just
Rory
maybe.
There. Just loses him slightly. This could be a very interesting
This
one.
is close.
You would expect nothing less for the top 16 of the upper bracket, right? These guys came to deliver. I'm very keen to see what the judges say. Do we get a replay? No. Maybe. It's worthy of a replay, no? It's very spicy. Look at it here on the screen right now. I think for me, the first half with Dennis in the chase was just snags it for me. It was so strong. Yeah. There's almost no gap that opens up. Look at them here as well. He's like, Dennis is a little bit deeper in the zones as well. We're going to have to see. Look at that transition as well. Bing, bang, bong. Easy as that. As zone 4 filled beautifully well. And there you see on the left side as well. You can't deny that Rory is falling back with the proximity.
Rory was on the better line on the final corner when he was chasing.
Yes.
And so you can see the gap open up just a little bit. But the judges did say stay online.
They say stay online. They do. Crazy, crazy skill. And that's a top 16 and an upper bracket as well. Imagine what the future looks like for us in the next hour or so.
Here we go. We've got a decision. One judge goes one more time. 2 judges declare the winner to be Dennis Bjorn.
There we are. We saw it there. Dennis, unbeatable thus far today. Doing an amazing job keeping that.
Oh, that lower bracket with Rory in it is going to be spicy.
Yeah, Rory and Seb. Wow. The lower bracket as well. Anyway, moving on. Keith Newton versus Christian Boutins. Let's see how this goes. Keith as well today, absolutely delivering, as he often does with body shells, at Slide Customs.
Sorry, are you sponsored by him?
Proudly affiliated with him.
Keith Newton then will lead our first run.
Let's go. Keith at the front with Christian's in the chase. A really nice initiation. We could have seen a little bit deeper on that first one. We see Christian just falling back and then having to kind of make his way back into Keith's pocket to stay with him. A little bit of a wobble in the lead position there as they went through out zone 2 and that allowed Christian to now catch up and be there with him. Big transitions out into out zone 4. Christian's dropping off line, but he's right there on the door. Over the line.
Keith stayed very disciplined on line. Kept the angle, did all the right things that a lead driver should do.
Out of zone 2, we saw him kind of wobble ever so slightly, but I think in comparison to the chase, I think for now, maybe a slight advantage, but the second half is all to play for.
So this time Christian's taking the lead. He is chasing a little bit of a tap before the first turn, but all seems to have recovered. Keith staying right with him now as Christian tries to get away. Pulls out a little bit. Keith goes in for the knife. Keith staying on the same line as Christian as he lines up for the final corner. Keith coming in, staying with him, staying on a similar line there as they go.
Ooh.
Very strong run from both drivers.
It was.
In particular, Keith, I think, did really well to stay exactly on the same line and speed as Christian.
I think so too. And I think Christian's took a few cuts here and there. Get away from him. But yeah, like you say, Keith was there with an answer the whole way through. So. But I mean, could go either way still, but if I had to put my money on it, I'd say maybe Keith is going to take this one. But let's see what the judges make of it.
We got a decision. It's unanimous. Your winner, Keith Newton.
Beautifully done. Christian's dropping down to the lower bracket. We'll see him again. Up next. Oh ho ho. Dan RRC versus Vincent Jacqueline. I'm excited to see this.
Yep.
We know Dan has been climbing the ranks all year long, and he has done a tremendous job at the feeder rounds, putting in the work, getting that rating where it needs to be so that he could be in a stable position today.
Yep, quick call for drivers, please. Stuart Simmer and Dan Collins, you are next. Jack Brown, Sondre Gulbrandsen, Davey Zootbeer, Tuba Wong, Andy King, Henry Ford, Simon Gulbrandsen, please. So, remaining top 16 upper bracket drivers.
They're on the line. They're ready. Dan RC with Vincent Jacqueline already there, up in his door. We know how this is going to pan out. Look at that. Vincent bang on the line. He just loses Dan ever so slightly with Dan coming out of the zone. They're going to transition now out of zone 2. Nice and deep there again. Vincent really has an answer for everything Dan is going to put down right now. Look at that transition. Taking those dives right with him. Dan not quite on the line where he needs to be, but Vincent is right there with him, following his every move. Wow. Yeah, I think, like we saw before, it's like Dan has to kind of cut some places to try and get away from the insane pace of Vincent.
I'm not sure if he rubbed the wall a little bit on turn 1, but other than that, everything you were just saying there, especially on that final corner, you can see he's on the wider line, but he's got every bit the same speed.
He does. He's right there with him. Let's see if the same plays out in the second half.
So Vincent in the lead, Dan following. So Vincent turning into turn 1, nice and early. Dan staying on the same line. Staying right with him, just pulling that now, ready for the transition. They both head in towards the wall, neither make any significant contact with the wall, so that's all good. Now the final transition, we go in. Oh, it's a bit of a tap from Vincent.
Tap from Vincent. Interesting.
Oh.
Very interesting. Dan just stuck at it, keeping it casual, cool, calm, and collected. Vincent on the wall there, and we'll see what the judges make of it. That's going to be a very interesting one to play out. Could we see Vincent about to drop into the lower bracket? And we do, with Dan RC taking the win. That lower bracket now is
it's stacked.
Spicy.
It's stacked.
Huge props to Dan. And that's what it takes. You know, Vincent probably the more consistent driver in those battles, but Dan taking the win due to fault, right?
Yep.
Interesting stuff. Next. Up next, Dan Collins, Stuart Simnor.
Okay, so next up, who do we have here? Stuart, Simner, and Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Stuart will lead our first run.
I'm excited to see that Red Bull body shell from Dan Collins once again as well. He was up very late, I think Friday night, putting in the work to bring it to fruition, as it were. He looks ready, though. The judges look ready, as always. Let's do it. All right, Stuart out front with Dan in the chase. Look at Dan already, he's right there with him. Nice and snapping. Whoa, we see Dan just come flying quite a bit and then has to kind of pull it back, even though Stuart was kind of where he needed to be. He didn't quite fill the zone. Nice and good for the transition as well. A little bit scrappy on Dan's part still. He needs to kind of stabilize that car. Look at him now. There he is with the transition. Just falls back a little bit again. And he does tap it in the wall, unfortunately.
Dan was on the better line until that wall tap, and you can see he's definitely got potential speed.
Yeah,
and
a ton of speed, but I think
just
that
sort of
also
having to swing the car around a little bit to stay behind.
The speed probably cost him a little bit there, and that's maybe why he put it in the wall. But let's run the second half and see what happens.
Dan Collins leading this time, Stuart Simner and the back. Big snap out, but then coming online, a little bit of a wall tap from Dan. You can see the front wheels just wiggling away there, just trying to find the right way to get through as they come to the final bit. Now, this time slowing down. Oh, yeah, big stall there. You could just see that the rhythm was disrupted from zone 4 onwards.
That was very unfortunate. I'd be surprised if it doesn't go one more time. Do you feel the same?
I mean, like, it's a big swing on the first one. Was it enough on the second one to swing it back? You know?
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. Ah, there it is. Decision is
in.
Go. Stuart Simnor takes the win, and Dan Collins drops out. Stuart very happy with that. And his opponent, though, in good sportsmanship. Jack Brown and Sondre Gulbrandsen Let's see how this goes. Another international driver here. We saw Sondre do some very, very spicy moves earlier on. I'm keen to see just how far he can take it here today. And of course, Jack Brown also delivering so far.
Jack will lead our first run. All right, we're good to go.
Let's do it. All right, we've got Jack out front and Sondre in the chase position. Sondre nice and straight there. Big old snap into that zone. Just to stay behind Jack despite all of that pace. He's now creeping his way into his door. He's not quite there just yet, though. Jack doing a really nice lead line. Not quite the pace we've seen from other drivers, but there it is, the snappy transitions. Sondre filling all of that zone. He's right there with Jack as they go all the way around over the line. Ooh. Interesting, interesting. Sondre's a very snappy driver. It's very nice to see those transitions all the way through these inner clips. The second half, can we see the same from Jack? Let's see.
Sondre Gulbranson then in the lead. Jack Brown to follow. Sondre snaps into the first turn. Jack is with him though. Sondre on the line. Jack coming inside a little bit, but now pulls out to make that transition. Going through 2, 3, and 4. Pushing right in. Now, is there the space? Yes, there is. Sondre comes in. Big snap for the final corner. Wow. But then Jack is right with him throughout.
Beautiful
what a run.
Done.
What a
there
pair of runs.
Wow, wow, wow. Beautiful, beautiful work. What a snap there into that final outer zone.
Wow.
I think for me, the mistake is going to lie maybe with Jack in that first zone, right in the chase position. I feel like it was a little bit awkward. He kind of came off right there where he needed to be, right?
It's going to be a close one once again. I hate saying this every single time, but that's just how it is.
It is. They are close. I mean, this is a top 16 of the upper bracket. Really close. These are good drivers. You can see the replay here on the screen as well. Hopefully we make it to that snappy transition. I really want to see it again on the right side of your screen. Watch Sondre in the chase position there. Goes around here, they hit the inner clip, they transition bumper to bumper, snap, there it is. Beautifully done.
One of the interesting things is we were talking about Sondre earlier, how we were saying he was very, very straight on that final switchback.
Yep.
And this time, not a sign of it.
No.
Not a sign of
no.
it. He's definitely like adjusting and changing how he was driving.
He's adapting, yeah, and I think he kind of needed to match Jack where Jack is, right? Jack's a very fluid driver. He's big on the angle, he's big on the fluidity, you know, and Sondre said, you know what, I'm going to try and match that for this one. And he did a good job of it, to be fair. And we still saw some amazing moves from Sondre as well, right? Like the initiation there and the transition. Beautifully done. Long decision for the judges, though. They are eyeballing
They're looking. But that's fair. I think that is a pair of runs that deserves this level of scrutiny.
Let's take a look at the comments while the judges deliberate. Anything good going on in the internet? Bring back traditional qualifying and regular top 32. Nah, sounds boring. We're all right. Anything else? Get in, you legend. With a bad word in there. Not sure who that was about.
I think
Vincent is still in, moves to the lower bracket. Yep. That is correct. He'll be in the lower bracket. The lower bracket is stacked. If you want to follow any of the results, you can go on the website, head to the tournaments page, and you will see the bracket updating in real time. Or you can stick it here with us, and we'll be in your ear.
Josh, what have you done? What have you done? I've just had a look at the lower bracket. Have a look at what's happening later on in the lower bracket.
That's the one.
That is the one.
Sebastian versus Vincent.
Again.
And that's how it goes sometimes. That's the beauty of double. I'm excited to see that go again.
How did that work out?
It's disruption upon disruption. But, alas, we have a decision on the current battle. Ooh. And the winner is Jack Brown. Wow. I actually would like to hear from the judges, because you were deliberating for a long time.
Well, we were waiting for the video to load for a long time.
Okay.
We checked it a couple of times. We were looking if the crash all the way at the end in the second run was before or after the line.
Right.
And unfortunately, it was just before the line.
Okay, so it comes down to a crash on the line.
Yep.
Wow, that's amazing stuff. Cool, it's good to know. Shame about the video taking a while to load, but we are where we are. Up next, Davey, legend, and some guy who sometimes I talk to on the internet. Ideally, not often if it's a good week. Adam Gavakol. Let's see what they do. There he is. Adam Gavakol giving lead to Davey. Davey early in the pit saying that long shell was costing him, but what an initiation from Adam there. Running that out of the zone all the way around. Look at them go. The transition is there from Davey. He has to step it up just to get in Adam's door, but he's doing a fantastic job of it. A little bit of contact there as well as they go ahead of that transition. And there we are into out of zone 4 with Adam just stepping away and Davey taking a dive at the end.
Davey just like milliseconds late on pulling out for that first transition, but then recovered it really, really quickly.
Absolutely. A beautiful initiation from Adam as well into that first zone. It was really nice to see him kind of fill all of the zones straight after as well. Second half, spin it, see what happens.
So Davey taking the lead this time. Adam in the chase position. Davey trying to get away. He snaps to angle, but Adam's right there with him. Both on a good line, similar lines as they come through. Adam having round, waiting for it, now coming back in. Oh, a little bit of a wall bounce there from Davey as Adam collects him on the way around. Here we go into the final switchback. Davey with a big angle. Adam's right there with him as they continue round side by side.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. There
wow.
We and we heard it from Davey. We heard it from Davey in the pits. He said, shell is costing me a bit today. And I think that was it. He sent it. The transition was maybe slightly too delayed for the length of the car, and it was in the wall. And the judges are going to be looking at, I'm sure. But what a run. What a run. Adam Gavakol in that chase position around this final zone.
We've got a call.
We did.
We're going one more time.
One more time. I'm excited to see that again. Adam Gavakol again. Let's see. They are off the line. Davey in the chase position. They're going to initiate once again. There he is. The consistency is really there today for Adam. Davey having to just wiggle his way back into the door after losing some proximity. Nice job in the transition. Oh, and the same spot again for Davey. The wall just takes him victim one more time, unfortunately. They're going to transition. Look at him now, Davey on the door. Adam all the way around. Beautiful stuff. Very nicely done. Interesting. That wall is not Davey's friend today. He's going to go over after and have a word with it, I think. Let's run it again, the second half, see what happens.
So Davey back in the lead, Adam with the chase. Here comes Davey with the big swing, and here comes Adam down the inside, making a little bit of adjustment. Needing to shallow up the angle is Adam, but now can he position himself for this next section? 2, 3, and 4 look okay. They're right with each other. Not right on each other, but right in there. Adam with the dive, and then Davey with a double tap. Oh, it's so difficult because Adam didn't touch Davey, but it feels like that pressure forced Davey to push wider in order to tap the wall. And if there was no contact, you can't really blame Adam for pushing Davey into the wall, right?
And
here we go. The judges have seen.
The winner of this battle is Adam Gavakol.
You can sound a bit happy about that there, Josh.
No, I don't like that guy.
Our next battle then is Andy King versus Tuba Wong.
Good stuff. Of course I like Adam, by the way. I was just joking. For anyone who's concerned at home.
The favoritism.
He's my best friend.
The politics. What is going on there? Like, please, take this space.
Oh, this is about to get awkward.
Stand where you like.
This is a Kingstar showdown, isn't it?
Oh, is that how? Is that?
I feel like Kingstar should wear the hat.
You can't take that away from Tuba. After all weekend he's worn that hat, you're going to take it away from him.
Yeah, who knows what's under there? Maybe there's a little man in his hat who drives his car for him. Let's do it. It's a Kingstar showdown with Mr. Kingstar himself out front. Tuba Wong in the chase position with that little man out the front, hanging on for dear life as usual. Kingstar filling that zone really well. Tuba not quite on the line where he needs to be. The transition
a little bit wriggly
is spicy when they go into outer zone 2. Tuba just falling back, definitely dropping, I think, at least 2 tyres there on that inner curve, and now he's way offline again still, with Kingstar still driving a really nice line in the lead.
Yeah, the curb man itself isn't inherently a problem because of where King was.
He's in the chase,
but
right?
Everything that followed because of the fact he disrupted himself is
yeah.
Tuba's fault.
It's bad. But yeah, let's see what they do in the next half.
So Tuba in the lead this time, Annie King to chase. Tuba coming round for the first turn, snaps to angle. Kingstar is right there with him, little side-to-side touch, but it looked like it was Tuba that stalled rather than Andy that went too fast, from my perspective at least. And now Andy with him the whole time, waiting to line up this final dive. Tuba goes in, Andy goes in, little bit of a wall tap maybe again from Tuba as they continue around. Andy Kingstar right with him the whole time.
Nice. For me, I just wanted to see Andy just take a little bit more of a dive and get a little bit closer right the whole time. Like I just wanted a little bit more from it, but maybe the lead line, and they just couldn't quite get it together maybe, but nonetheless, what a run. Judges are going to be looking closely. In the meantime, enjoy Tuba's hat.
In the meantime, enjoy Tuba.
It's quite the hat, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like...
It's the tail. It is the tail, yeah. There it is. Andy Kingstar has the hat on. Round of applause from the room. No one else is clapping.
It's like a ceremonial handing over of the hat.
Yeah. It was nice to see Tuba's head.
He does have a head. That's proof right there.
I can't believe I clapped and no one else clapped.
It may
everyone must really hate me.
No, it's just the audience that's just wrong.
Yeah, it's the audience, not me.
We've got a result coming through. Your winner, Andy King.
There it is. Oh, now you applaud. Yeah, sure. Like that, is it?
And the final battle in this top 16 upper bracket will be Henry Ford versus Simon Gorbranson.
Wow.
Henry will lead our first run. Do we stop for a couple minutes before we go to 16 lower? Or we go straight through?
We'll take a break.
Okay.
I need a break for sure to go and process that no one clapped with me, because that's going to sit with me for a while. But let's run it. All right, we've got Henry Ford out front in that beautiful GD86, giving lead to the 890 Super Cement. Look at him there into that first out of zone. He's right there with the proximity. We'd expect nothing less from Cement, but what a nice lead line being put down by Henry right on the qualifying bits, right where he needs to be. Cement with an answer for every move. Look at that transition right there with him. The pace through the roof, out of zone 4, all the way around. Woo! Beautifully done. Wow.
What a run.
High speed. We saw it earlier, right, when Henry wiped out his dad. Don't
remind everybody that happened.
The pace from Henry is amazing, and Cement just had an answer for it every step of the way. Let's see how the second half falls out.
Okay, Cement opens in the lead then, and Henry Ford now looking to match at the back here, staying with him. Just coming in a little bit more compared to Cement's line, but that's to be expected in normal Tuso chase. And now Henry right with him. Oh, a little bit shallow there. Almost T-boned him, but managed to hold it back. Cement coming through for the dive. Oh, the big ball hit from Cement Gorbranson. And Henry Ford keeps it together.
The crowd happy to watch that one for sure. They've remembered how to applaud.
The drivers have stepped off the stage. They're assuming that this is done. They're assuming it's done. The judges checking. Well. But
there
sure enough, they do agree. Your winner, Henry Ford.
Cement dropping down and joining Rory Edwards, Vincent, Sebastian in the lower bracket. Whoever rises up from that, it's going to be very, very interesting.
Okay, so we will go into bracket in just a few minutes' time.
We're going to take a small ad break.
Yeah, we're going 16 lower, yeah. 16. There's two 16 lowers. Break, and then I'll call everyone.
Get out there and have fun. Because you've got Maguire's. And we've got your back. From wash, to paint care, to maintenance and more, Maguire's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Maguire's, reflect your passion.
So you're doing them all on stage, yeah? When you get to the final.
So is Adam going to get that revenge that he is so desperately craving? Fair enough. Well, we'll have to see it all unfold in a second now. We'll see what the way to live. We'll get the results from the judges. Who is leading? That's a great question.
Adam leads first.
Beautiful stuff, right? With that, so far, Alistair, let's get to it. All right, we're off the line. I'm followed by the Bram, man in the chase position. Look at him already, that proximity. Absolutely great job for that first out of zone. Man, per usual, right there with him. I would expect nothing less. The transition, has to step back, reduce the proximity a little bit. Adam, quite far offline, I'm putting that zone he needs to. Man is right with him again now. The transition, you see Adam to retire. And look at Sebastian here as well with him. Lead position over the transition. I guess he just wanted to try and get over the pace, but let's go.
Sebastian runs in the lead then, and Adam will chase. Sebastian using the forward to the track for this turn one. Adam chasing in, puts on all the angle to stop himself from going too far. Now the transition happens and it's clean from both drivers through zone 2, 3 and... Sebastian is fast here traditionally. Can he pull the gap away? Adam is trying to glide it back. Sebastian keeps it clean. Adam claws back some of the distance, not all of it.
Wow, wow, wow. The judges are making a speedy decision, I feel. They know what they're... And there it is, decision in. Cement takes the win. And unfortunately that retires Adam Rollins for today. Moving on. Ryan Alice versus Tuba Wong. Let's get
Ryan will lead the first run.
If we can let Tuba through, thank you very much. All right, let's get right to it. Beep them when you're ready. Let's go. Ryan Addis out front, Tuba Wong in the chase position. They're off the line. Nice initiation from Ryan there. Tuba taking that big old dive to get with him. Just has to pull it back a little bit because he's gotten in too close. But nice job on the transition. Super clean. Nothing to report here. But as zone 2 sees them separate ever so slightly. Back together for the transition. Ryan just opening up a gap. Tuba taking that dive, but he's still not there. Ryan the machine with the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan put down a good lead line, and Tuba didn't really have an answer for it.
He did not. Let's see what the second half brings.
Tuba Wong in the lead, Radiant Addis following then. Tuba now coming into turn 1. Ryan looking to find the distance. He comes in on the slightly better line, closes it down a little bit now as he goes a bit shallower, waits for the transition. Here we go for zones 2, 3 and 4. Ryan Addis gets in a little bit close, pulls it back, but now lines himself up for the final dive. Side by side they go. Ryan Addis pushing Tuba Wong along and through the finish.
Ryan Addis with the proximity there.
Wow. I say he pushed him along.
He didn't touch him.
But it felt like he was pushing him along.
The emotional pressure touched him, I'm
and
sure.
There we go. The judges have made that call. Your winner, Ryan Addis.
Lovely stuff. Well deserved. That retires Tuba. Moving on.
Dylan Campbell versus Davey Zoltenbeer. And this is a matchup that we had earlier as well. The fresh just off of a by Dylan. Bettered by Davey last time. Can Dylan get his revenge this time? Still in for a chance of the double champion is Dylan.
It could
but
happen.
It hangs on the win here.
Watch him rise up. He's been consistent all day. Let's beep him and get right into it.
Let's make sure that Davey gets to the line first.
All right, Dylan Campbell out front for Davey this time. Let's see if Davey makes friends with the wall again. Let's hope not. Dylan having a little bit of a wobble there on the initiation. It's out of zone 1. Davey manages to stay in it, keep him right with him. He's steering well clear of that wall for sure. He wouldn't even be in this position if it wasn't for it. But nice job in the transition. Just falls back ever so slightly. Not quite there. Dylan on the wall this time. Interesting stuff over the line. And straight into the second half to see what happens next.
Davey up ahead now, this time Dylan in the chase position. Davey using the full width of the track, snaps in. Oh, Dylan tries to get right in there, just taps the wall one more time, just having a little shake. Gets right in there, pulls back, comes back around for zones 2, 3, and 4. Dylan is on the attack. Oh, just a little bit late there, just disrupts his line as he continues round 4. The final push is Dylan Gamble, but Davey, steady as a rock. All the pressure get him at all.
That one for sure. I think he's learned where his enemy is, and it's that wall over there. And he said, "Not for this one, bud."
Decision is in. The judges say your winner is Davey Zuttenbeer.
Beautiful stuff. Very well deserved. Up next, Aaron Grant. Let's see what happens next. Sondre. Aaron Grant. Wow, actually, this is going to be pretty heavy as well. Like you said earlier, Aaron Grant is a man to be reckoned with at the minute. Third place standings position at the moment. Of course, all the battles today will be fed back into the ratings, so make sure you go over and check your rating after this. I'm sure you've done a lot of battles, but let's get right into it. Aaron Grant from out front. Let's see if Sondre can match the pace of him. Big initiation. Sondre's not quite there at the minute, and Aaron's not quite in the zone where he needs to be. And Sondre having to sort of make up for those mistakes. A little bit of contact on the transition as well. We'll see who faulted that at the minute. But there they are now, touching bumper to bumper through the transition point. Oh, Sondre a little bit offline, but Aaron Grant from right where he needs to be, just pulling away over the line. Interesting. I think that's still all to play for in the second half. Let's get right into it.
Sondre Gulbrandsen, followed by Aaron Adden. Sondre always had the good snap here in the previous battle, and it's looking good too. Grant is right with him though, pulls to exactly the right spot to make the transition. Same time, side by side now as they come in, and then gives them space, makes the dive.
Wow.
Can he get in there? Aaron Grantham is right there, side by side. A little touch on the front wheel to front wheel between the two drivers. Good push from both guys.
And there we have the winner. Aaron Grant is going to take that one, and that eliminates Sondre for now. Moving on up, Dan Collins versus Joe Shaw. They're going to be heading to the line right now, and we're going to get into this.
Joe Shaw and Dan Collins faced each other earlier in the upper bracket as well. Took the win that time.
This is getting fun. Enemies collide, am I right? On the line, please, boys. Today. All right, we see Joe Shaw in the lead for Dan Collins here in this battle. Dan Collins keeping it nice and straight. Look at that, tucking right into Joe's pocket. Joe is right where he needs to be in that first outside zone. Beautifully done. Nice transition. Dan dropping back a little bit more than he needs to. Now he's going to have to play catch up to try and get back on the speed of Joe. Wow, ding. Maybe just tried a little bit too hard to catch up with Joe Shaw. They're going to cross the line.
That's it. Yeah, that hesitation on that transition from Dan then cost him.
It cost him.
It disrupted his rhythm, tried to chase a little too hard after.
And it caught him out. Let's see what the second half brings.
Dan Collins then, this time in the lead. Can he keep him lead? A big snap to angle, pulling it towards the wall. A little bit of a touch there. Had to stall up, but Joe did good job to not touch there. Very, very close on the transition, just giving him enough space to move across the track is Joe Shaw. Now lining up for one more dive. He comes in. Dan Collins staying on the right line as Joe attacks in. Good drive.
There they are.
Good drive.
Very nicely done.
And we've got a result. Your winner is Joe Shaw. And here it comes once again. We have Sebastian Thorley versus Vincent Jacquelin.
Again.
Here we go
One
again.
of them is going home right now. Who is it going to be? I could not tell you. They're ready to go again. I'm sure they are. They're happy this has happened, right? What a better person than their current opponent. Let's do it. All right, Sebastian Voliar out front with Vincent in the chase position. He's going to be right there with him. Sebastian filling that line like he has been all weekend long, where Vincent is right there, answer for every step of the way. Nice transitions, very steady through there. This is going to be very hard to call. I can imagine for the judges already, not much to report home about. Beautiful transitions. Out to out zone 4, filling it nicely. Vincent just dropping back ever so slightly, edging his way.
Goes right in at the end though and staying on the good line of 2. There's
nice.
so little to call between those two in that first run.
There was nothing. I couldn't report home about anything. Maybe proximity, but let's run the second half and see what happens.
Vincent Jacquelin ahead, Sebastian Thorley behind. Here we go as we go into turn 1. Looking very similar from both guys. Sebastian right with him. Vincent putting on plenty of angles there, waiting for the moment. Sebastian staying with Vincent as he continues to put on a good lead line. Little switch back here. Here comes the dive from Sebastian. Side by side they go. All the way through the sweep. And Sebastian Thorley pushing Vincent along. Oh, what a match. What a match.
You saw it here first.
Wow.
Incredible work by both drivers there. Again, not much to report home about. I could not call it. The replay is on screen now. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it, I think, for a second. It's pretty good. Very nice stuff. I think maybe we saw Vincent drop on the proximity just a little bit. There was a little bit of a hookup there as well when Seb's transition in the lead position, but I mean, just look at that. Look at it. There we are, just Vincent on the right there, just dropping back ever so slightly, but Seb is right on him on the left. I don't know, it could come down to that. It could come down to that little transition in the middle as well, where we saw Seb just drop on pace ever so slightly. I don't know, I couldn't call it.
We
the
got
judges can.
And
they have decided.
Your winner, Sebastian Thorley!
There it is.
Wow.
Beautiful stuff. That retires Vincent for the weekend, but he has done an incredible job. Some amazing driving. Up next, Christian Boutin.
I think these two faced each other earlier as well, didn't they?
I think so too.
Christian Boutin, Sam's Monk. Yes, sure enough, Christian had the better of Sam last time.
Will it go again? Let's see. All right, Sam Monk's out front. Christian Boutin's in the chase position. Sam with that big old angle coming straight. Look at that. Wow. I think there's a award coming for that potentially in a bit. But the beautiful job from Sam Monks. Christian Boutin's taking a dive here. Cannot believe Sam managed to stay in that initiation, although the judges may deem it major. Look at him now in that outer zone all the way around. Wowee.
I mean, I know he didn't stop dead, but he was practically parked in the middle of the track there, wasn't he? That's a hard run to chase that.
Yes. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe not chaseable, but killer backy, right? Killer backy. That's second half. Let's see if Christians does it as well.
He might not win the match, but he'll win our hearts.
All right, Christian Boutin's out front with Sam Monks in the chase this time. Let's see what they lay down. A much more casual initiation from Christian Boutin. Sam Monks having to play a little bit of catch up there, just falling short of the zone as well. Nice transitions through into out of zone 2. A little bit scrappy in the chase, kind of fighting for consistent proximity, and it's not
very
really there.
Straight by Sam there.
Big straight from Sam.
Second.
And a slight mistake as well from Christian's there. Let's going to see how that plays out. Interesting.
Sam having to straighten out a lot to stay with him, and it just disrupted his rhythm there.
It did.
Just didn't seem to have speed into it. But sure enough, quick decision from the judges. Your winner, Christian Boutin.
Beautiful stuff. Well deserved. Up next, Rory Edwards and Bullhead.
Go to 8 lower next after this.
Let's beep him and get it moving. All right, Rory Edwards giving lead here to Bullet. This is going to be one to watch for sure. Bullet taking that dive early on, and Rory leaving all the room in the world for him to get there. They just fall apart ever so slightly, and Bullet falling offline, and Rory not too deep in the zone either. Bullet is now back on it into outer zone 2. Look at him there with the mimicking, the nice proximity. We've seen Bullet do some great stuff. He falls back there, struggles on the transition, has to take a big old dive and miss a lot of the zone on the outside here, trying to make up for that mistake.
Looked like Bullen didn't come into it with the same level of confidence that he's shown in some of his previous runs.
I think the same,
but
yeah.
he was with him. Rory didn't do anything wrong there, and Bullet didn't fall back.
This one.
Go to 8 lower next. Yeah, okay.
Bullet out front this time, giving lead to Rory Edwards. Let's see what they make of it. A nice initiation from Bullet, filling that zone really well. Rory just a little bit shallow on angle, coming away from the line, needs to really back it in to get out there. Bullet doing a nice job filling out zone 2 as well. Rory sticking it right with him. Look at the proximity here, beautiful job. Nice transitions, keeping it steady. Out into that final zone, all the way around. Rory Edwards right with him, right on the door. There it is. I think contact but no disruption of major variety is what I would say. Let's see what the judges make.
So just a quick call for drivers: Sven Gulbrandsen, Ryan Addis, Davey Zutenvier, Aaron Grantham, Joe Shaw, Seb Thorley. You guys are up next, I think, if I've been told correctly. Excuse me if it's not.
Let's see what the judges make of that one. They're deliberating it. To anyone watching at home saying the stream quality is dropping off, there is a mega storm outside and it is raining on our equipment and impacting it ever so slightly, but we carry on as we should.
We've got a call come in. One judge says one more time, but 2 judges say our winner is Bullet.
Wow, wow, wow. Do we want to hear from the judges? I mean, Rory's top qualifier for this year's series. I think definitely say some words.
Can you tell us about that one?
Yeah, for sure. So what it came down to for, well, at least 2 of us is Bullhead's lead run. He did exactly what we asked in terms of the angle, in terms of the line, and Rory was a bit shallow, a bit slow in a few places, and that gave it the deciding factor.
Fair enough.
If Rory was closer throughout the last corner in proximity in his chase, it would have been a much closer call, but I think, lead run is what did it.
It is what it is, and I'm guessing Michael was on the fence. Good stuff. Right, moving on.
We go into 8 lower now. So Semen Gulbrandsen, Ryan Addis, and then we have Davey Zutenvier, Aaron Grantham, Sebastian Thorley, Christian Boonton, and Bullet in that order.
Wow, stacked lower top 8. We're really making our way through these battles now. Pace is picking up, but I know for a fact by the time we get to the end of this, we're going to be selling it to you because it's going to be epic. All right, we're off the line. We see Ryan Addis in the lead position and Simon in the chase. Look at that initiation from Ryan, right where he needs to be, filling this zone all the way around. Tyres on the red line. Simon not quite there with him just yet, but he picks it up for the transition. There he is, right on his door, pushing him around, right where he needs to be. Ryan leaving the room for it. A little bit of contact ahead of that transition. Super snappy, straight line there, all the way around. Out of zone 4, filled beautifully well over the line. Wow. You can tell we are progressing nicely because the level of driving is through the roof. Let's run him again.
Semen Gulbrandsen and Ryan Addis then. Here we go, snapping into turn 1. There goes the run, right up against the wall. Ryan is closing in, making the adjustments he needs to stay close, pulling out just enough for the transition. Once again, making that dive to the side. Here we go then, nose to tail for this final transition. It's really hard to make it if you're side to side. Ryan Addis coming in for another attack. But Semen's holding the line perfectly around the outside.
He got it.
Wow.
Right there with him. Almost a mirror run of the first one, though. Amazing stuff. Truly amazing driving at this level as well. Top 8 of the lower bracket.
It was a close one,
I
but
don't know what the
it
top
was
four of the upper bracket is going to
look
look
like.
like.
Small but clear difference by the looks of it. The judges coming to a decision. Your winner, Semen Gorbranson.
Very well deserved. That's going to retire Ryan Addis for today. I think Semen just had that consistency from what I could tell. Up next, though, Davey Zutenbier versus Aaron Grantham. Aaron Grantham staying in it very well. Is he going to be the next victim of Davey? Let's see.
Davey taking out Dylan Campbell in the last round, of course.
Absolutely, the previous year's champion.
And then Aaron Grantham beating Sondre Gorbranson earlier as well.
I feel like Davey's a secret weapon. He played it cool at the start of the tournament and he's slowly cranking it up, and he is coming for these drivers, showing the English what the internationals have to offer. All right, Aaron Grantham giving lead this time. Davey's going to be right there with him. Look at that initiation from Aaron Grantham in that zone. A little bit of a mistake in the hesitation, but Davey is right there and manages to stay in it as well. Beautiful stuff. Huge angle once again from Aaron Grantham out of zone 2. Davey's right with him still, all the way around. Look at those transitions, bumper to bumper, right into this final zone, all the way around. They're filling it, they're doing it, and over the line. Wow.
What is it do you think about Davey that is able to force mistakes out of people, even
got the
though he's
pressure.
not hitting them or doing anything? He
knows
applies
where to
that
put the
pressure.
pressure.
Yeah?
He's got it. Let's go.
David Jotunmere and Aaron Grantham then. Here we go. Davey in the lead. Oh, a bit of a squeeze there.
Aaron Grantham.
No
not with the
restart call
space
by
that
the
was
judges
needed.
though, so you know the leader has the right to use the full width of the track.
It's true, it's true. And Aaron didn't leave enough space for it to happen, and that was that. And that shell, it's a long shell, but it's within regulation. And so you've got to account for that, leave the room. I mean, a lot of people are using shorter shells for their advantage, right? But
right.
Davey says, not today. Bonk on the nose, but ultimately, I think that one could call it. And there it is. The judges have decided the winner of this battle is Davey.
Well done, Davey. So we rapidly keep moving on. So we have Joe Shaw versus Sebastian Thorley. Joe will lead the first run.
Let's do it. All right, Joe Shaw out front, Sebastian Thorley here in the chase position. Look at him already with the proximity. Very interesting battle here. Look at him taking that dive with Joe, always on the big angle, just leaving all of the room in the world for Sebastian just to tuck himself in very nicely. Very well matched pace through here as well. Look at them together, absolutely glued to his door. A little bit of a blocking there on the transition on Sebastian's side, but Joe is still laying down a beautiful line uninterrupted. Wow.
The way that Sebastian closed in and then just stopped the car almost instantly as he needed to without losing any significant momentum. Very good chase run there from Sebastian Thorley.
Let's do it. Next one.
So this time Sebastian Thorley in the lead. Joe Shaw in the haze here. Sebastian snaps the angle, but so does Joe, staying with him on the slightly shallower line, but staying absolutely with him. That's the way that chase works. And now we go through Sebastian on a good line, but Joe staying absolutely with him. Now, here comes the transition for the final link. What happens to the distance between them? Sebastian's on the right outside line there. Joe's just slightly inside, but staying with him all the way.
Wow. Joe managed to deliver on that chase, didn't he? Really nicely done.
Yeah, not outclassed in any major way.
Not at all. Sebastian, he had an answer, but I'm pretty surprised. Joe was right there with him every step of the way, right?
I think both lead runs are of fairly similar quality. I think maybe Sebastian was a bit faster through the first section.
Yeah, I think pace could be a big thing. And I think Joe did a really good job as well of keeping up with Sebastian and not falling completely offline. But
yes.
You know, it could be either side for me at the minute. I couldn't call it.
Yeah, watching the replay, it's just the way that Seb just comes in and then stops it and then just carries on just the right amount. Because often when you have to stop it when you're closing in at that kind of rate, you lose too much momentum and then it goes the other way and then you lose the distance. But he was back on it exactly the right amount, stayed with it, kept that distance. Very good adjustment from Seb.
Long decision on this one. Let's see what happens.
They're having a look. There must be something on their minds. A check. But everybody turns to their phones, pushes the buttons, and we have a result. Your winner, Sebastian Thorley!
Yes, wow. Joe just not quite managing to take it from him, but as we progress, it's going to get tighter and tighter. Moving swiftly on Christian Boutins versus Bullet. Let's see how this plays out.
And then we're going to go straight into upper 8. Is that good? Yep. So then Dennis Bjorn, Keith Newton, Dan Robinson, Stuart Simner, Jack Brown, Adam Gathercole, Andy King, Henry Ford. Please start getting ready to go. So Christians will lead the first run here. Bullet will chase.
Let's go. Light him up. Christian Boutins in the lead position with Bullet in the chase. Look at him there. He's right with him. Christian doing an amazing job in that first out of zone, but Bullet's right there on the door where he needs to be. Nice snappy transitions. Look at them through into out of zone 2. Bullet leaving no room at all between the two cars. He does it again. He drops back ever so slightly. Again with that sort of straight line that we saw from Bullet earlier. Christian's just walking away from him a little bit towards the end. That was interesting. Bullet back on the kind of straight lining through up the top there. Interesting stuff. Let's see what the second half brings.
Bullet away, Christians to chase. Here comes Bullet into turn 1. Christians with the big snap on the shallower line, but closes right in. That's the adjustment that he wanted to make so that he could stay close for this next section. 2 is looking good for both guys. 3 is tidy. Christian is on there. Just gives it just enough space. Has to wait a little fraction for that final transition. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there from Christian right at the end, but he closes in, taking the shallower line.
Wow. Did you see the snap from Christian there into that final zone?
It's a little too much though, wasn't it? Because that's why you had to wiggle.
He lost the
it was a shame it didn't go fully. Your winner, Bullet!
Up next, Keith Newton and Dennis Bjorn. This is going to be interesting as well. Dennis, calm, cool and collected. I think he's coming for the win. Have we got Keith Newton? Is he coming? I'd expect nothing less.
Is his body within regulation? Do you
Do
you know if he can make a good body show? Is it legal?
Yeah, Keith's body's not legal. Don't know who painted it for him. Here he is, Keith Ross, descendant of Bob Ross. Painter.
Just a happy little body shell over here.
Yeah. Like a happy little 13 over here. Isn't it? Good stuff. Let's get on the line, boys. They all know who's leading. That's not something I have an answer for.
Yeah.
It's Keith to lead. Right, let's beep him. Let's get it moving. All right, let's go. We are off the line. We see Keith in the lead position this time with Dennis in the chase. Look at Dennis, big old angle, but he's still right there with Keith. Really impressive stuff to manage to stay with him despite throwing more angle. He almost does it again through the zone 2 as well. Keith laying down a super steady, stable line, allowing Dennis to throw all of these party tricks behind him. But there it is, Keith with the answer as he sends it huge style over the line.
Beautiful, beautiful drive. There's nothing inherently wrong with anything that Keith did, but Dennis had an answer for all of it.
He did.
Absolutely all of it.
Dennis was throwing party tricks right behind Keith the whole way. Let's run the second half. Can Keith do the same? Let's go, Dennis Bjorn.
Go ahead. So Dennis is ahead and Keith trying to chase in there. Dennis finding plenty of angle once again. Keith staying side by side just now. setting himself up for the next transition on a similar line for both guys, going nose to tail for this last section as they switch in. Keith making the dive on the slightly shallower line, but staying right with him. Dennis sweeping the outside line as he should.
Beautiful stuff. For me, I think maybe Dennis has that little hair of advantage in terms of pizzazz of like what he's doing.
I think like if you compare last corner to last corner, when Dennis was following, he didn't have to take the shallower line to stay with Keith, whereas Keith was on just a slightly shallower line than Dennis.
He was to try and pick up that proximity.
Yeah, but that's just comparing those final corners, of course. But it's a good battle that we like to see. So we have one judge going one more time, but two judges declare the winner to be Dennis Bjorn.
Wow, beautiful stuff. Well deserved.
Dennis makes his way through.
We are now moving into
Robinson versus Stuart Simner. And the winner of that will face Dennis in the semi-final of the upper bracket.
This is going to be interesting. Dan Robinson versus Stuart Simner. Stuart has come a long way here today. Really impressive stuff. He's got to be proud of that. And now he's going up against the machine that is Dan Robinson. All right, let's beep him and get it going. Mr. Dan RRC off the line with Stuart some more in the chase position. Dan just running away a little bit here with Stuart not quite there on the proximity just yet. But Dan filling majority of that zone, topping out ever so slightly. Nice transition. Misses out of zone 2 though, unfortunately. Stuart is still there on his door though with an answer for it. Early transition from Stuart kind of catches him off and then he has to fall back offline, but he's right there now, back on the door. Ooh,
Dan having to slam the brakes and just tapping that wall right at the end there. Be interesting to see how much the judges want to penalise that.
Absolutely. Next half. Go, go, go.
Stuart Simner leading from Dan Robinson then as we go into turn 1. Stuart turns in. Dan's got the snap. Staying on a similar line as Dan now closes in for this next transition. Dan now looking for the inside as they go through 2, 3, and 4. Little tap there, but nothing too much as they now dive. Dan's got the angle. Stuart trying to run away with it. Dan closing in right towards the end of the sweeper as they go through the finish line.
Beautiful stuff. Very well done. Nice, really nice chase from for sure.
He looked quite comfortable there in that rear position.
He looked comfortable, yeah. I would say the same. Wow, fire lap stew. It was a fire lap stew. Someone says at home. Very nicely done. Chris Flat, watching at home. He is indeed. Hello, Chris. Anyone else we know in the chat? I don't know. If you're watching at home, watching in the room, light up the room, I guess.
We've got a judge's call on that last battle. Making their way through is Dan Robinson.
Nicely done on Dan's part there. That was a hard battle on his side. Up next, though, we have Adam Gavacol and Jack Bram. This plays out.
Adam will lead the first run.
Adam to lead. Can he keep it together
then just a quick call here. So then we'll have Annie King, Henry Ford, and then we go into 8 lower bracket, I think, don't we? So then it'll be the loser of these next 2 battles. Simon, Davey, Sebastian, Stuart, Bullhead, and Keith. Please be ready to go.
Let's do it. Adam Gavacol giving lead to Jack Brown here. Let's see if he can keep it together. Look at that initiation once again from Adam Gavacol. I'd expect nothing less. That zone is his for the taking today. Jack Brown right on his door though. Just falls a little bit offline. And we see a mistake there from Jack Brown as he hits the wall. Just loses his body ever so slightly. Doesn't disrupt the car too much, but he is definitely struggling now with an altered vehicle, unfortunately. But what a run from Adam Gavacol out front. Small minor repair, and then we'll move into the second half of this battle here at the RC Drift IO 2025 main event.
Oh. Jack Brown with it all to do. Adam Gallencole wants to keep the pressure on though. So here we go. Jack coming around, having to slow a little bit down to avoid the wall, but Adam Gallencole is there and composed, ready to go. Around to 2, 3, and 4. Looking very tidy from both guys. Adam Gallencole lining it up now, ready to make the move. Coming closer around the sweeper. Both drivers holding their own. Around the final corner, tap of the wall again, but I think that was after the finish line.
Very nice stuff. I think maybe, yeah, just that mistake that we saw from Jack Brown might have cost him ever so slightly. There it is. And as the judges call it, our winner for this battle is Adam Gallencole. Up next, Henry Ford and Andy Kingstar.
This must be a matchup that's happened a few times before.
I've seen it before, I feel. In a little while now. If others haven't, you better hold on to your seats. It's about to go down.
So then Henry will lead the first run.
Henry Ford, Andy Kingstar. Let's see what Henry does in this lead position. Nice casual initiation, and Kingstar's right there with him. Small tap on the wall from Kingstar in the chase position there. Does disrupt him ever so slightly. Henry staying in it super tidy. Kingstar on the super shallow angle, just trying to make up for that lack of pace, I think, against the machine that is Henry Ford. Out into that final zone. Not quite filling the zone, but they are there together.
So hard to separate them other than that little wall tap. It will be interesting to see how much of that will affect the final result.
Yeah, it was a disruption for sure. Kingstar's forgotten which side's the lead. There it is. He's got it. Let's do it.
Andy King then leading from Henry Ford as they go into turn 1. Andy's got plenty of speed, but Henry has got something to match it. They're both on the slightly shallower line, so 50-50 through that section, but Henry stays with him. Nice and close during the transition, times it just right as they go into the finals. Andy's shallow, but so is Henry to match it. And Henry is just like, well, whatever you want to do, Andy, I'm going to do exactly the same thing as they push all the way around.
Amazing, amazing. That is how it's done on Henry Ford's part, and a beautiful line being put down by Mr. Kingstar himself as well out front. Judges will be reviewing.
Wasn't the tidiest lead from Andy, but Henry did really, really well to not let that disrupt him, bother him. You know, he held his own. And sure enough, we've got a result. Your winner, Henry Ford!
Amazing. See it, the sportsmanship. Up next.
So we go into Tom 8 lower bracket part 2.
Andy Kingstar, don't go too far, my friend.
You're straight up against Simon Gulbranson.
He's too busy chatting away. Andy Kingstar, please come back.
And then after that, Davey and Jack Brown. And then Seth Thorley, Stuart Simner, Bullhead, and then Keith Newton. Now this is interesting, because Andy's just literally just come off. Does that give him an advantage over Simon?
Oh, okay. You see it the other way.
Does it? Well,
for me, I think he's just had a huge sigh of relief, and now he's like, oh God, I got to go again. Is he going to be relaxed into that? Is he going to be hyped into that? I don't know.
Not long ago, but Simon's had longer between runs, right?
Yeah,
so his brain's
exactly.
not as yeah.
Interesting. Let's beep it and see what happens. All right, Kingstar out front. Again, this time Cement is right there with him. Look at that transition. Tucks right in the pocket. Kingstar, small tap on the wall. It's minor correction, but Cement is uninterrupted because of it. They missed the zone completely. And Kingstar again. The mistakes are fairly major on that side. Cement manages to just about stay in it, though. Interesting one there. I'm not even sure I know fully what happened. Was it like almost over rotation? Or?
I think Andy tapped the wall, and that slowed him down a little too much. And then Simon was that close already that he had no choice but to push him around a little bit. So I think that's how the judges will likely see it.
Very well. Let's see if they can get it together.
Simon Gulbranson and Andy King. So Simon coming across the track. Snap in. Andy is staying with him though. So Andy with the angle, Andy with the closeness. Needs to back off here as they transition through. Can Andy get that distance back? He stayed close a little too long maybe. Simon's very straight there coming out of that section. And it's almost as if his wing is designed against that wall height because that wing was just hovering over that wing through that final section.
You see the gap after that. The transition from Cement and he just shot off into the sunset. Answer there. The pace was wild.
So was Cement too straight on that last switchback? That's the question I've got in my mind, I guess. And also, little tappies of the wall from Andy has happened. So we can see how it goes. So we've got a call. We've got 1 vote for Cement, but 2 judges go one more time. This one's going one more time.
One more time. Very interesting. Judges, can I hear real quick why?
I think it was on the back straight from Simon that swayed our decision, either one way or the other.
Yeah, yeah.
For me, it was a big deduction, but maybe not enough for a 0 to call for it one more time. But the other judges clearly thought differently. So.
Fair play, fair play. I like that. I like when the judges don't agree. We need more of that in this hobby.
Not too much. We don't want to throw fists at each other.
Have your opinions. It's good. Good stuff. Right. We go again. Is Andy Kingstar gone home?
Where is he? Where is he?
He upped and left once again. He's in the bathroom. Oh, he's changing battery. Right. I cannot hear with these headphones.
I mean, you know, he did do 4 laps in a row.
Yeah,
so, you
I'd
know,
be in the bathroom changing my trousers after that. That's for sure. He will now have 5 minutes to get to the line.
If he needs 5 minutes to change a battery, we got a problem.
It's 6:38, I think.
Yes.
No, 6:39. We'll give him 5 minutes. He'll get there. He's old, bless him. How are we doing in the room? Are we bored? This is the most battles you've ever seen in a tournament. Goes on forever. It's amazing.
We are getting close, though, to the sharp end of it all.
I think that top 8 is really starting to shape up, right? If not already, if I can count.
I mean, the upper bracket top 8, if we look at the upper.
Yeah, well, we've got 12 drivers left, right?
We've got 4 guys in the upper bracket who's still got an extra life, so to speak. Dennis Bjorn, Dan Robinson, Alden Gathercole, and Henry Ford. But then all these guys in the lower bracket also clinging to it. And of course, if they win their final, then they need to win the final again, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So. All right, let's go one more time with this one, see what happens. Semen's going to be very careful, straightening up at the top after. Let's send it. All right, light him up. We see Kingstar out front again on this one more time. Semen once again straight with him. Look at that, tucking right in the pocket once again. Almost the exact replay of the first time we saw it. Semen very, very good at mimicking that run. Very awkward transition through there. Not sure if there was contact or not. Potentially could have been from a slow from a Kingstar, but there they are back on it. Semen just dropping back ever so slightly. Tucks it in, ready for the finish. All the way around, over the line.
Good run, good run. So we'll swap positions then, and we'll lead. Andy will follow. Here we go, so Vincent and Andy King turning into turn 1, and then on the line. Andy taking the slightly wider line for a change between these two. Oh, was there a little touch there that didn't seem to disrupt each other's line? Andy is pushing right up against it, just backs off enough to be able to get the space for the transition. Can he close back in? Having to take the shallower line, though, to stay with him.
Ooh, he didn't really have the answer he needed, I don't feel.
I think he took too big a bite of the cake earlier on. Just cost him a little bit in the later section, and a decision has been made. The judges deem the winner, Sven Gorbrandsson. Go to our next matchup. That's Davey Zutenbeer and Jack Brown. Davey will lead our first run.
All right, we're on the line. Let's get it.
Stop.
Oh.
Davey should be leading the first run.
Thank you very much. Nice spot.
Well spotted. I did say it, didn't I? I did say it.
I think you did say it,
okay.
yeah. Good stuff. Beep him. Let's go. All right, we got Davey out front with Jack Brown in the chase position. Jack Brown did a really good job, but will he be the next victim of Davey? Davey the Shark takes them as they come. Nice transition to ad zone 2 as well, looking super steady. Jack Brown just trying to make up for that mistake to the first zone. He's going to be playing catch up now. Look at that, ad zone 4 filling all the way around. Davey on the wall, beautifully done over the line. Wow, wow, wow.
Jack made a little bit of a desperate dive, came in a little too inside, still made the contact. I think that's going to cost him.
I think so too, but we'll see what the second half brings.
We'll swap positions. Davey in that chase position now from Jack. So away goes Jack. Davey staying right with him, ready to attack into turn 1. And there goes Davey there with the dive, staying on a similar line. Jack is on the correct line for the most part. Here we go with the transition. Davey had to fall back. Oh, the big wall hit.
Big wall hit.
And the body once again floats away for the 3rd time today in the last 20 minutes or so. Davey staying right on there, a little rub with the wall, but no issue there.
Wow, wow. Davey the Shark. Has he taken here today at the RC Drift IO 2025 main event? Let's find out. There
your
it
winner,
is.
there sure enough. Davey Zutenbeer, your winner.
Davey the Shark, another victim.
See, that's a name I remember from about 15 years ago, you see. So
Davey the Shark.
He wasn't the Shark then. He's only been the Shark for about a minute and a half.
He is the Shark.
Our next battle then, Sebastian Thorley versus Stuart Simness. Stuart will be our leader for the first run. And then after that, Newton versus Bjorn. Oh no, Bullhead. Sorry, Bullhead.
John Bullhead.
John Bullhead.
John Bullhead the third. Let's do this. Just wait for Stuart to get on the line, and then we are going to send it. Let's go. We've got Stuart out front with Sebastian in chase position, very tight up against that wall. It makes it for a very awkward initiation to that first out of zones. Sebastian does a really good job of making up for that mistake. Small tap on the wall as well for Stuart there. He just steps away again. Sebastian rubbing doors with him and just trying to play it a little bit safe now towards the end and creeping his way in and making sure it's steady for him.
And that's the other thing as well. Stuart's supposed to be wide of those two white lines, which he wasn't. So like he didn't really give the chase enough space, and then moved across. So there was multiple things.
Did a good job of clearing that as well.
Absolutely.
Let's see if they can swap round and do a good job.
Sebastian Thorley, Stuart's in there, and Stuart's trying to stay right with him. Sebastian comes in, plenty of angles, sweeps around the outside. Stuart is with him, pushing him along the way, maybe a little too much as they make that transition. Stuart taking the shallow line, cutting across to try and stay with him. Here's Sebastian, he's got space to move, just about enough. Well adjusted by Sebastian, as Stuart now pushes him along further around.
Wow. Stuart said, if I'm doing one thing today, it's proximity with Sebastian, and he went for it.
I want to leave some tyre marks on that GTR shell and leave my mark on him.
He said, I don't care for that. For the door. And Sebastian Thorley takes the win on that front, but big props to Stuart for sticking it to him in spectacular fashion. Keith Newton and Bullhead. And this could end in a brawl.
And then I think we have the top 4 lower bracket after that.
Wow.
So Semen and Davey will be back. And then Sebastian versus the winner of this one. I think that's the order that it will work in.
I think
and then we go to the top 4 on the upper bracket after that.
I believe so.
Yes.
I believe so.
Right. So Semen, Davey, please be ready to go. You're next. Keith will lead our first run on this battle.
Let's go. Keith Newton out front. Let's see if Bullhead can do one of his spectacular chases once again. Oh, he comes up a little bit short this time. And Keith putting down a very nice line that should definitely leave the room. Just steps away a little bit from that first out of zone. But Bullhead now back on it right with him in that GT86. Look at him with the proximity up through here. This could have been Bullehead's moment. He takes the dive down into out of zone 4. He's not quite there on the angle with him. Definitely shallows up quite a bit in the chase there as they cross the line.
Keith pushed right to the outside on that final turn. And it looked a bit touch and go at the moment, but then he kept it, he held it.
He did. Second half, let's spin it and see what they make of it.
Bullhead up in front and Keith Newton chasing now as they turn in. Bullhead on a good line. Keith's trying to stay with him there, just having to take the shallow line to stay with from the mid part of the corner as they transition around now. Here comes Keith with the attack, trying to line it up as Bullhead stays on the right line. Keith coming in from a wider place and then shallow here to hold the position, almost overtaking him around.
Super shallow on Keith's spot. Bullhead head there. That could play very well into Bullhead's favour. I'm very interested.
And the thing is, Keith definitely had the speed to have stayed a little bit further back, and it would have been a bit tidy. But we have a result. Your winner, Bullhead!
Bullhead takes it, wiping out Mr. Slide Customs Keith himself. Amazing work from Bullhead today. Up next, see Davey the Shark go against Simen. This could get hairy.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one. So yeah, Simen and Davey, and then we have Sebastian and Bullhead. You're up next after that. And then we have our upper bracket semi-finals. So Dennis Bjorn, Dan Robinson, and then Adam Gamacol and Henry Ford. That is your next few battles coming up.
This could get very interesting. Simen with a very snappy style, and Davey the Shark with the world's longest body shell. You got to watch yourself out there because he'll get you. Let's send it, boys. All right, we see Simen out front here with Davey in the chase position. They're going to send in there. Look at that initiation from Simen right in the zone where it needs to be. Davey just struggling to get online a little bit. He's going to have to hang back a fair bit to make that transition work, and he does it. He does a good job taking the second dive through out of zone 3. Look at him here, right on the door of Simen. He drops back, transitions, loses it just a little bit. He's going to dive again out of zone 4, but Simen is right where he needs to be, over the line. Wow.
Beautiful snap into the final turn by Simen, but Davey was with him all the way.
He was. I don't know if Davey the Shark is going to take this one, but let's see in the second half.
Here we go, Davey taking the lead, Simen staying nice and close. Davey comes across, Simen puts the angle on and stays right with him. Davey with a little bit more angle to complete that first turn. Simen had just wait a moment there as he transitions through 2, 3 and 4. Here's the lineup now. Simen was straight here before. He's a little bit over the curb, but he's right there. Round the outside, not touching the wall at all. Pushing him all the way around. Big push by Simen round there. No contact, I don't think, that whole process either. He just sniped him from miles away. He knew exactly where to go. Wow.
Amazing, amazing stuff. Simen in the chase there. And Davey putting down such a good lead line that Simen could do that, right?
That's exactly right. You can only chase a chaseable.
Chaseable for days. Amazing, amazing stuff. And there we are. We have a decision. The winner of this battle is going to be Simen. The Shark has been taken down. Only into... Oh, no, he is out for good. Oh, such a shame.
Yeah, that's the lower bracket already, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Sebastian Thorley versus Bullhead. Here we go.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. This could be very interesting. Bullhead today has brought the performance of a lifetime. It is going to be Sebastian to lead. Let's do it. Okay, we're off the line. We're going to see Sebastian Thorley here up front with Bullhead in his iconic chase position. He's not quite there with an answer just yet. A couple cards opening up. He's having to take a little bit of a dive to get there, but he's there now. Sebastian laying down a beautiful lead line, but again, Bullhead's just not quite there with the proximity, having to make more dives. Beautiful initiation back into outer zone 4 for Sebastian. Carries it all the way around, over the line. Oh, just kind of losing Bullhead a little bit.
Sebastian had so much pace throughout the whole thing. Bullhead had to give everything just to stay with it.
He did.
Couldn't quite close that gap.
He really did. But it's going to be interesting to see the pace on the other side. Can Sebastian do what he needs to stay behind? Let's see.
So Bullhead away, Sebastian chasing in. Here comes Bullhead. Sebastian is with him on the slightly wider line, but staying there on the pace. Here's Bullhead now correcting the line as he comes across. Right up there, bumper to bumper as they make their transition. Sebastian pushing him along. Here's the final flick. In they go. Sebastian side by side with Bullhead. No pushing, no touching. Away they go. A little touch maybe front wheel to front wheel.
Wow. Beautiful stuff over the line. Sebastian really put his faith in that and sent it, I believe.
And we got a call. Your winner, Sebastian Thorley.
There it is. That wipes out Bullet for today. We are now into the semi-finals of the upper bracket. We are going to roll an ad break, and we will return very shortly.
Get out there and have fun. Because you've got Maguire's. And we've got your back. From wash, to paint care, to maintenance and more, Maguire's has your hybrid ceramic solution for every adventure. Maguire's, reflect your passion.
Hello and welcome back. As I said, top six cars are going to be heading on the track. We're going to do a top six parade. A top six parade. You guys are like, wow, I'm used to top four, but you know us. We like doing weird stuff. I don't even know why. It's just entertaining, right? It's entertaining, sure. Why do a normal tournament when you could do a not normal tournament? I don't know. No way. Wow. I've just heard that of the 6 drivers remaining, 3 are international and 3 are English. They're going to play tug of war and we will see who is the best.
So when we are done, 2 hours?
An hour over schedule. Yeah, right. So many battles. Yeah? You had a good time?
I like it, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for
both
that.
sides of you for commentating.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Are we all on track? Yeah. All 6 are on, right? You feeling good? Who have we got on the international side? We've got Semen, we've got Sebastian, and we've got Bjorn. And on the English side, Dan Robinson, Henry Ford, and some guy in a white jumper. Anyone know him and how the hell he got there? I don't know him. Shame he wasn't wearing his red jumper. Maybe he would do better. Who do we think's taking this win today? Let's see. Four of them even still have 2 chances to lose as well. But unfortunately, 2 of them do not. So we've got Shian and Sebastian on the international side. They only have 1 chance to make it work. Can they do it? It's going to be interesting to see. And then Dennis Bjorn still with his 2 possibilities. And then we've got Dan RC, Adam Gavcol and Henry Ford as well in that top 4. That's still all to play for. And of course, huge prize pool on the lines as well. Our first place champion will be taking home £1,200 and some prizes worth a few hundred as well. There's a lot of money on the line. So, let's get into it, shall we? I say we do it in the order of qualifying of who is left.
Why would you make it that much more harder? Why would you make it that much harder?
Let's do it. So, Dan RRC is going to be at the front. And then Henry Ford in second.
Then Adam.
Then Adam Gavcol. Then Dennis.
Well, Sebastian, technically.
Oh, then Sebastian, yes.
Then
Sebastian,
Dennis.
then Dennis.
Then Shian.
Then Shian. That is the current order of qualifying, best to worst of who is left of the top 6. And I can tell you right now, despite their talent, they're going to make a mess of this, because they always do. Guys, get your phones out, record this. I don't think it'll be better than the one we filmed earlier, but it might be all right. They're all going to be nervous. £1,200 on the line. 2 laps coming up. Let's see, can they keep it together? There they go. Very nicely. Oh, I told you. Always falls apart somewhere. They're doing it, though. They're doing it. That's bad. I'll give them that. Top 6. Top 6. Keeping it. Keeping it. They're going to go around. They will do another lap as well. I hope everyone's filming in the crowd. I can see 1 person is, so that's great. Top work. There we go. Right, and beep them again, and they'll do another one. Let's see if now they've warmed up, can they do a better one? Potentially. Or trust Adam Gavcol to be the one to ruin it for everyone. As usual. Oh, look at that. Yeah, great work, Adam. Nice. Proud of you. And how's that imposter syndrome sitting with you now, Adam? Let us know.
Whoa.
I'm joking. He could go all the way. Hopefully he does, because I've already got his bank details.
We're going into Massel now then?
Let's send it. Dennis Bjorn versus Dan Robinson in the first battle of this top 4 in the upper bracket. Let's beep him and get right. Let's go! Dan Robinson out front, leading the way for Dennis Bjorn. Dennis Bjorn once again throwing those many party tricks right behind him. You leave him that line and he will take his opportunities right with Dan Robinson there. Dan just not managing to get away with the pace in any means, following that line beautifully well. Dennis once again with the transition, right on his bumper, right next to him, all the way around, out zone 4, over the line. Nicely done, Dennis Bjorn. Wow, what a chase.
There's a little touch between the 2 drivers, and the real question was, like, was it Dan that slowed down? Was it Dennis that was diving in a bit too much?
I mean,
that's going to be the call between the judges, I think.
Absolutely. Let's see what the second half brings. Dennis Bjorn this time.
In the lead, Dan trying to chase in, staying right on the outside line is Dan, not losing too much distance though. Here's the gap opening up but closes again. A little tap against the wall maybe from Dennis as Dan now closes in for this final dive. Here comes Dan, but Dennis isn't letting him get too close as he runs right round the outside. Very well disciplined from Dennis at the end there.
That was a good job on Dan's part, managing just to stick it to him like that. I think though, I don't know, that wall tap on Dennis's side, right?
It might be the thing that decides it between them. It was so close between them. There was the little tap between the 2 drivers earlier, which, again, if the judges see that as being a Dan slowdown, then it could level things out.
Absolutely.
So
it's really impressive to me how you have a really good, like, clean lead, and then Dennis is behind them, and he's like, oh, you're throwing 45 degrees here? Well, I'm throwing 90, you know. He's got a real talent for just putting on the show behind the guy. And I cannot imagine the pressure of that when you're trying to do your nice, clean run. And Dennis is there. It's saying, it's party time.
You know, there's technical discussions going on between the drift judges when lots of hand waving goes on,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that you can demonstrate what it's going on. We've got a result coming through. We've got one judge going one more time, but 2 judges have deemed the winner, Dan Robinson!
Wow. I would love to hear from the judges more on this. Tell us, Ties.
Right, so obviously the wall tap was a deciding factor, but yeah, that's it really.
Cool.
That's it really, yeah.
We thought so.
Okay. But Dennis, don't go anywhere. You'll be coming back shortly. You've got Sebastian Thorley in the lower bracket still.
Up next, Adam Henry Ford. 2 of the English 3 left. Let's see what they can do. All right, Henry Ford out front with Adam Gavico in the chase position, taking that straight line so he can take a big dive. Big old angle from Adam there, but Henry's staying in it really well, just steps out of the zone a little bit.
He just tapped the wall there and stalled.
He did. And the proximity is still being put on by Adam. Interesting stuff as they head around this final zone. Interesting
Adam
on the
stays
stall.
disciplined on the final corner as well. Didn't try to close in every bit of distance. Stayed on line. Adam Gathercole then in the leading position. Henry Ford chasing round. Adam turns it in. Oh, that's a big hit from Adam. And Henry just keeps it together as they continue through. So, both finding the wall a little bit of a tap from Henry, but a bigger hit from Adam. So it's going to be maybe down to some technicalities, but for the remainder of this run, Henry putting the pressure right onto Adam there.
Wow. Big mistake there. Big mistake. Called it already.
Yep, sure
Don't
enough.
walk off, boys. Surprise, it's a one more time.
I think that's totally fair, isn't it?
I think so too.
Yeah, tap
Makes
versus
sense.
tap, right? That's basically how it goes, yeah.
We are off the line one more time here. Henry Ford and Adam Gavico. Let's see if they can keep it a little bit tidier this time through that first out of the zone. Adam playing a little bit safe, I feel, just dropping back and allowing Henry to run that really clean out of line through 1 and 2. Look at them go for the transition. Adam's going to have to take a big dive here, I feel, to get up on Henry's door. He doesn't quite manage it. Henry just walking away a little bit. And ding on the wall. I don't know which side of the line. Do you?
Oh, I don't know either. I think maybe just par. If you're using the nose of the car, I think it was passed. If you're using the tail of the car, it wasn't. So,
very interesting. Let's beep them and see what happens in the second half of this one more time.
Adam Gathercole then from Henry Ford. Here comes Adam for turn 1. Henry making the move to try and close in on a similar line. Henry matching the speed. Now giving enough space for the transition. Comes across and looking very tidy. Oh, there's a lot of angle there between.
Overcooked.
Did they touch?
As the kids
I don't
say,
think they did. Did they touch?
I think Adam Gavico has crashed out. As the
You
kids
think?
say. It's a shame, but he's come very far today, and it's been impressive.
Well, we're still
I
in the
don't know.
upper here, so he's got another chance,
yeah,
right? So
he's still in the upper. But we'll see if that knocks his confidence if he does drop. Maybe he won't. Maybe there'll be something else that the judges see.
yeah. I mean, Henry was close, but I can't see that as being a contact, a push. So,
I think Matt Tunks is reviewing. There it is. Okay, and the winner of that one is Henry Ford. We will see Adam Gavico in the lower bracket very soon.
So Adam is right back. So come on back, Adam. And you have Simon Goldbranson, sorry. So Adam will lead the first run versus Simon, who will chase. And then after that, Sebastian and Dennis.
Let's see if Adam can keep his confidence together despite the loss he has just had. I'm sure he can, and I'm excited to see it. All right, line him up. Adam Gavakol in the lead, Cement in the chase. Look at this initiation. Bing, bang, bong. Right where it needs to be. Cement, of course, tucked right in the pocket of Adam. Right on the door. And the nice transition. Just steps it back, loses proximity. A little bit of Adam on the wall again. That could be a fairly major mistake on Adam's part. They transition, look at Cement right on that bumper, per usual. Filling this zone all the way around. All the way around. Over the line. Oh, my. Could that be a vital mistake for Adam on the wall again? He's making friends with them right now. I don't know what's happened. Let's watch the second half.
Cement Gorbranson then coming through. Adam Gavakol trying to stay with him. Good angle from both cars. Adam trying to stay right with him as they go through. Cement staying disciplined on the line, exactly where he should be. Adam pulling back and now trying to attack once again. Cement once again on the correct line as he comes through right to the outside. Adam comes in, stays with him, but now loses a little bit of ground.
Cement, I think, delivering there in true fashion.
Anything that goes on behind him, he's just locked
He
in.
is. He
And
goes,
we've got a result already. The judges say your winner, Cement Gorbranson.
Top work, and that does retire Adam. A quick 1-2 to the face, I feel, and he's out. But
that's how it goes in the later stages of this competition.
Maybe bashing him on the mic might have knocked his confidence.
Cement, don't run away too far. I think you're up next. And you'll face the winner of this next battle, which is Sebastian Thorley versus Dennis Bjorn.
There we go. These guys have
Sebastian
battled before,
will lead the first run.
Sure. Let's see how this pans out. Sebastian Thorley in the lead, Dennis Bjorn in the chase. This is going to be one to watch. Look at them go with that initiation. Once again, Dennis just tucking in right where he needs to be, and Sebastian with the room for it to make it happen. But the pace on this, look at them go. The proximity, they're right there, door to door. Transition, bumper to bumper. Back on it, out of zone 4. There they are, together, all the way around, all the way over the line. Wow. There was no margin for error. If one of them had gone, they would have both gone. And fortunately, neither of them went. Amazing work. Truly incredible driving. It can't get better than that, can it? Let's see.
It might. So Dennis taking the lead this time from Sebastian, who's going to chase in. He's going to stay nice and close, and there's plenty of angle from both drivers there. Dennis staying disciplined. Sebastian, or maybe on the slightly wider line now, giving room for the transition as they go through. Similar lines there now, side by side as they now line up. A little bit of a tap there, but lining it up nicely. Sebastian getting really, really close in there and staying right together throughout.
Wow. Amazing. They're going to be picking hairs in the judges' bench right now, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, there's so little to call.
In real time. Amazing driving, truly amazing. I think the first half of that for me was incredible. The proximity that Dennis is able to put down in that chase position. Like I said before, he's just always throwing tricks. He's always like, oh, you're doing this angle, I'm just going to put on just a tiny bit more. And when it comes to Seb, like, that's a very hard thing to do because Seb is right there with him. And it just shows two incredibly, very capable international drivers here today at the RC Drift 2025 main event. And a winner of this battle advancing on will be Dennis Bjorn. And that retires Sebastian for today. Wow. I did not see it going.
So Dennis, don't run anywhere. You're coming straight back. And your opponent, Cement Gorbranson. So, Josh, I'm not as familiar with this setup as you are, but the winner of this one is guaranteed in the top 3 at least? Is that how that works out? Because then you've got the 2 from the upper bracket left, plus the winner of this one, there'll be the last 3 remaining. Am I understanding that correctly? It doesn't determine that they are third, but they are definitely in the top 3. Is that how it works? I've got a nod from someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So yeah.
Right?
The winner. Yeah.
So
you are right.
If you win, the winner of this one is guaranteed in the top 3, but it could still be second or first. Yes.
Yep, precisely. It's very much all to play for still.
Dennis, you will lead the first run.
Oh, we've got some dispute about the previous battle.
So if we just talk through that structure that I was talking about there. So we have here this battle of Cement versus Dennis. So then the winner of that will go through to the final of the lower bracket. And then they will face whoever loses in the upper bracket final. And then, so then the loser of the upper bracket final gets their second chance.
Yep.
If they win, they come back and battle against the same person again.
We go again,
Yes.
And it can,
but the winner of the upper bracket final still has their second life, so therefore, if they lose, they have to go again.
Yes, precisely. Yeah.
Right, okay, right.
To it.
We'll talk through it as it happens.
As an optional extra battle that may happen depending on conditional.
But we will worry about that when we get to it. For now, we have Dennis leading from Seaman.
All right, Dennis Bjorn giving lead to Semen here at the RC Drift 2025 main event. Look at that from Dennis Bjorn, filling that zone all the way around. Semen isn't quite there with him just yet, but we know he will be any second now in that transition. Taking the dive, Dennis Bjorn all the way around as well. Semen just on the bumper to bumper once again. The transition snappy, synchronized, out of zone 4, feeling it just falling back ever so slightly.
Right with him though the whole time. And now we trade places and we go for our second run. Cement Gulbrandsen then taking the lead from Dennis Muir in the chase position. Big angle from both. Oh, a bit of a wall tap there from Cement, I think, causing the rear car to collect him. They continue on, though, as if nothing happened, and they charge through. Here comes Dennis then, lining up the dash. Here he comes for the dive. Cement holding his line throughout. Dennis staying with him.
Wow, straight over the line. Wow, wow, wow.
So that tap. That was everything, I think, in the end.
Tap, yeah. It could come down to the tap. It probably will come down to the tap. Interesting run. Very high caliber. That's what I will say about it. What's this bracket looking like at the minute? Let's have a look. Upper is looking like Dan RRC and Henry Ford are going to go head-to-head. And we are going to see this one, and then someone will drop down into that final. Let's see.
We have a decision. Your winner, Dennis Muir.
Wow. As we said, the wall tap, right? It was detrimental.
I think so Dennis makes his way through to the final on the upper bracket side. That does guarantee him a top 3 position. And Dennis's opponent will be the loser of this upcoming battle, which is Dan Robinson versus Henry Ford. Dan in the lead for the first run. Henry will chase for run 1.
Let's do it. All right, we're off the line. We see Dan RRC giving lead to Henry Ford here. Whoa, we are very aggressive on the chase already. Dan leaving all the room in the world for Henry just to step in beside him. They are into the outer zone 2, just comes up a little bit short. Henry Ford just straightening up a little bit to pick up on that proximity of the sheer pace of Dan, just getting away from it ever so slightly, taking that dive over the line.
Henry did seem a little more disciplined on the line on that final corner, and then closed it in a little bit by pulling in when he saw that Dan wasn't all the way to the outside there. But now we swap positions for run number 2. So Henry Ford now leading from Dan as they come in. Big snap from Henry. Dan closing in. A little bit of a touch, but doesn't seem to disrupt anything. In fact, Dan lost the distance there, so disadvantage to Dan there, I guess. But then Henry getting away. Now here comes Dan. Can he close in? Henry's running away with it a little bit. Dan having to take the shallower line to stay with him.
Ooh, just catches him at the end there. Sticky stuff, sticky stuff. old's Henry? That's a good question.
How old?
I'm going to say 18. 19.
Less.
Lower? Okay, then we shouldn't reveal it on the stream.
Blur his face.
Wow.
Quick, blur his face.
Wow, he is.
We got a winner. Your winner, Henry Ford.
We see Dan Robinson drop into the lower bracket.
Dan, don't go anywhere. As we go into the lower bracket. So, this will determine third place.
And we have a guaranteed second for Henry Ford already as well. So, whoever wins now between these two, it's going to be a big deal. But that does mean, I think, 800 quid for Henry Ford. Minimum. He can still take it to £1,200 here today. So it's all to play for. Let's do this lower bracket battle first. Then our RC while they figure out who is going to be stepping up to go against. This is the battle for third?
Yes, the loser will be third.
The
winner will go to the final.
Yes, and the winner is going to step up. All right, let's go. Line them up. Dan RC in the front with Dennis Bjorn right behind him once again, throwing the party trick.
Little tap from Dennis.
Tap on the wall. Wow. Dennis on the wall, but Dan just keeping it steady and calm, cool and collected all the way around there. Bumper to bumper, of course, from Dennis now. He's going to send it into that final zone right behind Dan. But Dan is there, over the line. Wow.
Dennis had to hesitate a little bit there before the final swing back, but I don't think Dan was particularly slow. So
interesting, wasn't it? Very interesting. I think the second half of this could still be all to play for.
So here we go then. Dennis taking the lead. Dan to chase. Dennis with big angle. Dan on the slightly wider line, but staying with him. Now it's going to be critical as Dan closes in for this next section. Zone 2 is looking good for both guys and 3. Now, here's the lineup. Oh, a little bit of a touch there side by side. Can Dan close the distance once again as they come around the final corner? They're on similar lines as they go round.
Wow. Felt like Dan just dropped back just a little bit there. See what the judges make of it. This could be very interesting to see how it plays out. Instant decision already. Wow. And we are seeing that Dan Robinson's taking the win. I think the wall tap, right? The wall tap. And that was it.
So let's work out what's going on for this final then. Right, so we've got Dan versus Henry again. But because Henry won the last one, he still has his extra life, so to speak.
He does.
So if Dan wins, Dan has to beat Henry again.
Yes.
But if Henry wins, it's over.
Yes.
Yep.
That's
all
correct.
right.
But also, just to mention, that does mean of the previous battle, Dennis Bjorn has secured himself third place, so he will be getting £250, maybe more. Amazing stuff. He's got some money in his pocket either way. But this is the one you have been waiting for. This is the moment that counts. As we say, if Dan RC wins this, it's all over, and he is our winner. If not, they go again. The other way? No. I can't concentrate anymore. I'm done. Let's send it anyway, right? I have expired. They go again. Dan RC and Henry Ford. Henry just falling back a little bit there, and Dan RC not quite filling the zone as he needs to. He's quite offline still, but Henry is coping with those mistakes with no issue. Transitions now, he picks it up, gets a little bit closer and falls back again. Now he's back on the door for that final zone. Over the line.
Henry looked almost a touch straight there on that final transition, but it's very, very close between the pair of them. And now we swap positions. Henry will lead, Dan will chase. Henry away then. Dan trying to give chase now as we go into turn one. The gap opens up just a little bit, but Dan closes it in. He seems to be on a similar line there and now waiting for that transition to happen. Here comes Dan then for the attack through zones 2, 3, and 4. Coming round now, giving enough space for the attack at the end. It seems that they are again on similar lines and the distance doesn't seem to be changing too much. It's pretty close.
Okay, we're going to see what the judges say.
So just a reminder, if it's given to Henry, the event is over. If it goes to Dan, we go one more time with this event. We wait for the judge's decision to come through. There is a decision. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Henry Ford!
He has done it. Henry Ford has done it.
Dan Robinson takes second place.
And Dennis Bjorn with
and
third
Dennis
place.
Bjorn takes third place.
And that means Dennis Bjorn taking home £450. Henry Ford £800. And nope.
Dan Robinson takes £800.
I can't do this.
Come on, John. Come on. We're almost there. We're almost there, man.
£800 for Dan Robinson, £1,200 for Henry Ford. We will head to our award ceremony momentarily. We will also be having our Best Body Award.
It's okay.
We're gonna bring them up, don't worry. Both mics. Because you need to. That's it. Is that on the stream anymore? Okay. It's on.
Nathan, crank it.
Oh, don't worry about the mic. Leave the mic. He's got that mic. No, he's gonna use that one. He's in the room. That's fine. No, that is already on the stream. It goes through to the stream. Yeah.
Wow. What a result. What a weekend. I know it has taken it out of me, but those drivers, they have performed today in magnificent. Oh, I'm back. Cheers. Good times. Wow, I'm blown away. I think over 120 battles. We saw internationals, UK drivers mixed together, all off the back of the feeder series. Wow. Obviously, we've got some amazing awards. Thank you so much. Lovely stuff. We will be handing out many awards. We have awards such as, on the smaller side, we have Best Body Show, sponsored by Zero Feel, who will come up here and present. It'll be up soon. I will have a word from him. Can't wait for that. That's my teeth gone. Most Improved Driver, Best Backy, and then, of course, the RC Drift IO 2025 #1 rated driver. And then we have, of course, 4th place, 3rd place, 2nd place, 1st place, some amazing prizes. And it's all going to be handed out right now. So, without further ado, if we could have Mr. Zero Feel on the stage, who will be presenting Best Body Show. If everyone would like to make their way to the benches to watch the award ceremony. They'll come when they come. Where's he gone? Mr. Zero Phil's vanished. Oh, he's here. You're back. You're back. You're back. Okay. And grab the trophy. I think it's that one. Yeah. Good times. Oh, I've got something as well. Hang on. Hang on. Also these. Okay. Would everyone like to come to the benches for the award ceremony? Come have a sit. Come have a sit. Let's have a little talk. A little quiet time. You can stand up. But just listen, most of all. No, Claude, you don't get anything. You can help us pack up in a minute, though. I'm just waiting for people to congregate on the benches. They don't realise there's a time constraint. Please sit on the benches and listen for a second. We are now going to present the Zero Fill Best Body Shell Award, so please listen up because it could be you. This person is taking home some magnificent Zero Fill bits, a 80 team, I think it's a gearbox, and a Rhino Racing diff, and a miniature trophy. Okay, without further ado, please listen. And the winner of the Best Body Shell is...
Simeon.
Simeon has won the Best Body Shell. Please come over, Simeon, and collect your award. Bring the body shell. Show the people at home. He's running. He's running. Fantastic choice. Very nice body shell. Super sparkly. He's got to be proud of that. Not walking home empty-handed today, my friend. Best body shell. Very well deserved. Any words you want to say?
I hate making body shells.
Nice. Amazing stuff. All right, thank you, Mr. Zero Phil. Check out their stuff online. Follow them on the gram and all of the other good bits. Up next, we have the most improved driver. And this is done off the ratings and all of that good stuff. And so this is someone who started the season very low down. They put in the work at the feeder rounds. And they have boosted their rating through the roof compared to last year. And so, the winner of the most improved driver is Mr. Adam Rowlands. Please come up here, my friend. This is a guy who started the year, I think second from the bottom, and he put in the work. He went to the feeder rounds here in the UK, and he has gained tremendous points. And as you saw today, his driving is exceptional. Give me a handshake, my friend. Any words?
Just do really bad for you if you want a trophy.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Congratulations. Very well deserved. All right. Up next, the winner. And despite the competition's rules saying you can't really do this, we still wanted to give an award for the best backy. And I think that today this person threw a tremendous backy and they managed to stay in it. And I was very impressed with that. And so, the winner of the RC Drift IO 2025 main event best backy goes to Sam Monks. I'm sure you heard me gasp on the stream earlier and say I think he's won an award with that, and he certainly has. So he gets this miniature trophy. I'm sure you've got to be proud of that. You've got to be proud of that.
Thank you very much.
And amazing trousers. Any words?
No, thank you.
Where are your trousers from?
Vinted.
Vinted. Damn. One of one. One of one. Cheap as well. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, congratulations. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. So, let me just check before I mess this up, because you all know I will. Okay, so we have, next up is the 4th place trophy from today's double elimination tournament. This driver drove exceptionally well all afternoon. Absolutely smashed it. There were points where I thought they could have gone all the way. And the person who is taking home this very heavy 4th place trophy is Semen. Come back up, my friend. He battled it out, put in the work, and there he is. If you read on the web, I think the website says it's wrong at the minute. We'll fix it in a bit, but Semen was the 4th driver to go out, and therefore he wins 4th place. That is all I have for you. Congratulations. Any words?
No.
I thought you were going to say I hate trophies, but no. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. Right. Okay. Up next, 3rd place, of course. Give me 1 second. So, 3rd place, the winner of £460 and some MST tyres and wheels from our lovely MST sponsors, and a Rhino Racing deck from the lovely people at Rhino Racing, and this very heavy trophy for 3rd place here. I cannot carry all of this. Mr. Tunks, could you carry some stuff to hand over for me real quick? Okay, you can keep texting your nan, no problem. All right, he's on it. We got Nathan Walker, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd place, Mr. Dennis Bjorn. The man with the party tricks. And £460 in his pocket. A big heavy trophy. Also not enough hands to carry stuff. He knows what he's doing. He's done it before. Any words?
Thank you very much for being invited. I'm sorry to all of Europe for not winning. But I'm not too sad about it because the level of UK driving has improved a lot in the last years. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good to hear. Oh yeah, I forgot to give him some extra bits. He didn't have enough hands anyway, sorry. An amazing Zero Fill miniature figure, hand painted. That's like the best part of the prize. I can't believe I missed that. Anyway, we're gonna do second place. I'm just gonna hand the trophy and then you can Nathan will give you the rest of it. That's the one, right. 2nd place, as you all know. This guy has worked his buttock off this season. I think he's also been to more rounds than anyone else. As far as I know. Don't quote me on that, but he really put in the work. He really wanted it, and I think he's got to be proud of himself for it. Mr. Dan Robinson. And hey? Yeah, right. He smiled at last. Wonderful stuff. You've got to be proud of that. Huge congratulations. Yesterday he went to A&E with some metal in his eye, and today he's come back victorious. Impressive stuff. Any words?
Firstly, thank you to all the organisers and the judges. Thank you to everybody this year. The support from family, friends, everything, and just the whole community. It's just been brilliant. So, thanks, guys.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Yep. And then before we do 1st place, I have one other trophy. One big fancy looking trophy with some fancy tassels on it. And it's for the guy who, in this year's standings, is the #1 rated driver in the UK. I think many of you know him for his iconic moustache and very yellow car, which I have no idea why he chose that colour, but it stands out, I suppose. Yeah, sure. But this award for the 2025 RC Drift.io #1 rated driver is Mr. Rory Edwards. Huge congratulations, Rory Edwards. It's a pleasure. Any words?
Just thank you for organising, and I wish everyone had a good time, and well done to all the ones at podiums, because I couldn't do it today, so well done to everyone.
Congratulations. Very well deserved. Very well deserved. And then we have the one. We have the one. The only. And I'm genuinely so impressed that he has risen up in this way today. I'm lost for words about this young man. Probably one of the youngest drivers here today. He smashed it. Many other words that are not acceptable for the stream is how I would describe it. But genuinely incredible. And of course, the winner for the RC Drift IO 2025 main event, taking home the heaviest trophy I've ever picked up, Mr. Henry Ford. There we are. So well deserved. Any words?
Speechless, and thank you to everyone, like the organisers and my team and just everyone involved in the drifting. I really appreciate it.
No problem at all. Thank God your dad didn't beat you earlier, eh? Congratulations, Henry. Enjoy your awards. Enjoy £1,200. That's a lot of money. And spend it well. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you again very soon. Congratulations, congratulations. I believe that's all, folks. We are heading to Model World Live next April at the Birmingham NEC. We'll be holding a big competition there. I can't give too many more information about that at the minute, but, you know, save the date. Go find out when Model World Live is, and we'll see you there. Oh, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming.
And thank everybody in the room for coming and for such an amazing event, like the first one we put on like this, and we're both really happy with how everything went. I hope you guys are as well. And like Josh said, we'd love to see you all next year. Invite your friends, and hopefully this is like, what, one of many to come. Cool.
Thank you.
And for everybody watching at home, thank you very much. Well,
thank you to the judges for your time.
Sorry, yes, thank you so much to the judges. Thank you also to all the other organizers and everybody that has helped us in any way at all. All three. And I know you just gave a round of applause. Can you give another round of applause for the judges and organizers as well? Thank you so, so much. As well as all of the international drivers that came from Europe and so forth. We're like super happy to have you here. Thank you for coming and participating. Yeah. Oh, okay. I think we're good. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for the invite. Thank you all, guys.